grounds are hallowed, forged by history and tradition, a century in the making. Its pavement the path to glory, its walls the punisher of miscalculation, its faces forever recognizable, characters of courage, and its stories unforgettable.
Danny Sullivan gets him! Danny Sullivan gets him down! No, he's screwing! No, he's spinning! Danny Sullivan spins! Can he make a move at the finish? He's making a move! No! No! No!
Bob Jenkins, who's gonna win it?
The checkered flag is out! Goodyear makes a move! Little Al wins by...
You just don't know what Indy means.
This December, those hallowed grounds go virtual, pieced together by millions of pixels that capture every corner, every seat, and every crack along its surface. True to her real-life counterpart in every sense, the cars, perfectly drawn to scale, their sounds immaculate. Drivers from across the globe come together in competition and in friendship for one goal, one dream, to win and become part of history, to write their own chapter, to see through that they shall never be forgotten, to ensure their story is unforgettable.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
The alignment looks good and the green flag is out. They're off. The fake 500 is on.
But look at Kevin Click on the outside.
Click.
Wow.
Kevin Click out on bump day, makes it in as an alternate, and now he is leading the fake 500.
Click tries to squeeze, contact. Checker flag waits over the stand. At the stripe, another close finish, and this time it's set to Merchant.
Checkered flag is out. Brian Blackford puts it on the pole. Oh no!
Crash in turn one.
He got off of 4 extremely good. What? He had a fuel!
It's elegant. It's erratic. The one who can dance gently amongst the chaos and master their craft shall etch their name in eternity and shall never be forgotten.
And now, we're all set to see which drivers can write their next chapter of history when it comes to the Wicked Brands Fake 500, as it is the Apex Autosport Pole Day presented by Wheeler Motorsports Consulting. Justin Prince alongside Billy Rowley, Baden Stewart, and Zane Scott in the booth with our producer Chris Owens as we get ready to see which driver can set the pole time for the third annual running of this event. Plenty of speed and plenty of pace are expected, especially with all the preparation for the drivers throughout the week. They've had several days to practice, get their setups fine-tuned, and get themselves ready to hit the track today, Billy, to try and see who will be the pole sitter.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting session, that's for sure. We've got a lot of new things this week. They're getting ready to start rolling cars as we speak, so it's going to be a very good day. I think the weather looks like it's going to be pretty promising for some fast speeds. We've seen in practice through the recaps that the track is this build has been a lot faster than before, so it's going to be very interesting to see how all this plays out.
For reference, the weather for today's action, 71 degrees Fahrenheit, the air temp, currently 97 degrees, the track temperature. Winds are currently gusting towards the front stretch grandstands, though, at 5 miles per hour. Humidity 63%. InSim day is May 21st, 2022 currently. I turn to you now, Baden, as these drivers get ready for qualifying. It's a whole different beast and a whole bunch of pressure to make sure you make it into the show. It's so difficult to qualify your way into this event.
Yeah, 4 laps. You got to put together 4 laps here, not just one. You can't ride on one good lap. You got to make sure everyone is good. They all count. They're all important. Speeds have been up all month so far. It's intense. We're going to have guys down here shaking at the end of pit road getting ready to go out. This is one that's always fun to watch. We got some guys that are going to be on edge here.
And speaking of those drivers, turn back to you to Billy in this one. 12 returning drivers, a lot of rookies. But the thing is, a lot of those newcomers are very talented competitors. You have some of the top organizations in all of iRacing from multiple different types of disciplines taking themselves to the racetrack to compete in this event at the Lotus 79.
Yeah, we've we're kind of taking this as you see some of our graphics start to pop up there. We've started to see, this kind of reminds me of like the 96 Indy 500, where there was a lot of rookies in that field. A lot of, I wouldn't call it inexperience, because you can speak to this better than I can, but we have a lot of eNASCAR support this year from a lot of these guys. Some of the repeating guys, we've got guys coming from Logitech G Altus, low line racing, so a lot of big names that are on the iRacing service coming in, and we've also got a lot of dirt guys that are coming over for the first time. Peyton Grease, Parker Price Miller, who pretty good sprint car shoe in his own right in real life. A lot of returning talent too, though. We are missing a couple guys just due to some scheduling conflicts, but we've got a really solid field of guys that are returning with us to really make the best of this week. And practice has been interesting to watch. A lot of fast speeds. I truly feel we're definitely going to see the track record get broken today. So the talent that's in this field seems to be pretty solid. They've all figured out what they need to do. Tires are going to be a little bit different this year. That's been the main thing that's changed.
Especially when it comes to the ovals, has been the main emphasis point with the Lotus 79s. Right now, let's quickly run through how, again, this will work. These drivers will have those 4 qualifying laps to be able to set themselves their mark on the board. Each driver has a designated time currently slotted for their respective car throughout the qualifying order. The first of the drivers today will be Kyle Odeynik. Throughout the race, you'll see who is on deck throughout the session, should say, as well as the next 5 drivers who are in the chute, as in the next 5 drivers due up for qualifying. That's all while the drivers will have their average speed calculated. Zane Scott has just opened the track for qualifying, and we are all set to see how this poll day goes. Again, it's Apex Autosport Poll Day presented by Wheeler Motorsports Consulting, and it starts off with a brand new driver to this event. Once again, it is Kyle Odeynik who will start off qualifying this season. He represents Jim Beaver Esports, and we're looking to try and set the tempo to start things off already, Baden.
Yeah, he's been fast here all month. We're going to see what Kyle's got here. He's going to kind of set the benchmark. We know traditionally these early runs are the ones that we're going to deal with all day here. This is where you want to be if you're rolling out. But Kyle, he's kind of guinea pig right now. We're going to see what he's got.
So coming up to his first lap of 4 to see where he marks himself down to start off this qualifying session. He reaches the start and finish line at 200 miles per hour to start. And the line's going to be so critical, first of all, here, Billy, to make sure you hit it right, but also how comfortable speed-wise you can carry throughout these corners. 190 throughout the corners this time to start.
Yeah, and it's been the first 2 runnings, we saw a lot of guys really on the ragged edge of having these cars freed up to where we would almost see them snap spin. I heard a lot of drivers this week say we're just so planted, we're stuck, trying to free the car up more and more, but the speeds are up. So, we're seeing shades of Indy progression here as he comes to get the green flag for the first qualifier. So we'll have to see how this plays out throughout the day with weather changes. Like Baden said, the earliest qualifiers have always been kind of in the catbird seat, but the Jim Beaver Esports guys last year had a hard break on bump day. So we'll be, I know they were gunning for it this year, so we'll see how they do.
And keep in mind, when it comes to this year's qualifying order, there are several high talent drivers who will be towards the back half of the board as well. The pressure is going to be on throughout the day. Many of these competitors early on to showcase how well they can qualify. 189 coming off the corner as they look to try and record the first time. Now this time by Odeynik. This time start off with a 46.5. Decent speed, reach 201 entering the corner. That's a 193.1 on the speedometer.
Not a bad start. We're we're going to see speeds go up. We've seen some guys actually on their 4-lap averages in practice, speeds go up. Some have fallen off. It's just really going to depend on how they've got their car set up. I know in Indianapolis in real life, you really see, you want to see a build-up as you go, but sometimes you see that dreaded fall off. So it's going to be, this second lap's going to be very telling to see how the day is going to go.
And there's the beautiful graphics, which will showcase that total average as qualifying goes on for each of the drivers, as well as showing the lock and bump speed throughout the action is on top of the on deck in the chute. Currently, second time around was a 46.6, a 10 slower in terms of that speed, a 193 flat in terms of speed. His average is a 193.1 currently. And keep in mind, the clouds are covering the racetrack too already early on. So this could have a major impact too, Baden, on how this track temperature could change as the session progresses already.
Yeah, we've seen in the past how incredibly sensitive the speeds are to temp. And I mean, we've all seen in the past here where guys will be watching clouds, trying to set up a run with good cloud cover here later in the day. It's incredibly important to keep tabs on what you've got going on with track temp, and we're going to keep tabs on that ourselves as the day goes on here.
Third time around was an hour 46.6, but was a little bit quicker than his second lap. That will adapt the average speed just that little bit. A 193.1 was the third lap speed in general. So, O'Danick trying to complete his run. Keep in mind, Jules Chatelain is on deck and ready to get ready for his run. Next, 21, ready to close out the first qualifier of this year's Apex Autosport Pole Day, presented by Wheeler Motorsports Consulting. Where will he stack up to start off the tempo in terms of the speed? Let's find out. He carried no less than 188 miles per hour throughout the qualifying run. This time, a 46.6. Close things out to start things off. The total speeds reaching 193.0 miles per hour on the speed dot. So a good start for the Jim Beaver Esports machine. Billy, the next driver coming up is someone to keep an eye on a little bit, because he's made some waves because of how he's been known for running more on the oval side when it comes to some of the stock cars as well. This is an Angry Pelicans racing driver. It's Jules Chatelain. He is from Switzerland.
Good to have some international flair. We've had some international flair before. I know Kyle, we're probably going to see out later on in the day with his first qualifying attempt. But we'll see. We're just gonna have to see how these guys shape out throughout qualifying, because I really was kind of shocked by that first speed. A little bit down from what we had thought originally, but again, weather may have caught guys out this morning to trying to find that speed, and may have just gone with the wrong setup.
I remember one of the major storylines too was drivers reaching 197 miles per hour throughout the week in some of the practices.
Yeah, and a lot of those with a tow, you run into a problem with, you kind of put yourself into a little bit of a trouble with, you go out and you're second quick on the board, third quick on the board, top of the board, and you think you've got really good speed, but you don't know that you picked up a tow down the back straightaway, and that really is what got you into trouble. Kind of giving you that false sense of security. We've seen it the last 2 years, and this year might be no different. So it's going to be, as he crosses the line for his first lap, 47.133, 190.949. So definitely not what he was looking for. He'll have to see if he can pick it up on lap number 2. Had a little bit of a lift there, it looked like, coming off a 2, so his car might be getting tighter as the run goes.
Yeah, this doesn't look good, Baden, at all. He is 3 miles per hour slower through the corners and the straights right now.
No, the car looks really, really low. The car looks like it's really on the racetrack, and we found this thing that seems to be a little slower. More stability, obviously, with the underbody aero, but I believe that's part of why he's suffering here. I believe that's where some of his speed's at.
Not even 200 miles per hour at the stripe, that time by a 47.1. The difference in terms of lap speeds, half a second compared to the Jim Beaver Esports machine. And when it comes to setting up these types of cars, Baden, It's a completely different beast, keep in mind, compared to, say, some of the competitors' familiar spot with stock cars or sprint cars or late models. This is a whole different type of car to try and set up and get right.
Yeah, it's incredibly aero dependent. It's Indianapolis, so with a stock car, you're really refining things and making real small changes as you go. With this, it's a whole nother level. It's a real science, but that's how Indianapolis has always been. You're measuring stagger and millimeters. That's how intense it gets at Indianapolis, and that's kind of the same way this deal works. You're trying to find every little bit, and you're walking a thin line, incredibly thin line.
Give the credit to Chatelaine. His times are consistent. The problem is they're still in 47.1s. This is the final time around for the Angry Pelicans racing machine. Second car on the board. There is now an update, though, with the drivers in the chute due to real-life commitments. When it comes to the Gateway Dirt Nationals currently going on, Rylan Gray will not be able to make his slot for obvious reasons, and that's to be expected in that case because that's a huge opportunity for him to race in the real world. It's on top of this virtual side of qualifying ins for Chatelaine, Billy.
Yeah, not what he was wanting to see. We'll probably see him later on this afternoon when the open qualifying session turns out. 190.954 miles an hour, so not going to be happy with that. But big congrats to Rylan Gray. He got he's been one on the sim that he's a really good kid, sharp kid, got a big racing heritage family. They help out Dave Darwin a lot, CJ Leary on the USAC side of things, and with Dave's unfortunate health issues, wasn't able to run in the dome. So greatest thing was he's gotten the opportunity. Ran really good last night, and hopefully he does good tonight. So everybody here is rooting for him this evening.
Now drivers are looking to see how Gary Corley matches up. Meanwhile, as fans look to cheer on this Dark Horse Special. Corley
green flag.
Taking the green flag this time. Also amongst the rookies from Dark Horse Racing, he resides from the state of Texas. And his outlap, keep in mind, was a 46.8. That is 0.4 off the top time put up from O'Danick for reference from his whole session. So we'll see how Corley picks up the tempo here, Baden.
Yeah, like I said earlier, O'Danick has just been so fast all month. I figured that was going to be one of those really strong guys that got a really good draw. He might be getting chased here for a little while. We'll see who else we got in the chute to maybe have something for him, but we'll see what Gary's got here.
Next up in the chute would be Eden Bierlein, followed by Jeremy Weigel, followed by Ryan Fergot, Thomas Brandon amongst those. All the drivers will shuffle up 3 minutes from their original estimated total. So that time around, he did pick up the tempo a good bit, a 193 flat in terms of speed to start.
Yeah, which that's actually, not very far off of O'Danick. So it's going to be interesting if he gets faster. O'Danick was really consistent, but he fell off, laps 2, 3, and 4. So if he can run another 193.0, 193.1, he might be in pretty good shape and put himself on provisional pole here. Again, extremely early, 61 cars to go out qualify today with Rylan's absence, but it's going to be a crapshoot here because they've got some good guys coming up that I know are pretty fast. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out.
That's some of the big names just outside the chute, keep in mind. Corley that time, near identical time. And the interesting thing is going to be how the speed average matches up in total here. A 192.8 was the lap 2 speed. That's only the difference of 0.005 of a second, Billy. That's how tight the margins are for qualifying. Getting ready to go and see how this third lap gets itself recorded. Meanwhile, for reference, it was for O'Danick a 46.602. Corley is picking up a decent amount of speed, trying to get up to the 200-mile-per-hour mark at the start and finish line. Did not get to that, though. He lost a 10th here, Baden.
Yeah, we're seeing that fall off here. This isn't super surprising from what we've seen in practice so far this month, but that's not what you want to see here for Gary. You know, he needed to stay consistent. The car's just not giving it to him.
Yeah, especially that exit of turn 2, it just looked like it started slipping and sliding about as well. Starting to slide through turn 3, and that means he's now running the slowest times in the corner this entire run. 188, make it 187, trying to keep it from spinning out coming off of turn 4. So Corley will take the checkered flag here, starting off strong, but ends things off with back-to-back 46.7s. The speed, a 192.7, currently provisionally second position. As mentioned, Rylan Gray will not be able to make his slot. That means Aiden Beerline is up on track, and he's made a lot of waves in sprint car racing, Billy, the past year plus.
Yeah, Beerline is one of those guys, young kid, very young kid, one of the youngest that's ever made the Pro Series for the World of Outlaws, the iRacing service, and very, very talented driver, especially for the age. Shows a lot of maturity, a lot of cases. Does really good. It's good to see him in the Pro Series on the sprint car side. Definitely well deserved. But as far as his qualifying times go, it's in the difference. The biggest difference, there was a change with this car over the course of since the previous race. They added a while back. They added an updated tire model to this for the road courses only. So we didn't get the benefits of that on the second running of the Fake 500, but this time around they added it for the ovals. So where tire wear really wasn't a big concern last year, it's going to be a very big concern this year as far as tire fall off, degradation, heat wear, all those sort of things. So, you know, last year you could build a rocket for 4 laps and not have to worry about it and hold on. This year you really also have to put into place of tire wear and make sure that things are set up just the way that you want them.
How do you feel that's going to also impact the racing side of things? Because keep in mind, for a lot of the ovals, Billy, in the past, for some of the main series, especially some of the fixed side with the Lotus 79 races, the thought process was, if you accidentally took tires, good luck the rest of the way. You basically could only take fuel only, as the first lap of 46.611.
Yeah, and a good opening lap for Aiden. But yeah, to your point, I think last year or the last few years, it was more of a fuel issue. When the cars would get extremely light on fuel, they would start to do that snap spin, start to get loose. Now there's another element with the tires added into it. I think really for the race, we're going to see a lot of difference this time around than before. We're going to see, I think, a calmer race because guys are going to have to take care of their tires, make sure they're good to go, and actually you're going to have to worry about that tire strategy, which really is going to play into those eNASCAR guys, because on that side of things, tire strategy is absolutely everything. You covered pretty much all those races this year from the Pro Series. Tire management is a big deal, and now that it's finally onto the Lotus 79, the Fake 500 might become more of a traditional Indy style race with tire management, pit strategy. We might see guys short pitting, you know, stretching it out as far as they can go. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how it all plays out.
I'm curious absolutely too. When you mention the tire strategy, put it this way, on the stock car side, if you have more than 2 seconds of fall off, you're in trouble. You need to be able to stay within that window at the very most and stabilize.
White flag.
See how these drivers fare out with the Lotus 79s. 46.6 last time by. This time by, it was an hour 46.7. Beerline is all over the racetrack. He is starting to really wiggle that back end around Baden.
Yeah, somebody needs to be sure to tell him to stay up on his tools. That's something incredibly important here. You know, you're walking a finer line. You got to be up on your tools, be ready to adjust the car. You got a front and rear sway bar adjustment, and that does help quite a bit. As far as we were talking about the race itself, it seemed like in the long run we've seen in practice so far this month, the balance shift in the chassis is not as aggressive as it has been before, where we were making such a massive swing with the fuel load. It seems like the fall off is more consistent, whereas last year it was almost a cliff. The car would just all of a sudden get real loose on guys. It's been a lot more consistent this year, it seems.
Qualifying run is over now for Beerline, and this time speed puts itself around a 190.6. His respective side. He'll take a bunch of cones with him back to the paddock. his respective run. So that brings the next car up onto the racetrack. That is Jeremy Weigel, who will be able to try and showcase what he can now do in his race car. Jeremy Weigel is amongst the rookies as well from Team SSR from Bowling Springs, Pennsylvania.
Weigel's another one of those guys, just a dirt guy in a lot of cases, but shown a lot of promise. The School of Sim Racing Team SSR guys, they work pretty close with us over at Elbows Up Sim Sport on the dirt side of things. Tommy Brandon over there, who's going to be qualifying here in just a couple of cars. Actually, he is he's a guru when it comes down to telemetry on this sim. Done a lot for our team, and Weigel has shown a lot of improvement on the dirt side. This is one of his first pavement starts, really, that he's had, especially in a bigger race like this.
Curious how it all weighs out when it comes to him again. Showing a decent start to this one, but 199 into the corner. Again, the mark many of the drivers have been aiming for has been about 200, 201. Here's something to think about, though, too. The wind could likely shift about today, and if that wind goes the wrong direction at the time you're on the track, that could spell trouble. Keep in mind that wind is swirling a little bit more facing towards turn 1 now, as it's a 46.604 to start.
Pretty solid lap time there for Jeremy. Hopefully he can keep it up throughout this run. But the wind, we know from the last couple of years, especially in qualifying, Baden, that wind mattered a lot. There was a lot of guys last year that weren't really worried about track temp too much. They were more concerned about wind speed and wind direction, especially if it's blowing you off of turn 2. Turn 2 is probably the trickiest place on this racetrack due to the wind. So when that wind is going and it pushes you out towards the wall, you're either going to have to lift or hang on to it and hope it doesn't get into the fence.
Yeah, and again, it comes back to before, you're splitting hairs. It's incredibly refined, and everything comes down to the wire here. It's all so incredibly important, and something as small as a wind or a cloud, it can ruin a qualifying run.
The run continues. That time by was an error 46.6. And the fall-off seems to be really starting to kick in. The trend is already showing if you end up aiming for the quick first lap, the fall-off on average for most of the drivers so far has been up to a 10th throughout the run, specifically because of that wiggling seen from the back end of the car that we're seeing from Weigel. He's starting to really lean on that right rear tire and bobble about, had to really lift off the gas off before this time.
White flag.
Yeah, this is, again, we're not used to this. This is a whole new element. Last year, if you ran a good solid first lap, more than likely the next 2 or 3 were going to be pretty good too. With this case, we're definitely seeing significant drop off. So I mean, Weigel is keeping it very, very, very close. Running good, consistent laps, 46.6s, 193.1, 192.8, and 8. On his last 2 laps. So really, as long as he can keep this going, he's going to put himself somewhere in that 2nd to 4th range. So I really kind of shocked. Baden has spent a lot more time in the sim this week, watching practice, gaining some knowledge and talking to some of the different teams. And as Weigel comes around for his final lap, 46.663, extremely consistent. 4 laps right in the 6s, so good times for Jeremy Weigel. That should put him in at least on the provisional front row as we're sitting.
A decent run that does bump him up the board in general. Weigel is currently just behind Odeynik with a 192.9. It is worth noting that there is currently a scoring issue with the positions you see up on that top ticker. Keep in mind that they are being tracked in terms of overall speed comes to qualifying session, but currently to reset how it is currently, it is Odeynik, Weigel, Bierlein, Corley, Chalalang, the top 5 who have all hit the track so far. The next driver on track is also someone you're very familiar with. You just talked about him, Billy. Tommy Brandon, looking to try and get some good speed for the green flag this time around. Brandon also part of SSR Elite Sim Racing.
Yeah, Tommy is really, truthfully, I know there's a lot of setup shops around on iRacing anymore. It's one of the major things that a lot of people are pushing towards. Tommy's got a lot different approach. It's not just a setup shop; it's a speed shop. It's the training that goes into it, the teachings, the understanding how the cars work. Hence the name School of Sim Racing. Like I said, Tommy's been a very big help to us over at Elbows Up Sim Sport and a lot of other drivers on the sim. They got a very good community. So if you guys are new to iRacing, hop on their Discord and chat with those guys. Good group of guys. And Tommy's pretty sharp. He dives in with both feet and both arms to try to make cars faster and learn the craft. So it's glad to see Tommy out on the pavement.
Well, the first time around was a 46.650, so looking very quick, but also not as low in the line for the corners compared to some. I've seen a few drivers, especially Beerline a couple runs ago, really attack the bottom line hard. For Tommy Brandon, watch for turn 3 here specifically, trying to take a much wider arc to try and get to that apex, Baden.
Yeah, he's staying up the racetrack here a little bit, not as aggressive as some of these guys before him. He's up above the white line down here on the north end. There's speed to be found there if you can get the car to the bottom. Every little bit counts, and try to make the racetrack shorter. It's not really working there. There's a 7 for Tommy. See there in 1, he's giving up a lot of racetrack. I think he needs to get down the racetrack a little bit. That's going to help him.
Well, and again, that can go down to your chassis setup as well. If he's finally found something that a lot of guys maybe haven't, that have freed the car up enough, you're not going to want to pinch it down there in case of a snap spin. I mean, in real life, we've seen a lot of guys run that little bit higher line. Robbie Gordon, Elio has literally won 4 Indianapolis 500s running that line. So it's been a very that's the beauty of Indianapolis. It's a rectangle. It's a crazy rectangle. She is a cruel mistress. But there's a lot of different ways to run it. As Thomas Brandon takes the white flag at a 192.942 miles an hour. So it picks it up actually a little bit on lap number 3, which is interesting. That's his fastest lap of this run. He's the first one that's really seen a progression like that. So we'll have to see how this lap 4 turns out.
The only driver who's followed that trend with that amount of a difference turns to 100s was O'Danick. Everybody else has gained maybe at most, for those who did, a couple 1000s. Tommy Brandon now getting the sunshine, starting to warm him up as he comes across the stripe.
Flag.
See where the speed lies for Tommy Brandon, crossing the yard of bricks this time. Final lap of 46.633. And the wind has now fully swirled to the point where this could be helpful for some. For Brandon, it is 3rd currently on the board with 192.89 miles per hour time. But Jacob Mann will be the first to experience the first of the major wind shifts to the point where the wind is blowing towards turn 1 now.
That race car is not happy. You can tell that right now. Wind or not, that race car does not look happy.
Yeah, and Jacob is an interesting project. His dad, if you guys have been around sprint cars for a while, you've probably heard his dad. His dad was the test pilot. Oh, and we've got a spin. The first one of the day.
Jacob Mann with a major save to keep it off the wall. What a save from the 19. Not the way he wanted the warm-up lap to go.
Green flag.
He still gets the green flag because that save, but it's still bobbling back and forth down the straightaway.
Yeah, and I think he's probably just, something's got to be, something's broke on that car as he gets into the fence.
And he's crashing again. There it goes.
Spin for 1-2. Spin.
Jacob Mann, 2 spins and half a track. And the next car on the track will now move up in turn. Not how Jacob Mann wanted things to go there. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, definitely not what he was wanting. But as I was saying, while we went on the spin cycle there, Jacob Mann's dad is the Hoosier Rocket, Brett Mann. He was the Hoosier Tire test pilot back in the day to get Hoosier Tire back on the map for sprint cars. Legend, Michigan Sprint Car and Racing Hall of Famer. Never held a job in his real life or in his life, and got 3 good kids that are all starting their racing careers. So good job for them. But we'll hopefully see Jacob Mann back out later on this afternoon.
Meanwhile, the next driver on the racetrack, all the way from the UK, he is known for his British green cars. For Power Slide, it's Henry Bennett, and he could be one of the favorites this year because anytime there's a car at Indianapolis, he's usually at the front of the field with it.
Yeah, and a very pretty car. I do enjoy the green cars. Not enough green cars anymore, especially in Indianapolis.
It's a British green car, first of all. And second, it's, if you look closely, that matches pretty closely in turn to the Lotus green they use. So Henry...
Henry Bennett... We'll just see how Henry does here, because his speeds through the center of the corner are pretty solid, 192, and he's gaining a lot of speed down the short chutes, which is extremely important, just to get you that little scored extra off coming down the front straightaway.
So coming up the track this time for the green flag, Bennett carrying some of the most speed down the straightaway so far this session. Can he hold on to that speed is the big question. 190 coming through the exit of turn 1. Drivers have tried to hold around 189 for the optimal time. It's only 188 coming off of turn 2 so far for Bennett. And remember, the team he's got the backing for is also the one that Adam Blocker is going to be running, the Lionheart Kings. So that team, one of the top open-wheel teams on the iRacing surface when it comes to ovals in Indianapolis, could be a powerhouse amongst those two this week.
And I'm actually kind of interested. I'm happy that we've got some of these super teams coming over from other aspects of the iRacing service that are bringing a bigger flavor into this race. Again, a lot of rookies this year, but a lot of these rookies are extremely experienced. So definitely not a concern there, and especially seeing these guys coming in from all these other disciplines, giving this car a shot in a pretty unconventional manner.
First lap, by the way, that time by a 46.5. That, in terms of the hundreds, was the quickest time by anyone in the first lap so far. He was a couple 100s quicker. 46.556. Phoenix, 46.588. 193.3. What will the second lap be? This could be a very, very quick speed in terms of those marks. This time by for the second time around. He keeps it in the 5s. Only driver to do so far, 193.2.
Yeah, heck of a second lap, and really not much fall off. Not much fall off at all, so the third lap's going to be really telling to see what he's got, but that car looks extremely stable, good off the corners, and fast down the straightaway, so Henry's definitely found something. That team is definitely going to be giving it all they got, and the rest of that team's going to be contenders the rest of the day.
190 through turn 3 this time, attacking the bottom very efficiently. Henry Bennett currently. Coming up to the white flag for this qualifying run for Bennett.
White flag, Steven roll, white flag.
He goes down across the stripe. This time drops to the 6s. Keep in mind that, for reference sake, with the differences now between the tires and the speeds in these cars, the speeds for the top times are 3 miles per hour quicker than last year's pole times, for reference.
Yeah, so this is definitely a track record run right now. Just have to see if he can finish off 2 more corners and bring it on home, and we may be able to give an homage to Tom Carnegie with a new track record here.
Well, Henry Bennett set that record fully. Can he keep this up to be able to edge the 193 flat?
Checkered flag. Set
by O'Danick. 199 at the stripe, another 46.6. The speed is a 193.049. It is not enough to pass O'Danick.
Wow. Absolutely wow. That we're definitely getting into the nitty-gritty here. So I like to see that we're close here. It's going to be a very close field. I think we're going to see a lot closer of a field this year than we have in years past. Just with, like you said, just with the tire model difference. It's going to be definitely a difference.
There's the average time. The difference was 1/100th. between their averages. That's how tight the margins are this year. So the next driver is on track. This is Steven Rogers, now on the board.
Yeah, and to be a 10th off over 4 laps, that's pretty remarkable. That's 2 runs that are extremely consistent as Steven Rogers taking the green flag here. 46.6 on his warm-up lap. So not a bad time for his warm-up lap. That's that'd be a good qualifying first lap. So we'll see how if he can pick up any speed here and avoid that dreaded fall off.
He's from Mystic, Connecticut, and representing East-West Promotions in terms of sponsorship. One of the very few drivers who has no official technical alliance or team affiliation for this year's running of this event. He's getting some more help at the clouds. Carried 190 all the way to the exit of Turn 3 this time. Turn 4 keeps it at 189. Looking very quick. Similar overtones to the starting run of this session. Rogers, his first time lap, this time a 46.7 though. Oh boy.
Yeah, definitely not the direction he was wanting to go. We'll have to see, and that thing is starting to get a little bit shaky on corner entry, and keeping it out towards the wall. We've seen some guys, let the stagger of the car kind of rotate it down the straightaway and then swoop back out towards the wall. Keeping it up on the wall, it's shown before that it scrubs a little bit of speed, so that might not be helping him down the straightaway, and might be seeing where a little bit of his fall off is coming from.
You know what else isn't going to help too? Remember that sunshine that stayed out for just 5 minutes, mind you? The track temperature went up 10 degrees or so from it. 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Check that's about 7-8 degrees. Regardless, much hotter, and you see the difference is about a 10th on track.
Yeah, and we've had this in the past where when the track starts getting hot and the track starts getting warm, you really have to watch yourself because this car changes a lot. Baden's talked about it a couple times before, staying up on your tools and knowing which direction that those tools need to go in. That's absolutely massive when it comes down to it, especially with the ever-changing track conditions. The last couple years, we've seen some guys get fallen out of this deal and locking themselves in due to that weather. It's just all up to a random draw.
White flag, Kyle may roll.
As Steven Rogers takes the white flag, finishes his third lap at a 46.768, which is 192.439, going in the wrong direction, but not a huge fall off, but definitely not what he was looking for.
Now, right now, he's currently towards the timing mark to be right above Chatelaine, but behind Corley. Terms the pylon, which will be outside the top 5 currently. Rogers only 198. Exiting the corner this time, a little bit loose once again. Well, he's starting to slip out throughout the corners, especially in the exit of turns 2 and 4. Hard charge off of turn 4 this time. Rogers looking to try and get a couple 100s of miles per hour higher. This time 200 at the stripe speed, but at 46.7. Enough his time with a 192.5525, which puts him towards the bottom of the board. Only ahead of Chatelaine and Mann so far. So Rogers now has wrapped up his time. That brings up the next driver up onto the circuit. It's Kyle May, who says hello. It comes to Kyle May. He resides from the state of Indiana and is one of the Elbows Up Simsport drivers, Billy.
Yeah, Kyle's kind of an honorary member for this event. He is runs a real sprint car around Indiana, ran his first Eldora race this past year. But Kyle's been a big supporter of the Fake 500 the last couple years, has not put it in the show yet, and really wanted to create himself sort of a technical alliance to get himself that extra speed to put himself into the show. So good warm up, that 46.683. So we're gonna have to see if he is. Oh, and Kyle May into the fence off of turn number 1 on his first lap. So this one is pretty much going to be a wash now.
Very rough speed at this point now, running around the racetrack. Only reached 185 as a result of that contact coming out of turn 2. May still has good pick-me-up into turn 3, but still, that's a few tenths alone lost right there, and that's going to really push him down to this mile per hour average. Outside of that, your thoughts on how May has performed with the practices in terms of working with him?
From everything that I've seen, as we're putting on the race, I've kind of stayed out of it for the most part. But talking with Kyle, he was pretty confident going into this week. He felt like this was his best shot to make the fake 500. And, right now it's pretty much he used these last couple laps as a test session as he's definitely not, where he needs to be speed-wise due to the little incident up there in turn 1. But use this as a test session and kind of learn and understand what your car is doing for track temp and give it a try later on in the day.
For reference, it was a 46.9 the first time around as a result of that contact. A 191.7 was the mile per hour speed to start May all over the racetrack again. Nearly washed up into the wall again. Still able to pick up some good speed down the straightaway, but it's a 46.7 from how much he just had to save that car, Baden.
Yeah, things a little skatey here on him. This big jump in track temp isn't helping either. But really, a 9.43 with that contact down there in the south end, that's not bad. The second lap here, not what he's wanting. Car seems to have okay speed, but just not quite what he's looking for here. He's running all right though, but not enough.
How much do clouds help, by the way? Remember we just mentioned it was 140 degrees Fahrenheit a couple qualifiers ago? It's back to 98. This weather will be a constant talking point, potentially throughout the day, as it's another 7 for May. Final time around for Kyle May in this qualifying run. And keep in mind, remember flashes of speed from him last year, Billy, in particular. You mentioned this potentially he feels could be his best shot. It might come down to a bump day run with how this could fare out qualifying time-wise, especially with that first lap, unfortunately for May.
Yeah, and last year he was kind of, like you said, he would show shades of brilliance, but it's putting it together for 4 laps, and that's something where he's talked about that he needed to improve on is being able to run those 4 laps and do it when the pressure's on. Doing 4 laps in practice, that's one thing. Doing it in qualifying setup and qualifying trim, with everybody watching and everybody's watching just you, it is a lot of pressure. Even from a race car driver like himself that runs in front of thousands of people every week, it's a different scenario with the sim world. It's pretty remarkable of how much the jitters get you going on these.
So for him, Kyle May currently 8th now on the board as a result of that time. The average speed of 192.1, which puts him ahead of Chatelaine and Mann. But Liam Brotherton now comes onto the racetrack. When it comes to Brotherton, he's with one of the organizations to watch for, Elliott Sadler. About a year and a half ago, started his own team. Started as a technical alliance that made its way to the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series for 2021 competition, becoming one of the first technical alliances to do so. And in turn, Brotherton has been one of the drivers trying to attempt to qualify into the Coke Series this season through the Contender Series route. He's now up. He starts off, though, with a 46.9, and remember, when it comes to these drivers from Elliott Sadler Esports and Lowline Racing who work a lot together, their expertise is the stock cars, Baden.
Yeah, but it really, I'd say any of the guys that are used to the stock cars on here do have, they have a good toolkit when they show up here just with how used they are to working on pavement cars and getting every last little bit of it that they can out of the car. I'd say that helps a ton, and that's big here. Also, great looking race car. If nothing else, fantastic looking race car.
I was just getting ready to say that. That's definitely one of my favorites that I've seen so far, the Club Jerky 25. But just to kind of piggyback off what Baden said, I think these guys that understand how these tire models work, and look at theirs, first lap 46.650. So do you go crazy on your out lap to try to build up speed, or are you saving your tire a little bit? Quite possibly not wearing that tire in right away, getting yourself set up for the last 4 laps. But and you do have to be careful too. We've had it over the last couple of years where you do have to get up to speed. And 46.707, so 192.690 miles an hour for Liam Brotherton. You got to get up to speed, but at the same time, there's always that little gray area within Indianapolis that throws its ugly head. But real quick, while he's finishing up lap number 3, just want to give a really big shout out to the production staff right now. They're working out some of the ticker issues right now, so we apologize for that. But they're doing every single thing that they can to get those going. And just huge thank you to the staff that's doing this for us. Stream looks amazing, and just kind of having a couple of growing pains here as Liam Brotherton takes the white flag with a 46.716 for a 192.653 miles an hour.
Solid run for Brotherton so far, and it's been amazing all the hard work being put in by the entire production crew when it comes to this event so far. The practices for the various recaps, but also a lot that's in the works throughout the next few days of coverage, all the way up to this year's Wicked Brands Fake 500. So Brotherton has now completed his run, just about. He is still running about on the racetrack. It's worth noting there is an air driver currently getting ready for their time. Brotherton just gets the checkered flag now on the racetrack. But the difference is, compared to where Brotherton's pit box is, another 46.7, 192.7 for Brotherton on the speed charts, puts him in a solid position inside the top 7. But the driver now you see on track, he's running a purple car. Yes, it's Aaron Roofs, who's driving from the state of Minnesota.
And Aaron's one of those guys that supported us, kind of like Kyle May, run the last 2 years and has just missed it. Last year was just on the cusp of getting into the show. And I remember vividly him saying in chat, he goes, I want to make this race more than anything else on the sim. Enjoys this race, and we like having Aaron around. He's a very cool dude and good supporter of the race, and he's going to give it all he's got here.
Green flag is now on the racetrack now for the 26 machine. The drivers next up in the chute, Dave Bodio, Michael Berthay, Andrew Winings, along with Christian Peterson. We also have in the chute Chris Gibault. Once those to keep an eye on in the next few minutes or so. Decent start for the 26 machine, carried 188 miles per hour coming out of the corner this time.
Yeah, and didn't crack 200 miles an hour on the back straightaway, so we might have a little bit of trimming work to do. And that car looks tight to me coming off the corner. It might have had a little bit of a lift more than he would like. But, looking at the track temp's back up to 102 degrees. Winds northeast out of 5 miles an hour. So the track is changing very, very rapidly throughout this qualifying session, and it seems to change every car. So a lot of variance in weather, but it's just going to be luck of the draw type of situation. Aaron may have a little bit more speed, or wasn't planning on the track temp to be that warm. Just kind of got a little bit of work to do here. I don't think he's going to be overly happy with that 47.0 to start off. But we'll see if he can get it down into the 46s here on lap number 2.
Right here, 188 coming out of turn 3. A huge slide up the racetrack once again. And eventually I think we might see the virtual pit crew say, okay, we have to start doing the rain dance. Instead of hoping for the rain, though, they hope for clouds. With how the temperatures have been swinging. Sun comes out in the 100s. Clouds come over back in the 90s. It's a 47 flat again for Roofs, meanwhile. Just now on his third qualifying lap here, trying to figure out if he can pick up a little bit more time. It'd still be a decent time, but it needs to be, as we've seen, if you want to be up at the top of the board, you need to be in the 5s or 6s for a majority of the laps.
Yeah, and this is... and unlike in years past, we've got an hour shorter qualifying, so we shouldn't have too big of a lull in between the final qualifier going out for the day in order, and with open qualifying opening up. But it's going to be a crapshoot. You've got to declare your time, withdraw your time, declare it, to make your run in open qualifying later on this afternoon to try to get yourself into the race. And it's luck of the draw of what that weather's going to be like. So those guys are going to be looking at that weather, figuring out exactly when they need to go out, where, and trying to time it perfectly to get that cloud cover, to get those lower track temps to pick up a little bit more speed. So Aaron's definitely not out of the woods yet. He's still got 2 more runs on the day. And again, it's I have a feeling that we're going to see a lot of drama later on this afternoon. Last year, we saw guys pulling their times with about an hour left to try to go out and crack the pole. Some guys it worked, some guys it took them back out of the field. We had guys that bumped their way in, bumped their way back out, and bumped their way back in. So, we remember the last year, the Bobby Rafferty incident, that 10th a gallon of fuel trying to save that did not work and just missed the fake 500 by a tiny, tiny margin. So this is going to be a very busy weekend as Aaron takes the checkered flag for his qualifying attempt.
His speed was a 191.2. That is currently in 10th position out of the 12 drivers who've taken times. There is one who is getting ready to get fully on the clock here. It's Dave Bodio. And he is amongst those who has also attempted races here in the past when it comes to the fake 500. In fact, he's one of those 12 veterans when it comes to this event. He's now coming down the front straightaway. How the speeds build up for his machine today.
Yeah, and he was a teammate to Bobby Rafferty last year. They brought on a couple more cars this year. So they really enjoyed themselves last year and last running of the fake 500. So they're going to be really, really...
You got the green flag here. You're green.
Really, really pushing it to try to make... try to get every car in that Jim Beaver Esports fistful of urban cars into the field this year. So good-looking cars.
Oh no. Dave Bodio has just disappeared. This is a technical issue. He may drop out of the server. Dave Bodio may have just had the worst luck of the day so far. He had the quickest warm-up lap of the session.
Here, looks like Dave's going to fall out.
Unbelievable for Dave Bodio.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. And that's one of those things, we may not have engines that explode. We may not have tires go down, but we do have server disconnects, power outages, same type of things as we have in real life. But that is absolutely heartbreaking for Dave Bodio.
We're going to wait for an official drop, if we call it.
Race Control will be waiting for the official confirmation from the server itself, where it will give a message once that driver is officially out of the session proper. And right now it's looking very close to that mark for Dave Bodio, who was looking very quick on his lap, despite it being the hottest track temp now of the session at 108 degrees Fahrenheit. Again, the drivers on deck behind him are Michael Berthay, Winings, Peterson, Gibbo, Clint Stone. The confirmation is in. Dave Bodio is not able to put into qualifying time.
Oh, that is absolutely gutting. And he's going to have to wait until the open qualifying session, which, again, might not be that unfortunate of a thing, depending on how the weather works out. But it's unfortunate that he doesn't get a lap time up on the board and at least have the option to not go out later in the day. Now your hand is pretty much forced to where that's exactly what you have to do, as Michael Berthay rolls onto the racing surface down the back straightaway. If you guys have ever been around the Indiana sprint car scene, Michael Berthay is a name you know. Gas City track champion. Gas City track champion. Kokomo, I believe Kokomo track champion. I could be wrong, but I know he's run Kokomo Gas City a lot throughout his career. Michael Berthay actually taught me a lot about driving race cars back in the late 90s, early 2000s. So
that'll be your one official warning.
Soft spot here for Berthay as he's getting warnings from Race Control about getting up to speed on the pace laps.
Well, that's because he was trying to run the 150s, and I think he may have taken some notes from some of the stock car guys maybe there. But again, if you play that game, you will be warned and have that potential possibility of not being able to continue the qualifying run. He has picked up the pace, though, towards a higher tempo for the warm-up lap, reaching nearly 200 miles per hour at the end of the corner.
And seeing actually in the Facebook chat, Dave Bodio iRacing had crashed. So major unfortunate there for Dave Bodio.
Pop-off valve.
Pop-off valve. Pop-off valve, unfortunate. But a good lap for Michael Berthet in the heat of the day. 46.636. Waiting on timing and scoring an update for the miles an hour. But good starting lap, though, for Michael Berthet.
That was on the warm-up, keep in mind. That is one of the more decent warm-up laps so far. The quickest on those warm-up laps has been a 4. And only getting a 199 down the backstretch. The wind is still facing the front stretch grandstands. Michael Berthet, amongst those that does have some potential backing with school sim racing, keep in mind. He has represented them at times throughout the year. Berthet, end of this lap coming about. A 7 to start. Not the greatest of first laps, Baden, right there. A 192.7 for him.
Yeah, not how you want to start your run here at all. The warm-up lap wasn't great. Not a great first lap, but it kind of depends on fall-off from here. You might be able to salvage something if you can stay consistent. We've seen some guys find a little bit more here mid-run. It just depends on what the car gives you.
The car currently is trying to ride right next to that white line. That blue machine. Having a bit of a lift this time, though. Went a little too low, maybe, Billy, to the point where he nearly went to the rumble strip.
Yeah, I think he maybe learned something from Tommy Brandon's run, where Tommy was a little bit higher up on the racetrack. Berthet's trying to get down as low as he possibly can and shorten that corner up. Corner through there looked really good. We might be seeing some issues with that wind, keeping the car from getting down there, as he's a little bit high off of turn 2 and had to lift a little bit, I thought I heard. As he's picking up speed down the back straightaway. So 46.743, so not a ton of fall off there on his last lap, 192.542 miles an hour. That's putting him provisionally right around the 8th or 9th mark. If he can keep this speed up. And remember, today we're locking in the top 18. So the top 18 locked into the show next Thursday night for the third running of the Wicked Brands Fake 500, presented by Wheeler Motorsports Consulting. Third lap, 46.719, so a little bit of a pickup over lap number 2, 192.641, putting him provisionally in 8th place, so right behind Liam Brotherton. So as long as he can finish this run out, he might be in pretty good shape.
Be that potential case right now at the tempo he continues to carry about here, looking to close out strong. Comes to this respective qualifying run. Again, the current average around the 192s, 192.6 as referred to. Be good enough for 8th position. 14th driver to take time, taking the checkered flag this time by. And we are hearing the run will be officially under review when it comes to Berthet as a result here. So the 4th lap complete. It's another 7 that unofficially puts him around Brotherton. So we'll see how the review comes into play in turn. Meanwhile, next driver on the racetrack is going to be Whining. Andrew Whining, specifically. Andrew looks to be also among those young guns and/or rookies coming in from Brookville, Ohio, Billy.
Yeah, Winings is one of those guys that he's cut his teeth around the sprint car scene as well. All over Ohio, working on race cars and learning the craft, and just another guy that really has followed this race for the last couple of years, but making his first attempt this year. So it's going to be interesting to see if Andrew can figure it out. I know he's been working with Kyle May and Jeffrey Stewart and those guys, trying to find some speed. So see what he's got. Really high going through turns 1 and 2 though. So that car not very happy. Looks to be super tight.
He's given up a lot of racetrack here. And just about everywhere.
Yeah, can't even get close to the bottom right now. Not even towards the wall. There is the potential of side forces from the wall, but still. Getting to 199 at the end of the straightaway, barely there, but still really struggling corner-wise. It seems like it's made to be good in the draft, potentially for a race situation, but not so much for the queue because he is having to lift a lot on these exits.
Yeah, he's given up so much getting into the corner where he's running about the middle of the racetrack down the straightaway. He's given up a whole lane up to the wall. That's not what you want to be doing at all.
Yeah, first lap 191.689 miles an hour on the speed charts. So not where he wants to be. If he can start getting it down on the racetrack, he might be picking up a little bit more speed, but 46.9, definitely not where you want to be. We've talked about it before, the magical number, that 46.5, 46 low 6. That's what you're going to be looking at to try to set yourself on the front row.
Winings goes on the second lap this time. Another bobble coming off the corner. Again, straight down the middle of the straightaway.
Yeah, it almost looks like that car is getting so tight. He's got to have so much wheel into it, turning off the corner. But again, a lot of that comes from your arc. This place is, the shape of it looks so easy to drive, but this is truthfully one of the hardest. And you could probably attest to this too, Justin, running some of the other cars on the sim. Indy is one of the hardest ovals to run due to the fact that all four corners are the same, but they all drive completely different based on how the wind is, track conditions, and things like that. So it's definitely not an easy track to conquer, but way outside there in turn number 4. So definitely not where he wants to be. That car is just looking extremely tight for Winings as he's just trying to hold on and finish up this qualifying run.
Third lap for him. Just about same ballpark as his last lap, a 46.981 this time. Expecting this to be the fourth lap here. Now for Winings is a huge lift in the middle of his fourth lap. And to get to that point when it comes to the racetrack, keep in mind, while the corners may look the same, the way you attack them can be different from corner to corner too. When it comes to a race situation, depending on the car as well. And it's also to where you push too hard in the corners, you're tearing the tires apart and or slamming the short chute wall. Winings, meanwhile, looking to try and complete his run. The clouds again say hello to the racetrack. Winings says goodbye to his qualifying run. Another 46.9. Put his speed around the 191 mile per hour mark, 191.6 specifically. That speed will put him currently, out of the drivers who completed their runs, third lowest. Currently, in general, 11th in the session. But there's already the next driver up to speed, and he's someone you need to also watch out for. Remember last year, it's Christian Peterson.
And that thing looks really good down on the bottom of the racetrack. Not too stuck to where it's pushing out, but he's just got good drive through the center of the corner, 188 off the corner, but already into the 190s coming down the straightaway. So very fast car, it looks like, so far for Christian Peterson.
And when it comes to this respective group, been a lot of shuffling since the last run. 50 Altus Esports backing for Christian Peterson is amongst those who also just so happens to run with Seth DeMerchant and company. He's also well regarded for the short track speed he showcased several times, performed well in the Cars Esports Tour. This time he'll start his qualifying run, the warm-up, one of the quickest of the day, a 46.5 on the warm-up lap.
Yeah, and working with DeMerchant and Blackford, those guys, DeMerchant came in, was a late entry last year, and ended up winning the race, showed incredible speed throughout, and had great qualifying pace. Brian Blackford, last year's pole sitter. So it definitely has a good setup on that, and a good crew of guys behind him that are helping put the super tune on that thing. So we're going to have to see what his first lap is, because that 46.5 on his warm-up lap is pretty blistering. So it's going to be a matter, though, is he chewing the tires off the thing and he's going to fall off? We'll just have to see here in about 5 seconds when he crosses the line to complete lap number 1.
Keep in mind, he's also one of those in the Contender Series competition. How about a 46.573 to start, a 193.2? That is amongst the top 3 quickest first laps of the session so far. And this is while the track temperature is dipping back down for the number 29 machine's qualifying run. That lap, 3rd fastest in general on the board.
Yeah, this is, again, you know, we're going to talk about weather a lot. We talk about it every single run of these, that weather is one of the biggest factors in keeping the car smooth, keeping the car right, and having those setups for what to do and knowing what to do when to change the car for those qualifying runs that the track temps might not be ideal. But yeah, pretty decent size fall off there, 46.62. 193.050 miles an hour. So he had quite a bit of fall off. But right now, still tracking pole speed right now. So it's going to be an interesting last 2 laps here to see if he can pull off the pole position provisionally, taking away from Kyle up there.
He's now the 3rd driver to stay in the 193 mile per hour mark on lap 2 of the session. Peterson keep up this tempo. Coming across this time, the number 29 machine. So far, only 1 driver has stayed in the 193 mile per hour range on the 3rd time. He does not join that club. However, it is the quickest lap 3 now in terms of the 192 mile per hour bracket. 2nd quickest general, 46.664. This could be at the very least top 3. As he's struggling down the stretch, he's out of fuel. Peterson's out of fuel.
Oh no. Oh no. So we just went from he was provisionally getting ready to set himself on the pole, as his average was a 193.082, which would have put him on the pole. All he had to do was back it up one more time, but runs out of fuel down the backstretch. Unfortunate turn of circumstances for Christian Peterson, but now up and on the clock, getting his warm-up last, Chris Jabot. So we'll have to see what he can do in that all-black car.
All being heard from that 29 car right now, silence. Absolutely unbelievable. ACP showed, and now have to be amongst those. Open side of queue.
The attempt conducted by Michael Birthday has been reviewed. The lap has
Ebo
been disqualified.
now going, and there is a disqualification coming in.
Car slowed down 30 miles an
Remember
hour
that situation when it came to Birthday? He's now done. He's disqualified for the run for that slow speed on the outlap. Baden, that's the risk you come into play with.
Yeah, you play those games, and that's a chance you take. But we just saw that, and then we saw the gamble for Peterson there. Neither of them have played out, so it's the games you play here.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate circumstance, and looks like Mike might be taking a little bit of a cool off. As I see, he's manually left the racetrack. Unfortunate for Michael, as he was extremely fast. But again, you know, the rule book for this race is pretty extensive. It's definitely listed in the rules. Hopefully he comes back later on this afternoon, and hopefully he can get back in there today and run this afternoon.
And it's Ebo, who is currently on the clock now from Madison, Wisconsin. He represents Goon Motorsports. Now one of the drivers who are newer to this type of event. Only 194 miles per hour at the stripe to start. The slowest first lap time of the day so far. A 47.9, that's a 187. No one else has been in that mark all race and all day so far when it comes to pole day.
Yeah, and just kind of going back through some chat, actually, Blackford and Seth the Merchant haven't been working together this year yet. So,
if anything, I believe he's working with the low-line camp to find.
Yeah, so definitely a shakeup here as silly season for Indy is coming to play. As the Twitch chat's kind of going a little nuts right now with the unfortunate disqualification of or dismissal of time, we should say, of Michael Berthet. So Chris Jabot, 47.960 on his first lap, 187.668. So definitely not where he needs to be. That's not going to be fast enough to put himself into the show, unfortunately. So he's going to have a little bit of work to do, or actually a lot of bit of work to do. Need some of those speed bits. Need some of those speed bits put on the car to make sure he can get going a little bit faster to lock himself into the fake 500.
So where do you find the speed bits is the question. Which paddock?
I would say you really, at this point, you've got to start using all of your resources. We've seen it in real life when guys are off the pace. You got to start going to some other teams and, maybe not asking for exactly what's on their car, but having them take a peek at yours, give you some input, figure out, really how to gain speed and get yourself up to speed. That's going to be the main thing. But at this point, you've had a week long of practice, was it 12 hours of practice this week, potentially, that you could have done. And it's very hard because, again, you get stuck in the trap of, well, I'm running 46 2s, 46 1s in the draft. How much is the draft actually worth? We've seen speeds down in the up in the 197s in practice with the draft. So the draft is huge in these cars. And it might have caught Chris just out a little bit as he's coming to his checkered flag run, 47.965 for an average of 187.664. That puts him currently P17. Or actually, I'm sorry, P13 on the board.
Casey Miller.
That's the last of the drivers who have taken a time and completed the run, keep in mind. Can't confirm with CP not completing the fourth lap. The average is in 144 mile per hour range. So CP in dangerous position as well. Keep in mind, when it comes to Chris and his respective side, they're more so known for their stock car attempts. But now up to attempt a qualified run. This time up on the racetrack, and you're seeing zipping around the racetrack in particular right now is Brandon Wright. So Clint Stone has not made his respective slot in turn. Wright, meanwhile, is amongst those who resides from Iowa. He is also a part of the Slip Angle Motorsports camp. That is the camp, remember, for Brian Blackford this season that he's representing with the resurgence and regathering of Slip Angle.
And ironically, Brian was the first one to we call it the Brian Blackford rule, Blackford Gate, Fuel 2.0 Gate, was one of the first ones to get his time disallowed for not getting up to speed in the quick manner. So, Brian knows full well exactly how much fuel it takes to get around this racetrack when you're getting up to speed. So I'm sure he's got a good super tune on Brandon Wright's car here. That thing looks really sporty through the corners. Doesn't look uncomfortable at all. Not a push, not a breathe of throttle. Great straightaway speed, it looks like. Almost 200 miles an hour as he crosses the Art of Bricks.
And keep in mind, it's a name that if you go back to the middle of last decade, he is someone that has raced with Slip Angle for a long time. His Twitter, though, he has not used all too much over the past half a decade since then, for the most part. He does also bring a significant sponsorship you see on that race car. That is, yes, you've seen that right, that is Freight Auctions that he's bringing aboard, who's known for sponsoring stuff in the NASCAR scene, too.
Yeah, which is good that we're getting more, corporate level sponsorship to come to this event and coming to iRacing in general. I've been touting it for the last couple years that iRacing is, if you're really wanting to get your brand out there and you can get associated with a good team, a top team that represents your brand well, there's a lot of televised races, a lot of broadcasted races. I mean, Justin, you do sometimes 2 or 3 broadcast races a day. So there's a lot of iRacing to go around, and these corporate sponsors that are coming in that makes things a lot more realistic, a lot more fun. But it also helps out these guys a lot too. This equipment's not cheap, so it's just it's a matter of having a good team that understands how sponsorships work, keep those people happy, and just like in a real car. But he's coming around for his third lap. Second lap was a 192.595. not probably what he was looking for. 46.722 for his penultimate lap. We'll forget the average speed.
His average is good in terms of the laps themselves. They're staying within the 7s, but right now, the speed itself would only be good around the middle of the pack in terms of the qualifying time set currently. This will be right in the wheelhouse of Steven Rogers if this time sticks around that range. Right, coming around for the 4th and final time. Clouds back over the racetrack yet again. Most of quality qualifying session. Right, finish things out in terms of this session. He is one of the drivers based out of Indiana as well. B-Dub across the stripe. It's another 7. All of them within a couple and hundreds of one another. So the average itself, cycle itself around the 192.5, it appears, for Brandon Wright and his respective qualifying. Again, a 46.739. Close out his respective run there. A decent overall session for Brandon Wright, it appears, coming through into play when it comes to these respective times that were all in the same ballpark as now he finishes off that qualifying.
Yeah, and Casey Miller now out on the racetrack. He is the Pretend Racing Online sprint car champion this year. They run different leagues on Tuesday nights with some of the dirt cars, and he was their series champion. I've raced in that a couple times myself this year. Casey, heck of a driver. Doesn't run a lot of pavement. He's tweeted out a few times. Not really sure I know what I'm doing here, and might have bit off more than I can chew. But he's definitely going to be out there giving it a shot. Always has the flames on the side of the car. So good looking 05 for him as he rolls off a turn number 2, 47.9 on his warm up lap. Not what he was looking for, but we've seen a lot of pickup on that first actual green flag lap. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
Keep in mind, you recognize the pattern a little bit with that. He is expecting backing, it appears, when it comes to this event from Extra Life, who, if you remember, that name is a big part of some of the charity events when it comes to some of the virtual and video game charity drives that several players do. It's become a big part of the virtual scene when it comes to charity. A 47.8 this time. Your thoughts on that, Baden?
That's nowhere near enough. That's the kind of lap that you just wave the run, truth be told. That's nowhere near enough. That car is just way too stuck.
And again, I think that goes back to, what we were talking about is getting the understanding of these cars. A lot of the guys coming from the sprint car world, you don't really think about toe. You don't think about we think about stagger in terms of we think about stagger in terms of half inch, inch and a half. These we're talking about a tiny, minuscule amount. Air pressures mean a lot. It's just a whole different world. But 47.937, so going the wrong way. That's going to be in the 187 still. Should, but definitely not what he's looking for. 187.746. So Casey's going to have to really pick it up here big time as we really technically have kind of officially with 3 cars that have spun starting the bumping process. Currently, Michael Berthay's time disallowed. So Casey Miller would be the theoretical 18th car to go out and qualify today.
Again, for those just tuning in, you're currently watching Wicked Brands Fake 500 Apex Autosport Pull Day, presented by Wheeler Motorsports Consulting Action. Currently, it is the first qualifier of the day, and Kyle O'Danick, who is at the top of the board still. Henry Bennett, Jeremy Wagle, followed by Thomas Brandon, Aiden Beerline. The current top 5 with several heavy hitters expected later on in the order. Miller is now approaching his final lap around on it, in fact, with a 47.8 this time by. And like Miller will have to go to the open qualifying side to try and improve his time, as this will not get him above many of the drivers, it looks here. Only 189 through the short shoot this time, down to 183 miles per hour. The 05 machine. Checkered flag this time for Casey Miller. His qualifying comes to a close this time. 05, another 47.8. It is a 187.9, the average. That is better than Chris Gibault's time, but lower than Aaron Roof's. It's also higher than Chatelain's. So the first driver has now been bumped. That is Berthet after his DQ. The next driver up, curious on the opinions of this one. It is Timothy Trowbridge in the 23, who has now hit the racetrack. He was a part of the Wheeler Motorsports camp from Chesterton, Indiana. Billy.
Yeah, Wheeler, Chris Wheeler, got a couple businesses. We'll see him tomorrow for Carbon Bump Day tomorrow. But he is kind of going pretty deep with the iRacing stuff. He built himself a team this year with Trowbridge, Hergot, and a couple others. Hergot missed a slot earlier in the day. I know some of these guys with work commitments and things like that. But it's going to be interesting to see if they've got what kind of speed they have. It's not looking too awful bad. 47.099 for a warm-up lap. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Within the within this first lap. This will be pretty telling, to see if he's even remotely into the ballpark. 188 off the corner, so not too bad. We've definitely seen worse. I would expect him, maybe not a lock in today, but he definitely looks like he's got some speed here.
Here's the thing to consider, though. If you recognize the last name, it just so happens that the person with said last name has a lot of experience in the IndyCar world. How about experience as a data engineer when it comes to Tim?
Yeah, that's the cool thing about this event, is it's gotten some guys that have come in from the engineering side of the real life. 46.841. Not really what he was looking for, but that's a pretty respectable time. That's 9th quick, or 10th quick, excuse me, so far. 192.139 miles an hour. So good job so far for Timothy there. So as we've got more guys coming into the fray here, but yeah, it's good to see the IndyCar engineers coming over to see what they can figure out with this thing, see how close it is to the things that they do for those extra speed bits in Indianapolis in real life, if they can somewhat transfer over to here.
Work concludes with Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. He's been increasing the amount of sim racing events he's also been running as well, in multiple different types of disciplines, including stock cars too, of late. 46.9 his second time around. That's a 191.8. So the speed currently in a decent ballpark to start things off. Not as high as some of the others, but it is still in the range to be at the cusp of the top 10 if you can pick up an extra tiny bit of speed with Jaden.
Yeah, it's just, let's see, I haven't checked the track conditions here in a little bit. The track is still up.
102. It was at 108, remember?
Yeah, we had got up at one point. The track had climbed about 12 degrees from where we had started the session. Still just a little bit warmer right now. Ambient temps about the same. That car's probably just a little too conservative.
This time around, an error of 46.9. And curious on this, Billy, real quick, with this final lap underway, your thoughts on the difficulties of, say, trying to start up a team and be able to immediately try and make an impact at the highest levels in big major events such as this one?
It's extremely tough. I think a lot of, it's necessarily not about finding the fastest guys. It's about finding some of the smartest guys that can actually work together. And he gets into the grass a little bit there, so that's going to be a big shunt to his speed. But it doesn't really look like he lost too much, so that's a heck of a save there for Trowbridge.
Take the track. Adam Plunkett, Mitchell Hunt, Scott King are in the chute. But
this is going to be a 46.904, even with that little bit of mistake. So that's actually his second fastest lap. It's gonna be interesting to see where that puts him on the timing sheet. But building a team in iRacing is extremely tough. Like I said before, we've got a team that we run the Mortal Outlaw Pro Series with, and we've got 4 guys in it. We've had 6 in the past, 3 in the past. We've had guys in it always, but it's hard to find those guys that work well together and to come into this deal pretty fresh. It's very hard because this is one of the harder events to get into. I think personally on the iRacing service, because a lot of these qualifying deals are fixed setup that a lot of people run, and not taking anything away from those, but these you really have to put in a lot of work, setup work and driving. So it's definitely going to be a tough road for Trowbridge, but currently in 11th. He ended up with a 191.906 miles an hour average speed. So that currently puts him in 11th right now. So he's currently in the show. But Parker Price Miller, the law firm out on the racetrack now, World of Outlaw winner, multiple time sprint car winner, all around good dude, and wishing him the best. He was unfortunately diagnosed with lymphoma earlier this year, and going through that process, but still finds time to get his competitive spirit going while he's still racing sprint cars and midgets and running the fake 500 as he's coming around for his warm-up lap.
We'll take the green flag this time. The warm-up lap, pretty solid at 46.8.
Yeah,
straight line speed, trying to get towards that mark. Had to lift though in turn 1 to start the run, Billy.
Yeah, not what he was wanting there, but again, track temp's a little bit higher than what it was thought of, or maybe what they thought it was going to be. But he is making some hay on the backstretch, not as much straightaway speed, excuse me. But the car looks pretty good throughout the corners, so he's going to give it all he's got to, and hopefully he doesn't have to lift through the rest of the run. But we'll see what that lift cost him. As that car looks very, very stable down the straightaway, off the corner down the straightaway.
Y'all noticing something, though? This time comes around for 46.8. If we can get a head-on shot of the car, is it just me, Bader, or is that thing crab walking?
It almost kind of looks like it is, yes. Let's see when he comes down the backstretch. I believe it is a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, look at that. It's currently skewed out to the right. That's not normal.
No, they've done something here. Doesn't look like it's paid off a lot for speed, but that is definitely a good note there, Justin.
I'm curious how this plays out the rest of this run now with that. Another solid lift coming out of the corner to stay around the 187 mark. He's picking up decent speed down the straight, but only capping out 199 in R9.
Yeah, it's got to be, there's got to be something going on with that thing being askew, but it might help it through the corner some, but it's definitely going to be scrubbing speed down the straightaway, which is exactly what we're seeing. 188 coming off the corner and slowly creeping up. See if he can get to 200 miles an hour. 191.856 last time around. Not what he was looking for, but that's going to still put him respectably close in the show right now, but still quite a few guys to go out qualify. A lot of big hitters to come out later on this afternoon.
The only thing I can think of in terms of comparison, in terms of recent years for something like that would be
white flag,
some of the setups you see for a Talladega, for example, in the NASCAR stock cars in particular, where, remember the Storehouse Racing for some that ran away from the whole field by having it so skewed out in a similar manner. But the thing is, this is not a NASCAR Gen 6 car. This is a Lotus 79. A lot is different there, as it was an R9, by the way, at the stripe. Hate it.
Yeah, I would say with the stock car, you're going to help. In theory, I would believe you'd help get a little bit of air off the spoiler with that skew, trim the car out a little bit, essentially that way, and help it carry itself through the corner. Here, that's not as big of a deal. It doesn't look like it's paying off for speed, through speed told.
This time by another 9, and the speed is indeed in at a 191.8. Good enough in terms of his time for a 12th place run. The next driver up on the racetrack looking to try and top that and then some is Scott King. Of note, Adam Plunkett, Mitchell Hunt have both been unable to make their scheduled time slots. Hayden, you were saying though.
Yeah, it looked like that car, it looked like it was skewed the wrong direction as well for helping that thing carry itself through the corner. I believe it skewed the wrong way.
How do you try and get that to work in terms of how you skew that out without it, making it impossible to turn, bottoming the car out the second you try and enter the corner and have to lift off the gas. How do you try and manage that?
Well, they've done something. They've done something with the car here. I'm gonna try to sit here and think about it because I want to find out now. But there's no, you can't adjust the toe links independently on this car for some reason. They won't let you. So they've done something with the car to make it do that. Not 100% sure what. If you could adjust the toe links on the car independently, I'm sure we'd see a lot more rear steer throughout this entire field.
Let's talk about Scott King, meanwhile. He's now on the clock, by the way. Comes to Scott King. That was the 11th quickest time overall in session set by the warm-up lap there for him. He represents Scott King Design from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, being backed by a couple different dirt broadcasters when it comes to the sim coming into this one, Billy.
Yeah, he is. Scott's a big supporter, and you see on the side of the car, DSRL, he's a big supporter of that series. They run Monday nights, wing sprint cars. He's kind of the head of, they've got kind of a starter program for guys that aren't necessarily ready to run with the pro level talent. Just on a, not that they can't do it, but just new to the sim. And also with them running Monday nights with Wing 360s, a fixed and open series. So Scott's been getting better and better with sprint cars. Works actually a lot with Austin Semmelman on the World of Outlaw Pro Series on the sprint car side. So here he's making his first attempt. I know he was pretty excited about doing it. Roger Wagner, thank you for the ketchup. He sent me a little care package of Whataburger spicy ketchup the other day, so that was pretty cool to see. Well, oh, no. This is a different one. Spicy Ketchup Day, we're not sure who it is still. But I know Roger Wagner was the one that sent me a couple of bottles, so that's I do appreciate that. Those will be gone in like 4 days. But Scott King actually pretty darn respectable here. 46.718 for a first lap, 46.788 for a second lap. Average speeds of 192.6 and 192.357. So solid qualifying effort for Mr. King. He's sitting in pretty good shape right now. Honestly, kind of shocked. Came in fairly late, hasn't had a ton of practice time in official sessions that we've had up, but he's been putting in the work, man. He's definitely getting after it.
Maybe he didn't want to showcase the speed bits too early. As
white flag.
worth noting, a lot of progress now going towards the direction for the ticker. Again, we apologize for the difficulties that our production team is working very hard. We make sure that for the rest of this event. A lot of work is being done behind the scenes when it comes to this production. In terms of the action, again, thank you to all the hard work by the team being led today by Chris Owens and company on that progress. Scott King, by the way, at 46.7 last time by. He has stayed in the 7s as well. This is around that 192.5 mark. When it comes to these respective times, again, he'll join what would be essentially a trio now of 5s. The 192 mile per hour bracket with Wright and Rogers. This time around, another 7. That puts him essentially at the edge of the top 10.
That's a heck of a 4 laps for Scott King. That's a heck of a run. I'm pretty proud of him. So good job, Scott. That was a nice run there. That's a good way to get the day started.
Next driver up on the racetrack, meanwhile. Are one of the newcomers to this event trying to qualify for the first time from Greenville, Wisconsin. This is Matthew Erdman, and he represents Busted Insert Racing. It's going to be interesting to see how this driver performs here with this one.
I also like that car. It's got an old school vibe to it. Baden jives with me on the old school vibes. This one definitely fits the bill.
Yeah, this looks right.
It's period correct. Big fan. Big fan. So Matthew Erdman, 47.5 on his warm-up lap. Not what he's looking for. Going to definitely have to pick up the pace quite a bit here to get himself into contention for the big show. The bumping process, I would say, for guys that have completed a 4-lap average have officially started. Chris Jabot sitting 18th currently overall. Christian Peterson was just bumped from the field by Scott King currently. So Bumping has begun.
Yes, indeed it has. And keep in mind, when it comes to Erdman, he does have a bit of a background when it comes to the dirt side. Or if you remember Dirt Car Esports in their action. By the way, keep an eye on that in the next couple days for the night before 500, hint, hint. He's known for some of the starts in that respective side. He's also made it into the money paint positions for that series at times as well. Time, by the way, was one of the best first laps of the session. Check that by a second, 47.5.
I did the same exact thing. I saw that 5 pop up and went, oh boy, we got ourselves a pole run here. But he's going to have to figure out a full second way down on the speed down the straightaways. So just kind of got to trim that car out some more and try to find some more speed. You're going to have to find it pretty quick because this is definitely not going to cut it. But kind of a segue into... and we got word from Race Control. So Peterson Camp misunderstood, did not run out of fuel. There was a misunderstanding. Worked out. He had one lap. He thought that his warm-up lap was his green flag lap. So that's an unfortunate piece as he was sitting. That was a pole speed run. So he definitely has pole speed. So I would expect for him to see having a track, a track temperature number as the cloud cover looks like it's really coming over the racetrack now, at least down at the south end of the racetrack.
White flag.
So it's going to be the open session of qualifying. It's going to be pretty hectic, I think, this afternoon. So looking forward to it. And as Matthew Erdman finishing up. But as you spoke about the Dirt Car Esports deal, huge thanks to them. They came on board with us. Came on board with us. Interestingly put, night before the 500, it's going to be on Dirt Vision, folks. We're on Dirt Vision.
Yes, indeed.
So honestly, it's going to be pretty interesting because myself and Baden usually work in that along with you. You're going to be in your own little virtual world there with Chase Roudman running, doing the work for that with Dirt Vision on production. So I can't wait to see it. Be able to help Zander do some race control things and work with those guys. See it from a totally different perspective. So probably stop in and say hello every now and then. But looks like we got some action going on in the Twitch chat.
I think Brian's going to have to verify this to the point where TJ's going to have to come up directly to this because he is claiming TJ Majors wants to now buy a ride. And remember, in past years, that was a thing, Bill. Talk us through that process.
So, when Baden and myself and Zane was coming along with this project, is Daryl Weininger out there in the old spin and win car. So nice retrofit there. But as we were talking about this and brainstorming things and wanting this to be the most realistic thing ever, we've seen guys that have literally got out of an airport, out of a airplane, so to speak, and hurried up and got to the speedway to go bump yourself into the field for ride buying. We do have that element in here. There's a limit on what they can spend to get into the field to buy their way in. You have to make an attempt either on pole day or bump day, so you have to buy a spot from somebody that might not, if you're sitting down there at the bottom of the field and you can't find the speed in that day, it might be in your best interest to sell that spot to a guy like TJ Majors, who has had 2 attempts into the field this year, who has made the race 2 times and has shown incredible speed each time. So it's an added element. We usually don't see it before bump day or before race day or before pole day is over, as I should say. But that's up to Zane on Race Control to see how the ride buying process is going to work. So we're gonna have to see. But things are already getting hectic in the third running of the Wicked Brands Fake 500. And we're not even halfway done with first round of qualifying yet. So things are going to get real wild the rest of the day.
Into iRacing. Vernon, by the way, for reference, qualified in 17th provisionally. Then you have Weininger, I should say, currently on the racetrack. He is currently in the 46.8 bracket after the first lap. 192 on the mile per hour speed for him. He is another Indiana native and represents Straightaway Garage, and that is the same group that Dave Bodio that he wants those potential representation as well for this event this year. So the number 3 car continue to roll on forward for his qualifying amidst of all the clouds.
Pretty solid lap number 2, 46.832. You know, not exactly the speed you're wanting, but really at this point that's still an ultra competitive speed. 192.1, that currently will put you right around that 11-12 mark. You know, putting yourself in the field as Casey Miller currently sits on the 18th spot bubble to get bumped from the locked in field. So Darrell on a pretty good set of laps here, getting ready to finish up lap number 3.
This time around, we'll see how the speed fares out. The track temperature is back to its lowest point. We started at 98 degrees Fahrenheit. That time it was another 8. Temperatures may be helping a little bit for this run. He is losing a lot more speed compared to some in the corners. Keep in mind, below the 189 mile per hour threshold that has been top driver speeds. That time reached as low as 186. In the chute, by the way, coming up on the deck, once those Thomas Gould, along with Daniel Menzies. Then keep an eye on Eric J. Smith, Nick Cohan, and Hank Silver, who are amongst the next 5 in the chute after this time completes itself. So now it's Weininger coming across the stripe, currently in the 192.1 average mark. 199 at the stripe, another 8. That should set him into a decent time, currently inside the top 18. 192.1 is the average, puts him currently in 11th. That brings up Gould now onto the racetrack. And Thomas Gould, it'll be interesting how this 37 car in session plays out this respective lap time. He is from the state of Oregon, and he's another Wheeler Motorsports driver. Billy.
Yeah, this is I don't know a lot about Thomas Gould. I do know his rookie attempt into the race, so it's going to be, you know, with Wheeler Motorsports. I know they're all sitting. Wheeler just texted me and said that they were all sitting in Discord trying to get things going, trying to find some speed. 46.9 on his warm-up lap, so not too bad for the second guy out from the Wheeler Motorsports program. So just gonna have to see if he can pick up the pace. As long as he can, if he can run some 7s and some 8s, he should be in pretty good shape. But again, you know, the longer we go, the tighter the field gets. That field is incredibly tight from 10th on back. So Thomas has a lot of work to do, but Wheeler Motorsports guys, they got a lot of IndyCar engineers. Wheeler's a spotter on the IndyCar series and works with those guys hand in hand. Used to be with Bell Helmets, so yeah, just a fantastic day for them. I know they're having a good time. Wheeler's getting his rig set up now as we speak. 46.831, 192.180. Not a terrible time. That's putting him in that 12 to 13 range if he can keep those speeds up.
You know, Billy, I cannot believe that his last name is not down the side of this car in red, white, and blue.
First lap here. Second lap.
Huh?
Billy, think about it.
Oh, yeah, the Gould car.
Late
70s, Gould was a big sponsorship on a lot of Indy cars. So the name has a lot of good heritage with the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So pretty cool to see. I believe he's out of Oregon.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is, and he does have experience in terms of the racing scene. He has worked as a mechanic for some teams and has interned for others. Amongst them, with some of the experience, look at a Instagram account that he had recently used a few years ago. He worked with drivers such as Jordan Anderson when it was still the 66 truck. So a 46.8 last time by. Time's also looking very consistent for Thomas right now in this machine, it seems.
Yeah, it seems like the longer we've gone, the more consistent the runs seem to be getting. Yeah, an 83 and then an 80, backing up with an 85. So a little bit slower, but again, it looks like on the screen, the cloud cover back at the south end of the racetrack is coming into play a little bit, as you can see the sun kind of coming out down the front straightaway.
White flag, next car,
As he
next
takes
car.
the white flag, 46.847. So a little bit quicker on his third lap. We're kind of almost seeing a trend of a lot more fall off on lap 2, and then they pick it back up in lap 3. 192.114 miles an hour for an average so far of 192.123 miles per hour. Not too bad. That's going to lock him into the field. It looks like it's bumping Kyle May and Trowbridge down the qualifying listing a little bit here. Just have to see how lap 4 finishes up here to find out where it's going to place him, and probably, depending on how the afternoon shapes up weather-wise, we might be seeing him later on this afternoon.
Right now, this time, looking pretty interesting where this is going to play out. Keep in mind, Matthew Erdman is on the bubble. This will bump him on down. Thomas Gould, 192.1 range. Past couple qualifiers around that mark have been able to get around 11th through 13th. He now peels off the racetrack. Here's the thing, though, with this next car. Daniel Menzies hit the wall coming out of the pit lane in turn 3. So he's off to a horrific start to this run already. This is his warm-up.
Yeah, and the right front wing seems like it might be down a little bit, but speed doesn't look like it's too far down. 197, blipped 198 once at the end of the straightaway. But that car looks incredibly stuck. But might have some aero damage, though. We saw that a couple years ago with guys hitting cones coming off the access road onto the backstretch. As Daniel takes the green.
Hank Silver in the chute.
Daniel is based out of Richmond, Virginia, by the way, but the speeds after that contact, Baden, not looking too great. Only 187 to the short chute entry that time. Misses the bottom this time. Running in the 184 mile per hour bracket this time off the exit.
I'm not sure if that has as much to do with that little bit of contact as it does the car just being so stuck. It looks like this race car it's got a little bit of speed, but just not quite enough. It's like they're not walking the edge enough. They got some more room to get some more speed out of it. You just got to find it.
They need to bump it on up from his warm-up lap, which was in the 47-second bracket. Keep in mind, he only joined iRacing this summer in July, so he is a newcomer to the service. July 1st, he joined the platform. Only 43 official starts coming into this event. 47-1 was the first time, 191 miles per hour. Nothing like entering the deep end when it comes to special events.
Yeah. If you're gonna jump in with both feet all at once. This is definitely trial by fire. The first year we did this, we saw a lot of guys that nobody knew what they were. There had, and to my knowledge, never been an open setup Indianapolis 500 style type race where the Lotus has been ran around India in a fixed setup fashion, but not with the open sets. So a lot of guys really weren't in the know. There was a few guys that found some speed early, and it's just kind of progressed from there to the speeds that we're seeing today. But 47.021, not a bad lap. 191.403 miles an hour. That's going to provisionally put him into the field, but not very safe. It's going to be around the 17-18 mark for Daniel. So really, though, truthfully, to be in this caliber of field and only being on the sim for that few months, it's a pretty tall order. So good job to Daniel for coming out and playing the attempt to get this thing going.
White flag.
White flag this time around for Daniel, meanwhile. An hour 47 flat. Right now, looking in the 191 range. If this keeps on going the rate it's going, keep in mind the drivers in the chute: Eric J. Smith, Nick Cohan, Hank Silver, Tyson Landis, Also have Wade Fields also in that grouping. So we start heading towards the meat and potatoes, some of the veterans for the event, as well as some of the veterans in oval racing when it comes to the action. Daniel Menzies coming across the stripe this time by his qualifying run. This time currently is on pace to knock Chatelaine out of the top 18, but only just another 47 flat. His time is a 191.2. That in turn puts him only 2 spots ahead of the cutoff.
Yeah, not what he was wanting there, but as Old Calhoun rolls out onto the racetrack, Eric J. Smith with a gorgeous-looking retro Parnelli scheme. Big fan. That's definitely one of my favorite schemes we've seen so far for Eric J. Smith.
Eric J. Smith, remember, won at Auto Club Speedway, an eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series competition. He now works today for Trackhouse Racing. He still does work on the sim with Lowline Racing as well. He looks to put himself into the show decently. We've seen, though, when it comes to the pace from his technical alliance mates, they are currently around 10th. He's grazed the wall, though, it looked like, just a touch bit with the right rear tire.
Yeah, that was very close. That's using up all the racetrack, which really you have to. That little bit you gain by letting the car kind of almost float and not scrubbing off too much speed can help you a little bit down the straightaway. These straightaways so long here that it does make a difference. But a 47.150 for his warm-up lap. We'll see what he does here. And it looks like he almost got in the fence again coming off of turn 4.
Your second lap here.
So off and away across the stripe now, this time by 46.7. A decent first lap, and this is with the cloud cover, shuffling those temperatures a little bit more. That's a 192.6 to begin his time on the clock. By the way, you mentioned, the support Scott King gives with Austin Settleman. Austin Settleman's responded to that in his time. Did someone let Scott King qualify the 2021 IndyCar?
That is, again, I'm still, my surprise of the day is still Scott King.
Yeah.
You know, he's been very impressive with the sprint car stuff and always getting better. He's one of those guys that you like to see on the sim that's been working very hard to get better and aligning himself with, you know, guys like Semmelman. That Semmelman's one of the top dirt guys on the sim, so not really too much better to learn from. But Eric J. Smith, 46.676, so he's gone faster on his second lap, where we've seen a lot of fall off before. This is a pretty impressive run. Not pole speed, but this could be a run that locks him into the program as he's getting ready to come and take the white flag this time by. If he can pick it up here like he has the last 2 laps, this is going to be a pretty good run if he can creep into the 193s. 46.7, so down a little bit, but about his speed for the first lap. 192.517 miles an hour puts him at 192.668 currently. So very respectable time. That's currently putting him in P8. If he can finish it off with that same lap time or a little bit better.
Liking the time still. 199 at the end of the straightaway for Eric J. Smith. This time the wind has stayed stagnant, keep in mind, around that turn 1/front straightaway facing section in terms of the wind. No major crosswinds outside of one qualifier, and the one qualifier snapped about. Eric J. Smith takes the checkered flag, another 7, 46.7 specifically. That puts him in the 192.6 range. A little bit quicker than some of his technical alliance mates, to the point where he is now in the 8th position, right along Liam Brotherton's time, right ahead of Brandon Wright. That knocks Aaron Roofs out of the bubble. Hank Silver is now on the racetrack in turn. And number 85 machine Hank Silver known for a lot of work, Billy. Let's put it that way.
Hank Silver, ladies and gentlemen, has been up for 28 hours straight, working with us on getting the broadcast ready to go, getting his own team cars ready to go. Hank is the Hollister Honey is extremely busy, but a 46.805 on his warm-up lap. He is one of the guys that ran this race last year and told us afterwards, he said, I want to be a part of this forever. He had so much fun last year and looks forward to this every year from here on out. So we're thankful for Hank. We love Hank. Just have to see now if he could put himself into the big show like he did last year. I know last year he had a little bit of struggles on pole day. That car is a little bit tight coming off the corner, but he's got some good speed. Just have to see if he can hang on to it for 3 more laps as he comes down the straightaway.
Come to start your second lap.
See how the first lap goes into play for Hank Silver. 199 to the strike, 46.7. Once more, he represents Tower Bachman Enterprises, who had some solid runs, remember, in the second run of this event, for reference sake. Keep in mind, on top of things with in terms of this event, also works a lot with the World Racing Group, currently as field production specialist at Pure Plus on that respective side. On deck is Landis, Fields, Steele, Stewart, Breeze. A lot of dirt drivers coming up after this as well. Following up, one of those who gets a lot of angles of those drivers on the dirt. Silver looking solid so far, Baden.
Yeah, Hank's looking good here. A second lap, another 7, which really with the track conditions that we've got now, that seems to be pretty good. Ambient up 1 degree. Track's pretty well came back down, but
big bobble there from Silver. He nearly looped it about in turn 2 there.
Yeah, Hank's on the gas though. Like I said, he loves this event. He wants to get himself into the show, and the more he said it, if I could get locked in today, that would make my life so much easier, because then he has to just worry about a few other things. It doesn't have to worry about trying to get qualified tomorrow. But he's on a pretty good pace. 192.5 last time by. White flag 46.721. So he's gotten a little bit quicker over his third lap. Average speed of 192.632 last time by. So he's right there around that 8th to 12th mark that we've been looking at. That area is just going to keep getting tighter and tighter and tighter as we go throughout the day. So this is going to be it's already been a good day so far, but I have a feeling the last couple hours are going to be pretty exciting as we're coming up around the 4 o'clock hour Eastern time, with qualifying going until 7 p.m. So,
what a save for Hank Silver. That will cost him time on the board, but that nearly cost him his whole qualifying run. What a save from Silver. A 47.1 will knock that time down to a 192.1. But it could have been much worse.
Oh boy, and I don't know if production has time with everything they're doing, trying to get out of the broadcast going, if they can go on board with Hank to see what happened coming through 3 and 4 there. That was pretty incredible to see. So good save for Hank to be able to at least finish the lap. And even with that puts him in P12 at a 192.184. But losing that 2 miles an hour was a big, big loss. I feel pretty confident that he would have been locked into the field within the top 10 easy if he hadn't had that little incident down there in 4. So, but Tyson Landis on the racetrack now, the Wicked Cushion 31 or 34, I guess in this case.
He's now on through the clock. Meanwhile, he's for Team SETI. Representations, no more so for the dirt side as well when it comes to his racing. But remember, he is amongst the veterans back in this event. So he does have some decent experience running this machine in this type of a situation.
And he has had some awful luck. He's made the show, been extremely fast in both races, and 1 year got taken out. I think the internet went out. 1 year the power went out during the race, out of all times to do it. So unfortunate luck for Tyson. Hopefully third time's the charm, and he can stick this thing in the show and have a pretty good running.
Still 47 flat. That time by the stripe, make it a 46.8 now for the first recorded time. Coming on through. For reference, Landis last year qualified 21st, only put up one qualifying run. He has picked up 4/10 to start off his first lap compared to last year with some of the changes to this car.
Yeah, he's been one that's put in a lot of practice this week. Getting that car ready to go, getting it right for this race. He started up front the last couple of years, and last year he was one that actually bumped himself out of the field by withdrawing a time and trying to go out and get the pole. So Tyson, pretty good start to the day. We'll see what lap time number 2 comes out to. It will be a 46.916, so going the wrong direction. 191.832 miles an hour. Not going to be enough to set him on the front row, but this very well could be a run if he can keep it up throughout the rest of the run to get him locked into the day.
I find it curious, the paint scheme for this event as well, because nice and silver, nice and shiny. So it picks up a lot of sunshine, to say the very least, to throw up into their driver's face. But also noticing the little logo on the front wing. Keep in mind that when it comes to Landis, did not make a start in Lionheart competition particularly, which does run a retro series for this machine currently. Find it interesting that he's elected to keep that logo on this design.
Yeah, I know he ran the Lionheart series. He was pretty proud of that, actually, that he was able to get into that. That's a very hard series to get into. Very ultra competitive. Sage Karam and a lot of those guys run that series, but they require a lot of starts on the road racing side in order to qualify in, or even to be eligible to run it. So
in practice too.
Yeah, absolutely. Tyson, known more for his dirt prowess. Tyson was actually one of the first ones to give me one of the first guys that I really got to know on the iRacing service. Great guy. Big supporter of the Fake 500 and sponsored by Wicked Cushion. Big, huge thanks to Matt once again with Wicked Brands as he takes the checkered flag for a 46.947, 191.705 miles an hour. That'll be good enough for 16th on the board. So not what he was looking for there from Tyson Landis, as Wade Fields now on to the racing surface. Wade, another guy from the Indy Race Parts stable with Tim Sims on the side of it. And I saw earlier Tim Sims and boys. Tim Sims actually watching us up on the big screen or his big screen, I should say, out at the Dome with the Tim Sims guys. So big thanks to them for hanging in and watching it. We love Tim. He does a lot for sim racing in general, along with Matt. So it's nice looking car. If you know Bernie's cars, always green, black, real bright. So good luck to Wade as he goes for his warm-up lap here in his first ever attempt. Warm-up lap 47.038, so not too bad. So he should be able to pick up some speed here over the next couple of laps.
Also amongst those with some of the sponsorship, keep in mind, from FSR. Been decorated a lot of machines. We'll have to see if the times, though, are good enough. Get inside top 18. Currently is Parker Price Miller, who is on the bubble right at the cutoff with solid run, keep in mind, for his speed in the 191.8. Then it gets very tight from that point when you're down to the 4 for 5th decimal point. Couple positions upward. Winings was the last driver knocked out in terms of times, for reference sake. Fields this time picks it up to a 46.699 to start on the timer.
Wow. Wade really picking it up there. 192.724 miles per hour. Wade is one of those guys that he runs a lot of non-wing cars on the dirt. So Indianapolis fits the brand in the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So Wade is giving it all he's got. As long as he can hang on for another 3 laps, this should put him pretty close to being, I think, locked into the field. I think it's going to take today. You're going to have to be in that 192.2, 192.3 average in order to get there. A consistent second lap, 46.699 for the first lap, 46.666 for the second one. That's a 192.859 miles an hour. This is currently putting him up into the 7th spot if he can hang on to this.
Looking really good so far. And the main thing I've noticed too, Baden, very smooth when it comes to the bumps, very consistent when it comes to the ride heights as well, both in the straights and the corners so far. No major bobbles.
That's incredibly important. If you can find a lot of speed in the car, which they clearly have, and have a stable platform, you've really done your job here.
Will the third time come out? So far, both of them in the 46.6 bracket. This time by Fields coming across for another 46.7 this time at 1.927. So still within the same ballpark of speed. This continues to hold up. He is right now on track for the 7th position. It all depends, though, on it will it be 7th or 8th with this 4th lap.
Unreal good speed out of Wade Fields right now. Very, very impressive run he's putting on. I bet Tim over there at the Dome is pretty darn happy to see the Tim Sims logo rolling around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in a pretty fast fashion and getting ready to bump sprint car driver Parker Price Miller out of the locked-in field with a 46.741. 192.711 average. That puts him currently P8 on the board for Wade Fields. So good job, Wade. Congrats, buddy. That's a heck of a lap.
That breaks up Brotherton and Smith on the pylon. Knocks Price Miller out for now in the top 18. Next driver is already on the circuit. Say hello to Jackson Steele. Jackson Steele. Very unique spelling of Jackson, first of all. Resides from Savannah, Missouri. He is also a part of those from the Tyler Bachman Enterprises grouping.
Yeah, Jackson was is one of the good friends of Hank and that Bachman group. They've got some speed here. Hank showed that early. And I think they're going to keep getting faster and faster throughout the day as it goes. With Timothy Trowbridge now sitting on the bubble from the Wheeler Motorsports camp.
Drivers just above Trowbridge for reference are Landis, Gould, along with May and Weininger. So Steele currently now is on the clock after a solid warm-up lap for his respective machine. Gotta love the matte black when it comes to look at this, though, for his machine nice and clean.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of matte black. I know I've said on Dirt a few times. I'm not a huge fan of the spec map and the chrome stuff, but the flat stuff. I'm a huge fan of flat black. It's one of my favorite colors on race cars and on a sprint car. It's really easy to match the color of the tail tank if you don't paint them. So it's good looking. I know that was one of the reasons why Hank was wanting to get locked into the show today, so that way he could have time to get those cars done for the rest of the team. But Jackson on a pretty good start, 46.768 for his first lap, 192.439 miles per hour. Good start, very good start actually. That'll put him in the show as of right now if he can just do it for another 3 laps and we're getting to the nitty gritty time. We're coming up on the 4:07 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 46.757. Average speed of 192.484 miles per hour. Coming up to some hitters with a little under 3 hours left to go. So it's going to be, this is going to be a wild last 3 hours. We've normally had a pretty big lull in there. Shortening up qualifying this year. We're shortening up qualifying and basically kind of forcing the hand of some of these guys. But that last hour, happy hour, that's always a a magical moment. We've always had some pretty good drama the last few hours of Fake 500 qualifying. But Jackson Steele,
white flag. Jeffrey Stewart, take the track.
White flag is out for Jackson Steele, 46.786. So another solid lap. He's right in pace with the rest of the field, 192.365 miles per hour.
Being very consistent as well when it comes to these times. Around that ballpark, that would put him a few spots ahead. This will be right around where Hank Silver is, 13th or so. If he keeps his pace up, if he loses a couple 100ths miles per hour, that can drop him towards Weininger and May, 14th and 15th. So Steele really weaving and bobbling. How about starting to drift a little bit off the corner that time? So get him inside the top 18, it looks like, regardless though. How long will he stay there? With some of the heavy hitters coming up is going to be the question. That time it was a 7.65 in terms of the 46-second bracket. So that will shuffle him a little bit about in terms of that qualifying to the 13th position. In terms of 31 drivers who have now taken time, Trowbridge is now out of the top 18, but here comes the heavy hitters part of the lineup card. Once again, you see the times now back at the top of your screen. Thank you to the crew for all the hard work. Make sure you can see those times as they say goodbye, and we say hello to Jeffrey Stewart, who is very proud of this car.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite cars I've seen. Looks like we're starting to get the ticker worked out and coming back. Jeffrey last year made some last minute drama to come get into the field. Wasn't sure if he was going to be able to make it. 46.773 for Jeffrey Stewart. I believe that was his warm-up lap. So we're going to have to see if that translates into some pretty quick times. But Jeff gets around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway extremely well. Jeff's been a long-standing member of iRacing and is honestly one of my favorite people on the sim. He'll always tell you exactly how it is and drives people clean and does a really good job. But good-looking car, a tribute to Lone Star JR, an old Gatorade car from 1975. So Jeffrey out there has a little bit of a wiggle off of turn number 4. We'll have to see if that hurts him, but showing good speed down the straightaway. 46.679 for his first qualifying lap, 192.806 miles an hour. So Jeffrey's on pace to put himself in pretty good shape into the starting field.
Keep up this consistency in terms of that average mark with where things have played out. That would put him around the top 10. This is all while it's 103 degrees Fahrenheit track temperature, which is an important thing to consider here, Baden, throughout all of this.
Yeah,
on top of the rubber.
Yeah, with the track coming up here a little bit, Jeff's got some shade there on the north end. That's definitely helping, but it looks like the car's got some speed in it. Jeff knows how to make good use of them, too. We've seen him be really, really fast here in the past. He does an incredibly good job. I think he's just smooth enough that he can make it work really well.
47.35. So a little bit slower lap number 2, 192.575 miles an hour. Currently 2-lap average of 192.690, which will put him inside of the top 10. Just barely, but inside of the top 10. So if Jeffrey can bring it home the next 2 laps, he's going to be in pretty solid shape towards the end of the day. And really, like you said, doing this in pretty much one of the hottest parts of the day. 103 track temp, definitely not the highest we've seen, but it's definitely going to be not a good thing. You definitely don't want to see it that high. So 46.763 out of Jeffrey Stewart.
Very consistent.
192.459 miles an hour. Still inside of that top 10, so good run for Jeffrey here. And he's going to, depending on how the rest of these qualifiers go, that's where it starts getting tricky in my book, is what happens when open qualifying shows up. If you're sitting in that 17th, 18th spot, do you wait and get bumped, or do you just withdraw and try to give it a go again?
Big drift that time, a little bit from Jeffrey coming through the corner this time, holding on to about 188 On corner exit for the fourth and final time. Another kick out, though, coming off the corner exit. Currently is averaging the 192.6 bracket. Or would fall now. Another 46.7 on the stopwatch, but the mile per hour wraps up in a 192.57. For him, that bumps him up. How about this to 11th position, tentatively for now, and that bumps Landis out. Jeffrey celebrates by crashing the car nearly into the wall.
Jeffrey just showing off some car control there.
Here comes Peyton Grease, meanwhile, as he says hello to the racetrack now for qualifying. And he is amongst those who has attempted in the past. He is an Indiana native as well. He represents Hammerhead Sim Racing this season with a fair amount of backing towards his direction.
Yeah, Peyton, veteran on the dirt side of things. He's worked for Hunter Schoenberg before, worked for Brian Clausen Racing, Clausen Marshall Racing, I should say. Clinton Boyles, a lot of guys down south. Got a lot of sprint car mechanic experience. All around good dude. Getting ready to take the green flag. 46.686 for his warm-up lap. So pretty sporty for Mr. Peyton Grease. So good to see him making his qualifying attempt.
And I wonder if, when it comes to this, remember, Skylar Brown, for example, is someone who had a lot of speed last year. Correct me if I'm wrong, he's amongst that grouping for Grease, correct? And if so, do you think those speed bits are a huge part of this building?
Well, it could be. I know Skylar wanted to run.
Near bobble up the track.
Ooh, and that's the kind of things that's going to cost you a half a tenth. That could be the matter of making yourself or breaking yourself. But Skylar Brown unfortunately couldn't make the race this year, and it did slow him down, 46.729 for an average speed of 192.599 miles an hour. But it's one of those things where Skylar wanted to run this race, couldn't do the work, had some other commitments and things like that, along with a few other guys in the field, and still want to get that flavor in. We're still kind of thinking Skylar Brown's involved.
Well, he did mention, when it comes to the Twitch side of our broadcast coverage today here on Nobles Up TV, that he sent out with stuff to Wade. So there's your answer.
Well,
Peyton Grease, 188 off the corner, Billy.
Yeah, so Peyton's got himself a pretty good shot, and if he's been working with the Indy Esports guys over there, Wade's sitting currently in P8, 46.770 for Peyton. And also to note, 33rd qualifier to go out. So after this, the field is provisionally set. So we've had 33 qualifiers getting ready to roll out, but we've got some big hitters coming up after that. 46.770 for Peyton last time around. If he can keep that up, he's going to be in pretty good shape here come later on this afternoon. But he's got kind of that waiting game of what are you going to do? Do you don't have an option. You've got to sit around and wait to see if you get bumped, because definitely everybody wants to get locked into the field.
Third time coming around for Peyton Grease. He'll take the white flag this time by a 46.8 now. His time starting to slip off a little bit. Let's talk about that next grouping on deck. Keep in mind, in the chute, Michael Cozy Jr., the winner of the Firecracker 400 this year, followed by Seth DeMerchant, last runnings winner for the Wicked Brands Fake 500. Then, the pole sitter for that respective race, Brian Blackford. A huge swing of cars coming up right after Peyton Grease, who could shake up the top 5 if they carry the same speed they did last year, as shown by some of the drivers they've worked with in the past, could still be quick with a cool track temperature of 97 degrees Fahrenheit. This time by, Peyton Grease will take the checkered in sevens once again when it comes to him, so the next driver will start bumping competitors into the Patriot 100 grouping of drivers now. When it comes to his respective time for Peyton Grease, only 15th best.
Yeah, not what Peyton was wanting to see there totally, but it's a good foundation for later on. But like I said, he's going to probably have to make that run later on today. But the first of the big heavy hitters coming up next, Michael Cozy Jr. out on the racetrack now, making his qualifying attempt. So Michael, one of the biggest guys on Twitch, really for iRacing, truthfully. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys go. And as we talked about that, here's the swing. Jeff Stewart went out 3 cars ago. Track was 103, 104 degrees. Cloud cover came in over. Track now 97 degrees as Michael Cozy Jr. takes the green flag. So this is it's getting nuts here, and it's going to stay that way through the end of the qualifying session.
And what a year it's been for Michael Cozy Jr. Of course, known for streaming, yes. Of course, known for his YouTube content with regards to all types of racing. But this year really seemed to say, let's go for it when it comes to making a run in the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. On top of that run in firecracker action, did well in the Konami 500 when it came to the Car of Tomorrow Super Speedway racing at Daytona under the lights. Then, on top of things, show great speed the last time out in this car as well. And he's also part of the Logic GLTC Sports Camp. He starts off with a 46.607 when it comes to these times. That's in the 193s. That's one of the quickest of the day.
Yeah, that's definitely looking, sniffing at pole speed, sniffing at the front row. You crank out 3 or 4 low 6s in a row here over your 4 laps, you're going to be locked into the show. There's no doubt in my mind. It's just there's a lot of guys coming later on, and you've got to take advantage of what the weather gives you. That's the biggest thing. And as he's been out on the track temp 100 degrees now, 3 degree swing just in a matter of 2 minutes. 46.641 for Michael Cozy Jr. on lap number 2, 192.963 miles an hour. Still screeching up towards the front row status there. We'll see if he can finish these last 2 laps off and put himself on the front row of this historic third running of the Wicked Brands Fake 500.
Remember, he was one of the drivers who had the popcorn seat too for, it was what, 3-4 wide last year? The last running, rather, at the finish line. He was in the next grouping right behind that, watching that finish.
Yeah, last year I don't know how many races that I've never really seen. I've never really seen 4 cars come into the checkered flag 4 wide in Indianapolis before, other than in the Freedom 100. But last year was an exceptional race. So expect the same thing this year. But yeah, Cozy was sitting in the catbird seat. I was rewatching the race from last time, and Baden said it best. He said Cozy's really sitting in the catbird seat because the odds of a wreck are pretty likely. So it's Cozy's fast. He's got a pretty big following, and would love to put himself in the front row of the Fake 500.
Can Cozy Jr. do so? Coming off the final corner, currently the average in the 192.95. This time by, it's a 46.7 that knocks it to a 192.87 on the average. In terms of where it puts him, how about 5th best? Give a haw-yee to Michael Cozy Jr.
Yeah, phenomenal run, especially for that temperature change. But don't blink. Here comes Seth DeMerchant, the last year's winner, the second running of the Wicked Brands Fake 500. Seth is just one of those guys that he just understands how to race extremely fast. Was fast on bump day last year to get himself into the race and putting himself in contention to win. So expect big things out of Seth DeMerchant here on these laps.
And as we've seen so far, those Logic GLTC Sports affiliated drivers, they are mighty quick today. Right now, carrying 191 through the corner, one of the quickest time marks in the middle of the short chute exit. Only cracking 189 this time on exit. This is in a good spot here on this warm-up lap so far for DeMerchant. Green flag now waves on the time. He just set a 46.4 in the warm-up. That's the quickest out of anybody in the day.
Oh, boy. That, Bud, is that the kiss of death? Are you going to fall off the last 2 laps like we've seen? But his line, he is so much lower than everybody else throughout the entire corner. He's cutting basically track, which is just saving hundredths of a second, which all add up. So Seth DeMerchant, he is not happy with being just a returning winner. He wants to set that thing on the pole, and he is absolutely going for it right now.
He's hooking the bottom of the racetrack really well here, too. His exit looks great. His exit looks absolutely phenomenal.
Ryan
This car
Blackford,
looks
Ryan
good.
Carlos Ramos in the chute.
Starts off in the time lapse with a 46.547. That is the quickest timed lap for the average all day. DeMerchant has a great shot here. Remember, last year, when it came to how qualifying standings sorted out after the bump days sorted together, 19th was where DeMerchant was placed in that grouping. Looking like a great shot here with a pole sitter from last race right on deck. A bit of a bobble this time. DeMerchant, a slight mistake, clipping a little too much of the apron there. But he still carried 194 into the short chute exit.
Yeah, this is very, very telling for the rest of the afternoon. Watch out for Seth DeMerchant. 193, can he stay there?
He went faster.
Unbelievable. Tip of the cap so far to Seth DeMerchant. 193.394 miles per hour. This is definitely pole speed. And doing this in 106 degrees of track temperature.
It shows he definitely brought it here and leave some question marks when it comes to Christian Peterson's mistake earlier. Will DeMerchant make sure he executes now in this respective run? Coming to the end of the third lap here, he currently has the fastest average out of anybody by 0.3 of a mile per hour currently. White flag now for this lap. This time he dropped to the 6s. Slowest mark for him so far. Still a 193.2 on the mile per hour average. Just needs to keep it within another 0.2 quicker than the rest of the pack to take over the pole spot.
Yeah, Seth is all he's got to do really now is just he can confidently run a 46.7, 46.8 right now, and I think he's going to be on the pole. So Seth's got to be feeling pretty sporty in that Podium Esport podium car. Coming through 3 and 4, he's just so smooth on the wheel, which is huge here. Great exit off of 4, and I believe we've got a pole sitter and a new track record.
Across the stripe, 7 1,000 slower than the last time, but that will do it. It's a new track record and a new pole sitter for the Wicked Brands Fake 500 Apex Autosport Pole Day. Presented by Wayward Motorsports Consulting, Seth DeMerchant, top of the board, finally beats the first qualifier out, and it only took 35 cars.
Oh boy! And then as we're talking about that, here comes Brian Blackford, the last year's pole sitter. Led a lot of this race last year and just had some unfortunate luck. But Blackford is going to be quick. This is going to be another one that's going to battle for that pole spot.
And Baden, the interesting thing's going to be, keep in mind when it comes to this, we've seen some of his fellow technical alliance mates do okay in qualifying so far. For reference, some of the other drivers that have been running in that same contingency have been around the middle of the top 10 and just holding on to the top 12.
Well, and I'm starting to read through chat here. Wade Fields brought up something pretty important. He feels like the hotter the track, the faster your car is going to go. So where in years past it's always been you want to be out on that cool temperatures. Are these cars, Baden, do you think possibly so stuck that it needs that hot temperature to free the car up just a little bit to get yourself down the straightaways faster and through the corners, as Blackford looks dynamite through 3 and 4 as he comes down to complete his first lap?
You know, that is a possibility. The thing I could see more with hotter temps, 5.75 for Blackford there. Pretty good first lap. Or was that his warm-up or was that his first lap there? Pretty good first lap there for Brian Blackford. The thing with temps here, that with as stuck as they are, part of me wonders if ambient is more important for getting a little bit of essentially downforce off of it, just with that less dense air. But But the underbody aero, I don't know how the track temperature influences what the car does. I don't know how iRacing sees that. So,
yeah, track temp 100 degrees, 73 degrees Fahrenheit right now. 46,609 for Brian Blackford on his second lap. So this isn't a pole run. Not yet. 193.200 is the pole speed right now, 4-lap average. Brian's sitting right now at about a 193.166. So if he can pick it up a little bit more over these next 2 laps, he might be sitting himself on the pole. And if not, he's definitely looking at sniffing out the front row.
Really low that time, clipping a bit of the curbing as well. Keep in mind, he had to have a slight lift on this lap in turn 2. Big bobble through the back end of the car, through the corner exit this time. As far as average currently would put him around the front row. Still, only a 7/1000 of a second difference. A 46.616 that time of the stripe. So a decent average in total right now for Brian Blackford. Again, a former eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver who's been known for his long-time service in terms of racing on the platform, but also ability to run special events at times when it comes to older-style stock cars, such as the car tomorrow.
Yeah, and I will say he's probably one of the smartest guys on the iRacing sim when it comes to stock cars and just setups in general and understanding iRacing and what the cars want, how they work. As he comes down to take the checkered flag, this is a very, very solid run. Not going to put him on the pole, but a 46.609. So he matches his second lap, 193.095. That will put him at a 193.123 miles per hour. P2 on the board, moving Kyle O'Daniak down into the outside of the front row provisionally, bumping Kyle May from the field.
One Kyle gets shuffled to third. One Kyle gets shuffled outside the whole top 20 currently. Blackford peels off the racetrack. The next car is currently making speed. You see right now, that is Carlos Ramos. And curious how he now performs here when it comes to today's action. Because when it comes to him, he is representing MPN Esports.
Green flag.
Looking to try to showcase what he can do in the number 90 machine. He has that skewed setup look we've seen from earlier 2 builds.
Yeah, and we've found that that's really not what you're wanting for. That car looks extremely stuck to the ground, way too tight. 47.578 to start his warm-up lap. Not where he needs to be. Not where he needs to be at all. But he's going to give it a go and see what happens. That askew is definitely not what you're wanting, as we've seen so far.
191 that time to that part of the short chute. Comes to him, he's been on the service for just more than a year. A grand total of 153 oval starts, all coming this year. For reference sake, he has been trying to race everything that has a steering wheel. A 47.3 that time, nearly snaps it about on top of things. Carl's not looking the best in terms of this consistency. Keep in mind, Corey Carpenter, Keith Jeffrey, Adam Blocker, Aaron Wilcox, Mason Hennigan are all in the chute. And you have to feel for the driver's nerves at this point, too, at this mark, Billy, because it's getting to where you have Dave Bodio even stepping up and saying, keep the track fast, please.
Yeah, that's what this is. That's what we always wanted when we first came up with this idea. We wanted that pressure. We wanted that leg shake, that just adrenaline that goes through you when you go to qualify, because it's nerve-wracking. I mean, no matter what way you look at it, it's 4 laps that you have to do. It's 4 long laps. You really have a lot of time to think, to dial yourself out with the changes that you can make inside of the car with roll bars, and you've got to be up on your tools, and you've got to make sure that you run the entire 4 laps flat out as best as you possibly can. it's nerve-wracking. And really, we're not even to the nerve-wracking part of the day. This is going to be here in the next couple hours as we're at the 4:30 coming up on the 5 o'clock hour. So not much time left in qualifying, about 2.5 hours. So it's going to be a mad dash to the finish. And I have a feeling as soon as the track is open for open qualifications after we do a little track inspection, this is going to be a wild couple hours, especially with the speeds that we're seeing. Dave Bodio wants the track to stay fast. Scott King wants the track to get slowed down as he's sitting in the 16th spot overall. So field's getting faster and faster. It's just a matter of hitting that time right. And, we may be seeing a change of the guard where you want a hot racetrack comparatively to last time. Track temp 108 degrees now. So definitely making a big difference.
Checker flag has now waved for this respective run. All in the 47-second bracket, a 189.7 will end up putting them in 30th position. Not in a comfortable spot after that one. Next driver up, Corey Carpenter, representing Legacy Esports, known for stock car racing, mainly. Also has its own setup shop in reference to Reaper Speed Lab. Corey Carpenter looking to utilize that speed here today to try and showcase that they also know how to build open wheel cars, especially since some of the respective drivers have showed interest in trying to venture to this type of racing.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the beauties of the iRacing platform in general is, a lot of us dirt trackers are mainly dirt track guys, but we still enjoy to go run the 24 hours a Daytona and the Fake 500. The hard to drive 300 that Blackford puts on, and the Firecracker 400 that E-Racer puts on, and you can be multi-dimensional on iRacing and learn a lot and understand how the cars work on the sim. If you've got a good brain that you can figure that stuff out and tweak and kind of dance around that gray area a little bit to try to find speed, iRacing is just one of the absolute best platforms for that format on the planet. So,
oh boy, look at that time!
Oh boy,
that is the fastest first laps by anybody. How about a 46.502? Where did that come from?
Unbelievable. 193.540 miles an hour for Corey Carpenter. So this is definitely on pole speed, as we're at a 193.2 for reference of the pole speed currently. So he is quite a bit ahead of the curve. And that car just absolutely looks perfect through the corners. He hasn't put a wheel wrong yet on that thing to try to get himself into the Fake 500, which he's not looking to just get in. He is looking to set on the pole.
199 at the stripe. Another 5 of 46.544. He is still within that range to be able to potentially do that by 0.2 miles per hour currently. Bit slower, though. The slowest he's been coming off of turn 2, though. That may be costly.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's going to be enough, because that's still, as long as it doesn't break his momentum for this lap, that is still looking like he's ahead of pole speed as of right now by a little bit. So Corey Carpenter, this lap here, if he didn't fall off a ton, this is definitely a pole speed run. 46. Wow.
He made up a lot in 3 and 4.
Yeah, he did.
Is 3 and 4 alone.
Yeah, 193.398 miles an hour. Currently, 193.434 miles per hour is the 3-lap average so far, but he has one more lap to see if he can set this thing on the pole with a new track record.
If he can do this, Ford Hogan will be doing fist pumps all night long. Corey Carpenter, 188 coming off the corner. He needs to hold on. A 193.2 is the best average so far in qualifying. It's a 46.605. 193.354. It's a new track record and a new pole sitter. Corey Carpenter for Legacy Esports to the top of the board.
Bravo, bravo, Corey Carpenter. Unreal. Absolutely unreal as the track and speeds just keep going up and up and up. Keith Jeffrey now on track, not wasting any time. Keith Jeffrey out on track in the Fistful of Bourbon Jim Beaver Esports car. Made the race last year and had his teammate very, very fast earlier. Problem was just had that internet issue. We'll see if he's got the same kind of speed as what Dave had earlier in the day. And gorgeous looking cars too. I love that color yellow. I love yellow race cars, but that one, it just gets to me. I really, really like it.
Yes, indeed, as see some of the various things pop up there. Apologies for that right there. Keith Jeffrey, meanwhile, continuing to look very decent to start things off. Here's something to think about in Chuabon. You mentioned the mentioning of Wade Fields and what he felt the track was going towards. Keep in mind for that last time set by Carpenter, fastest in terms of the hottest, or rather the hottest the track temperature has been. Jeffrey just set one of the fastest overall times, including the warm-ups of the session in the 46.5s too. So Fields is onto something and then some.
So we've had the last 2 years, the last two runnings of you've had to be in the first half of qualifying. You really wanted to be at the first half or the back half of qualifying, or first half of qualifying early in the day, and you wanted to be all the way at the end towards open qualifying. Now it seems like we're going to have a absolute mad dash for guys to go out in the hottest point of the day to try to get themselves locked into the show, because it would seem to me that the higher the temperature, the faster the speeds go. So Keith Jeffrey, first lap, 46.566, 193.274 miles an hour. Not a pole speed run, but that's fast enough right now to put him in P2 if he can keep that up and doesn't have a lot of fall off. So the Jim Beaver Esports team, they did not come to mess around this year. They came to play, and they were doing their best to put these things on the front row, which that just has to make Dave Bodio smile a little bit, knowing he's got another bullet in the gun, so to speak, that he's got to go out and try to get qualified in later on today.
Remember, right after this, the Lionheart King, the four-time great champion of the Lionheart IndyCar Series, Adam Blocker, Aaron Wilcox, Mason Hannigan, Garrett Mashburn, Matt Picardo. That time is a 46.601. Jim Beaver Esports continuing to show the speed they started with in the session when it came to Odanik. And they're keeping it up with Jeffrey, who has a lot of experience with this car. Currently, the average is in the 193.2 range, which would be in the ballpark for the top 5.
Yeah, he's on a very consistent run. Car is starting to look like it's getting a little bit snug. But not getting down as far on the racetrack as what some of the other guys were, but still showing very good speeds. And maybe they found that it's better when the track gets hotter not to pinch it off near as much, as he goes even quicker. 46.571 on the time, 193.253 miles per hour for a 193.219 average. So he is really he's closer to the pole than what we think.
He's in the conversation.
Yeah, definitely in the conversation here.
Keith Jeffrey now entering turns 3 and 4. Again, about 200 miles per hour for the Jim Beaver Esports machine. Down the 190 coming out into the short chute this time. How will the exit speed be? Just a blip, a touch bit into the 188 mile per hour bracket. Where will the average lie? He needs to pick up about a tenth to try rip away the pole. Don't think that will do it. No, he loses a tenth or so. He's dropped to third, with that final lap being the worst of the 4.
Oh, wow. And that's unfortunate for Jeffrey, but he's going to be very happy with that. I have a feeling 193.175 miles an hour, that's going to put him third, like you said. Be able to start on the outside of the front row, pretty special deal. So he's sitting in pretty good shape.
Reference Jeffrey had been in the 23rd position after qualifying day last season, or last running rather. Adam Blocker, meanwhile, he put himself in the top 15 in last year's qualifying action. He now looks to try and start things off well in Lotus 79, and he is coming off another championship in Lionheart IndyCar Series competition. How about 4 straight for the real-world technician when it comes to IndyCar action, comes to some of the various teams and tests that go on when it comes to IndyCar action.
And a good-looking race car, too, out of Adam Blocker. I like that blue and that black. Fantastic warm-up lap. So, again, we're seeing some shades of opposite of what we've seen in years past. So, Adam gets a little bit high off of turn number 3, but still looking pretty darn sporty as he comes around to complete his first lap. Can we see a 4? We haven't seen a 4 yet, other than in a warm-up lap. 46.629, going the wrong direction, 193.013 miles per hour. Not what Adam Blocker was wanting to see at all, but still a good, respectable time, and should get him in sometime inside of the top 18.
Remember, the speeds have been picking up more so in turns 3 and 4 compared to 1 and 2. Some of the drivers have been struggling pace-wise. That's on the speedway. The track temperature is swinging the wrong direction, though, based on the trend the past couple times. A bit of the curbing that time. Clipped. Clouds are cooling the track back down again. And we're also running out of time when it comes to some of the daylight. How about nearly 5 p.m. in sim time already? Or check that, nearly 3 p.m. as my clock is wrong. My eyes.
Yeah, it is. Well, and we're coming across the 5 o'clock hour. There's only 2 more hours left in qualifying, and we still have quite a few cars left to go. I believe Shea Paulo is the last car to go out to qualify, and as of at 4:43, he was 8 cars away. So we're about 8 cars away from being done with the first round of qualifying, and then we'll go and take a little short break. Once the last car crosses, declarations will start opening up around the 4-minute mark of that 5-minute break, and then it's game time. Then it's starting to watch the clock to see when the gun will strike.
White flag on the run this time by. The lap times have stayed in the 6s. Looking at the 192s right now. Here's the concern for that one. Right now, in terms of pace, would be at the back end of the top 10. A solid positioning, but it depends on how many drivers elect to put in another time, how things shuffle in turn with how this track has progressed. Track temperature continuing to climb downward.
Yeah, it's down to 103 right now, so going the opposite direction of what we thought, or where you want it to be. If qualifying was to end right now, as actually Adam Blocker is ending his qualifying run, we'll get his time first. Adam Blocker crosses the line 46.700, 192.879 miles per hour. I don't think he's going to be overly thrilled with that, but that's top 10. Good run for Adam, but we're sitting at a very odd spot, though, as Mason Hannigan rolls out onto the racing surface. Very, very odd setting because, let's just say, for instance, in these last 7 or 8 cars, if the speed's not there, if you're a Steven Rogers, a Jeffrey Stewart, a Brandon Wright, do you pull one of these to go try to move yourself up the board, or do you just kind of rest on your laurels and hope that you stay in that 16th, 17th, 18th range and hold on to it and get yourself locked in so you don't have to do anything tomorrow? I could also see, too, Brian Blackford. I know he said in Twitch chat that he was pretty happy. He was pretty happy with his qualifying attempt, but does he make a run for the pole? Does he want to be the first ever two-time pole sitter of the Wicked Brands Fake 500? I don't know. It's hard to say, because if you do that, you might bump yourself completely out of the field like a Tyson Landis did last year. But Mason had a good opening lap, 46.609 for his warm-up lap. So if he can run this down into the 5s, he's going to be in pretty good shape for the another Tim Sims driver from the Black Diamond Motorsports, and another World of Outlaw Pro Series driver as well.
And the Little Hurricane. One of the drivers who are looking to showcase what they can do on pavement. 622 or 42622, I should say. Now just put up by the Little Hurricane to start off this part of the session. And this is now where the grip levels are definitely starting to look towards the direction again, Baden. Because the speeds again are starting to dip back down a little bit on that corner exit compared to before. It's almost looking like there's the struggle just planting on a Ford compared to some of the drivers before.
Yeah, the track is definitely changing. And the rubber content is changing on the racetrack. It started off, we haven't had much rain this week at all, so the track started off at 75% rubber, so it was well rubbered in. 46.709 for Mason, 192.682 miles per hour. Not what he's looking for, but a pretty solid run. Realistically, Scott said in the chat, if you're sitting 19th on back, you really don't have a reason not to go out and qualify. But at the same time, we've seen those guys withdraw times sitting in that 19th, 20th, 21st spot that have withdrawn and spun and not been able to get back out for another qualifying attempt, which then put them out of the field. So if you're sitting in 19th, do you want to withdraw your time to go try to qualify tomorrow? That's part of the mystique of this race. So it's definitely going to be interesting. 46.676, 192.818 miles per hour out of Mason Hannigan. Currently 192.847 miles per hour average, which will put him into the field somewhere around the top 10, but definitely not what he's looking for. And again, still with a few cars left to go. And just because after the first round of qualifying is done, if you're in the top 18, you still got to be on your toes, because you very well could be bumped from the field at any point in time, especially with the way that these track temps are working out.
So I got a text here from Braden McMahon. He has decided he will just go ahead and be super late for work. He is going to take his qualifying run. And if you are Braden McMahon's coworker, he is out saving puppies from burning buildings.
Oh, that explains what's been going on. My goodness. Okay. Good luck with the puppy part. In that regard for him. Garrett Mashburn, by the way, is on the racetrack. In terms of qualifying now, as the ticker says hello again after Mason Hannigan's run comes to a conclusion to 11th position. And a lot of hard work to make sure that ticker keeps on chugging along. Back in.
And we've talked about this before last year, too, the way that these tickers are in this format that we do is not something that's built into iRacing. It's just not. And it looks like we are back in action. So glad for that. Huge thank you to the Speed Force guys for getting that done for us. And I know they work so incredibly hard, and it's much appreciated. But this is definitely something new that not a lot of it's just not done on the sim. It's not built for it. So we have to do everything kind of manually. We're doing things with spreadsheets and all sorts of things. So just a massive thank you to these guys, all that have been working on this broadcast with us. As they're still getting a few of the bugs worked out and all that sort of stuff. But if you're just tuning in, we're coming up on the last 2 hours of Apex Autosport Pole Day. As you can see, the current speeds and everything up on top of the board. Is Garrett Mashburn rolling out on the racetrack, 46.669 for his second lap, 192.847, currently 192.919 miles an hour. That's actually putting him inside of the top 10, so a pretty good run for Garrett Mashburn so far.
I just want to state real quick from a board of directors standpoint, I have no sense of time. I thought we only had like an hour left to qualifying. Yikes.
You know how these days go is that we've got, they get drawn out, they get long, and...
I'm looking at a lot of numbers on a spreadsheet, so...
Yeah, you guys work in the spreadsheets. Me and Justin and Baden, we got the easy job. We just have to talk about it. You guys have the hard part of making stuff work.
White flag, next car.
So white flag is out, 46.696. Another very, very consistent run, 192.735 miles per hour.
Keep in mind, this is Garrett Mashburn, as mentioned. He is the now team director for the eNASCAR portion of Lowline Racing. My first thought when I seen him on the entry list was, he's racing? Because I have never seen him race on the track. He runs a race per month on average officially. He's ran 25 in 2021. He didn't even run one in 2020. So at this point, Garrett's saying, it looks at the very least, I'm ready to have some fun. I'm ready to showcase this with my Lotus today. Now it's the question, can Garrett get himself a good spot? 192.7. And he outperformed some of his own eNASCAR teammates a little bit on the board. He outperformed Liam Brotherton, who's in the Contender Series.
Yeah, that puts him up to 13th on the board. So great run there for Garrett.
Aaron Smith, Brady McMahon.
So now qualifying continues down to the final few cars. It's Max Sicardo who is now on the racetrack. Currently the bump time is in the 192.5 still. Brandon Wright is on the bubble. And that's the stark contrast in some of the drivers too from the groupings. That is a Slip Angle Motorsports driver who is known for spotting work with some of the big names in the early goings of eNASCAR competition, who is on the bubble and trying to hold on to the top 18. Sicardo now starts off with a 47.2 in the warm-up though.
Yeah, not what he's looking for, and that car looks very, very twitchy. Very, very twitchy. Not what he's looking for. Good-looking car, but going to have to find a lot of speed to get himself into the show. This is, man, we had a lot of people. It was kind of funny. We had a lot of people after the draw looking at this lineup going, man, we are in trouble. All of these fast guys stuck in the back half of the qualifying order. There's no chance they're going to be able to start up front. And everybody, it took so many cars to get Kyle off of the pole. Now we've got 4 ahead of him. This is something completely different than we've seen before.
Yes, indeed, when it comes to these times. Sicardo, by the way, a 47.2 that time by. Sicardo amongst those who is a part of the representation for Ziens, the Kenny and Ken Ziens. Drivers known for the short track racing ability, so more so the short track background when it comes to this technical alliance here. The next driver's in the chute, right on behind, keep in mind. Only a few more left to go, include a couple of the heavier hitters too, such as Illinois, Brady McMahon and company. You were saying, Baden?
Saying this is a really cool looking car. The Jim Champagne tribute here, that's pretty sweet. I guess if it was up to them with this paint scheme on it, next year they come back with the motor hanging off the side of the car. Is this one lost on?
Are we starting our deep Indy 500 references?
Yeah, this is Baden is going down the rabbit hole of all very obscure, and I'm sure that in the Twitch chat, if I go to look, Kyle DeHart is probably grinning from ear to ear because he is just as big of a nerd as we are with Indy 500 history.
But Jim Champagne, that's not obscure.
I would say in the grand scheme of things, that is.
Oh, come on. That's super cool. Everyone should know that.
Everybody should, but it's still obscure. But Matt Sicardo, 47.258. Not what he's looking for speed-wise on his third lap, 190.443. That's not going to be fast enough to bump him into the field. That's actually not going to be fast enough currently to get him into the top 33 currently. So a lot of work to be done for Matt Sicardo, but you're already committed. You're already guaranteed this run. Might as well finish it up, and you never know what's going to happen later on in the day. So Matt coming around turn number 4 to finish up his run. That car is just so stuck to the ground and not getting the rotation that it needs to in order to be fast. He'll end this run at a 47.294 for a 4-lap average of 190.416 miles per hour.
That puts him 35th quickest amongst the Patriot 100 drivers currently in the slot. But now, it's the 197-mile-per-hour man. It's Braden McMahon, back from saving puppies, driving the Team Jack machine, and looking to try and back up that pace with the toe in practice with a good qualifying run.
Yeah, Braden, part of that Hank Silver group that really they put a lot of work into this. Hank told us that Parker had been texting the group chat going, when are we going to practice? We got to work on qualifying trim. We got to work on this. We got to work on that. And really take it as serious as possible. And Braden has always had a good time. His family, his big racing family, obviously with his father, Paul, winning multiple World of Outlaw races. His dad probably arguably one of the best qualifiers in World of Outlaw sprint car history. So we'll see if Braden has a little bit of that genes in him and can back it up and put himself into the fake 500 for the second time.
Reference after this, there are only 2 drivers in the chute. Dylan Alt, Shea Powell, before we get to where we may see more runs come into play over the next couple hours. Keep that in mind, as right now, when it comes to the car on track with McMahon, limiting out at only 199 miles per hour. That track temp is at the 100-degree mark. This respective run, just about 3 p.m. on the dot in sim time. We'll see where McMahon's time now lies here. This will be his first timed lap up on the board. He had a warm-up lap in the 46.7s. He starts off in the 46.7s with qualifying. And it just looks like just doesn't have the exact get-me-up compared to some of the others. You can see he's pushing hard here, Bade, and nearly snapped that out of 2.
Yeah, he got real free off the corner there. He's trying to find everything he can. He is full ball to the wall right now.
Yeah, he's been stepping out a couple times already throughout the course of this run. McMahon not even going to the wall with a short chute this time through 3 and 4. It's an exit once more now for McMahon. And amongst those competitors who have showed great speed in this event in the past, still in the 7s the second time around this time about.
Consistent.
And very consistent. And Baden, I must say, in the meme lord known as Ross Weiss, what you did there, I see it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Very, very solid. We love Braden. Good Warzone partner too. So Braden out there trying to get himself into the field, but this is not going to be the run he's looking for, but a good test for the rest of that team that's going to have to come out later on in the day. 46.757, excuse me, last time by. Got 2 more laps to go, or finishing up. Ooh, big loose coming off of 4. Track might be changing just a little bit here.
R7, yes indeed, with some of the bobbles. This track has been through so many changes, it's been difficult to get a full grip on it to know exactly where these drivers may want to be. So, the 6-time self-proclaimed World of Outlaws Tweeter of the Year, looking to now try and find a little bit more touch speed. Right now, the average is in the 192.4s. That would get him inside the top 20 or so, but not in the top 18. Needs to be in the 5s to be in that ballpark. The lock-in bump speed is a 192.5886. McMahon is not on track for that, unless he can put in a higher time right now. Another 7. Is that enough? He needs another 10th? No. He is about that mark short. Only good enough for the top 25.
Yeah, 192.495 miles an hour. 196, excuse me, with the rounding. Just a little bit off. The Bachman Motorsports team, they're going to go to work on that thing, and they're going to get it a little bit better. Next out on track, though, gorgeous looking car. Dylan Alt.
I don't think I've seen this sponsor on the car before for Dylan Alt, who is another driver for the eNASCAR Contender iRacing Series. Alt, with an I rating of more than 8,000. Keep in mind, the 7,000 is the new 5,000, 6,000 is the new 3,000, and 5,000 is the new 1K.
Yeah.
In the 2021.
Yeah, when I was the first year that I ran for the Pro Series, or the year that I qualified, I was about a 4,500 I rating guy, and that would put me in top split pretty much every week. Due to just crashing a lot, I dropped down to around a 4,000 to 4,100 I rating. I was in the 4th split of World of Outlaw Pro Series qualifiers this year. So that I rating number just keeps getting inflated as the years go by. And if you've got an I rating anywhere above 5,000 or 6,000, you're really, really doing something. But Dylan Alt is good looking car though. That's definitely one of my favorite. I'm a big fan of blue cars. But 46,658, 192.892 miles an hour. So he's looking pretty sporty here on his opening lap.
And they're one of the low-line racing drivers here. So this is now to where, for Dylan Alt's sake, curious to see how many adjustments he may have had the chance to put in here for being at the very back end of the running order now when it comes to the qualifying. Dylan Alt being decent. And we have already been informed just now that Garrett Mashburn's run has just been waived by the officials. He will be sent out last in the order again because it turns out he only ran 3 laps.
Oh boy.
I'm not sure how that came to be, but that is big for Mashburn. He's 13th right now.
Yeah, so his warm-up lap had to have been that. So transponder didn't click off like we thought it would. So yeah, just a unfortunate circumstance there, but
I am dumb.
Well, there you heard it from Race Control.
He got waved off too early. I counted his warm-up lap as his first timed lap.
Understood. Well,
hand scoring, you'll have that.
Hand scoring, it's unfortunate. It happens, but it looks like just seeing guys coming in and out of the server as the last car is getting ready to go out and qualify after Dylan Alt finishes his run. His last lap, by the way, 46.751, 192.509 miles per hour, as you can see up on your screen there.
And the only reason he's going to go at the end of the order is because it was an official error. It was an official's error. So if it would have been a situation like we saw with Peterson where he just didn't know the foreman ran out of fuel or didn't put enough fuel in, he wouldn't go. But because it was an official's error, he will go at the end.
So there you have it.
Interesting situation. Dylan Alt, drivers now comes across the stripe with a 192.6. And now it's a predicament now that Mashburn may be towards, because guess what? Depending on how the one more driver qualifies, Shea Powell, in terms of the original order, Mashburn may bump his own driver out of the top 18.
Yeah, so this is going to be very, you kind of have to... Unfortunately, it's one of those things within racing, and Indy is no slouch to it. It's unfortunate, and honestly, with everything that's been going on as far as tickers and everything else, and having to do this thing manually, it's unfortunate. But sometimes things do happen, and there's only one way to make it right, and it's to go requalify. But Shea Paulo making his attempt out onto the racetrack. His warm-up lap, 46.624. So a pretty good opening lap for the World of Outlaw Pro Series driver.
And he's having a pretty okay season on that mark. It's been the difficult part of making the feature so far, but give him credit. He became a new dad a few weeks ago. He's also been able to correctly predict the trends of almost every race so far, except for the unpredictable result of Bristol with how the track progressed. He knows his stuff on dirt.
Yeah, Shea is a very, very smart guy on dirt. And actually, yeah, congratulations to him and his wife Alexis on the birth of their first child. He actually was born, I believe, on the Thursday before the first pro race. So Shea literally was taking care of his infant and went, had his wife hold on to him and took a break and literally went, got on the sim, raced Volusia, missed the show, went back to baby watch. So, it's definitely a tough go about it, especially in that deal where you need a lot of practice. But Shea's put in some time this week getting this thing going, as he comes up to his first lap there.
So Shea Powell trying to pick up the tempo. Warm-up was a 46.7. Prince. Shea Powell across the stripe, his first time lap. Did he just match it? He just matched his warm-up time. Dead on.
That is consistency right there, but had a little bit of a lift coming off of 2 as the car got tight.
Yeah. Either that or both of those times, if I'm looking right, were 46.7s. Pardon me, that just had been credited for 2 identical lap times.
Yes, because his warm-up lap was a 46.624. First 2 laps, 46.709, so it does not get any more consistent than that.
Yes, it does, if he can run one more.
Will he make it a 3 for 3 on dead even times? Chances are very, 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 very rare. He doesn't do it. No surprise.
You jinxed him.
How often do you see that? As he nearly spins it out. What a save there, Baden, for Shea Powell.
He's still in the gas. He's not giving up here.
It's in time. The first few times around in the 7s. The tough part about how tight it is, though, here's the margin. That could cost him. He is only in with the 3 laps recorded so far by about a couple 1,000ths. Shea Powell with that bobble may be outside the top 18. We'll see. Powell, an 8 this time. And yes, that will knock him down the pylon as a result of those mistakes.
Is that my last lap? Yep.
192.5. That's a flat. And that is not good enough to even get the top 20 now for Shea Powell with that bobble. So
unbelievable.
That leaves one more driver again as a result of the re-qualify for Garrett Mashburn. No pressure, Garrett, as G-Smash runs around the racetrack. This time in the 42. So the session continues for that one more time for Mashburn in turn. Remember, one of the times was put together as the warm-up in terms of his calculated time prior. So now we'll see how this truly sets up. He's just been told there's the green. And I'm curious on this one because it was a 47.7 for the warm-up if the calculation is right. That may be interesting.
Yeah, so this is, I've been in situations in a real-life car, unfortunately, where they've had to wave off qualifying attempt for me. The transponder wasn't picking up. So, I mean, it's unfortunate. Things happen. There's always going to be human error. It's unfortunate, but you just make the best of it that you can and go from there.
I find it interesting, though, as he sets a 46.681 to start off. I believe will be the recorded times for him this time. He's actually running the same color scheme, number font, that you normally would see from Dylan Alt outside of Contender Series competition. Is he trying to say he's dressing up as Dylan Alt for this race? I'm not sure.
Well, this is...
I'm fat at jokes like this, okay?
Justin, we love you, and we haven't said it enough yet. We really do appreciate you on these broadcasts with us, because it makes it a lot more enjoyable. It's the second year we've done this. You've done a lot of DRT races with us. I know everybody on our team is a big fan of you, and a lot of people throughout the iRacing universe. And really cool to see you start getting some different opportunities, outside of iRacing even. And just glad to help, be a very small part in that journey. So you do a heck of a job, and
thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you. It means a lot, absolutely. Garrett Mashburn, though, may need to step on it because it was a 7 last time by. That is a little slower than what he did the first time. So if you're Mashburn, the panic button may be starting to sound.
The panic button for me is sounding, so I'm going to get met in the parking lot with a crowbar.
Well.
Okay. Another 7 for Mashburn, by the way. 192.6. It's going to be close. If he keeps up this tempo, he pushes Dylan Alt out. Driving the same color scheme as Dylan Alt normally drives, with the same font, using the 1970s and 80s style low-line racing logo as its team director. Let's see how Mashburn tries to fare out. Can Mashburn lock himself inside the top 18 with a solid 4th lap? 188 coming out of the corner. It's decent speed this time for the final time around for Mashburn. This time, coming across the stripe, 46.755. That is a 192.63.
Oh, I'm getting met in the parking lot.
And he is the first driver out.
Wow.
Wow.
Not the drama that we want. Not the drama that you want. It's and Garrett leaves the racing surface understandably.
Now, hold on a second. Now things are shuffling again. Now Garrett Mashburn's been shuffled above a Brandon Wright. So he's been shuffled behind Alt. So a lot of shuffling in terms of that. Now with the average.
Yeah, average-wise, he is sitting on the bubble spot at a 192.638. So that puts Brandon Wright on the outside looking in, taking a little bit of an intermission here. We're going to take I think a couple of seconds to catch our breath and play a pretty sweet video. And it's been a wild first half so far. We've had 46 drivers so far take time to get themselves locked into the field, which we expected. We knew there were some guys that weren't going to be around till bump day tomorrow. We knew there were some guys that we've seen some guys that have entered into the server that have not even taken a time yet. So Clint Stone for one, Justin Carey, Aaron Smith, they have not taken a time yet, so they missed their qualifying spot. So they'll be out in open qualifying. But while we take a little bit of a break, the declarations will be opening up very soon, so we'll keep you all posted here as
declarations will open at 3:19 in sim time. 3:19 in sim time. Just remember the rules. If you want to declare, you have to put in the in sim text chat withdraw and declare.
Robert's just getting that clarification now.
Declare. It's not going to count. We need you to say withdraw. That way you are aware that you are withdrawing your attempt if you leave pit road and go on the track. That way we don't have anyone saying, oh, I didn't know what the rules were. You need to put withdraw so you understand. You leave pit road to go on the track. Your previous attempt is erased. You have no safety net. That'll open up at 3:19 in sim time. First car on track at 3:20.
So just to kind of clarify a little bit on what Zane was saying, and actually we may not have time to go to that video, but what he's basically saying is in real life in Indianapolis, there's a process that they literally bring you around a form that you have to sign in order to relinquish your qualifying time to get back into the bumping order. With the way that this whole operation works, with the way that iRacing works, what the board of directors for the Fake 500 have decided is the same thing as it's been in the past. You can declare to withdraw your time, but that time is not withdrawn until your car crosses the threshold at the end of pit lane. Once you cross out of pit lane, you no longer have a time. You have to set another one. So it's going to be a wild last hour or so. Like Zane said, 5:17 Eastern Standard Time. We will be going till 7 o'clock sharp. Last car must be on the racetrack before 7 p.m. before the gun goes off. So open qualifying, I know Aaron Ralph said he was looking forward to it. We're going to be seeing a lot of guys getting ready to go out here pretty darn quick. So looking like it's going to be a wild last half or last hour or so of qualifying. But Justin, we don't get to ask you many questions. What's kind of the shock of the day? What's your mojo feeling right now?
I'm feeling this could be a pretty crazy next few hours plus or so when it comes to a lot of the shuffling, because as we've seen, there's a lot of quick drivers who made mistakes in the early stages of qualifying who I think will do much better. Dave Bodio, Christian Peterson amongst those. You have drivers who have mentioned they found more speed to adapt and figured out, okay, this is what I was doing wrong. Now, on top of things, you've got the nervous feelings that will be right on the cusp of that top 18. You have Garrett Mashburn, who's been through an emotional hurricane and a half for the past while or so, amongst those competitors who are going to be having a lot to think about. So in other words, this could be a crazy next hour and a half plus when it comes to these drivers. Again, to reset your top 18, Corey Carpenter set the fastest time in qualifying throughout the first attempts for Wicked Brands Fake 500 Apex Autosport Pole Day, presented by Wheeler Motorsports Consulting. He currently has that average speed at a 193.354, 1166 miles per hour. The quickest driver anyone so far. Seth the Merchant is currently second, followed by Keith Jeffrey, Brian Blackford, and Kyle Odanik, the top 5. Henry Bennett's in 6th, Jeremy Wagle quietly in 7th, Thomas Branson's held on to 8th, with Adam Blocker, Michael Cozy Jr., the top 10. Mason Hannigan's in 11th, with Aiden Beerline in 12th, Gary Corley, Liam Brotherton, Wade Fields, Eric J. Smith, Dylan Alt, Garrett Mashburn are the top 18 drivers. The first drivers currently out of that top 18 are Brandon Wright, Jeffrey Stewart, with Stephen Rogers, Scott King, Shea Powell, Braden McMahon.
That window will open.
Currently among those drivers just mentioned outside that cutoff, they were within a grand total average of 1/10 of a mile per hour out of the top 18. Several drivers have already just put in withdraw attempts. In fact, there is a flurry of them that have come in the past couple moments. Parker Price Miller, he's amongst those. Dave Bodio, as to be expected, has done that. Kyle May has done that. Brandon Wright, Tyson Landis, CP has done that. So that's among the drivers currently under that mark. Jacob Mann, after his incident, has also put a withdrawal.
All right, Dave.
And Justin Carey.
Dave Bodio, Justin Carey, Kyle May to the end of pit road. You're in the chute.
Yeah, they are. We are getting ready to roll here pretty close. You know, here's the one thing. I was speaking to Tommy Brandon a little bit. Tommy Brandon, sitting in 8th right now, he told me that his day, the rest of the day, is pretty well full, and he's not sure if he gets bumped out of the field if he's going to be able to make another attempt, and he definitely cannot make one tomorrow for bump day. So he is basically got to rest on his lap in order to try to make it into the field. It's sitting in 8th with a lot of heavy hitters that are out on the outside looking in.
So here's a look at the chute and who is now on track. It's Dave Bodio, who, remember, good on qualifying, and then his internet drop. And it was the worst case scenario for Dave Bodio, having to make this second attempt now to finally put in a full lap run. All 4. Carey, May, Wright, Landis, Peterson are in the chute right after this as well. Another few withdrawals have just rushed on in. Hayden Grease has withdrawn his time. Hank Silver has withdrawn. Tobridge has withdrawn. Kane has withdrawn. Clint Stone has already declared his first attempt. Remember, he missed his initial slot time. Bodio is now coming up for his warm-up. The first of the drivers on their second attempts. And curious on your opinion on this, Baden. If you've got the chance now to regroup and reset, some of the drivers have proven they've got raw speed out of the box. For those who may not have that raw speed, what can they do now for this part of qualifying to make sure they're top 18?
Well, I think, I'm not sure, Baden must be taking a little break, but we had, I think, Zane said earlier that if you're sitting on the 19th on the outside looking in, withdraw. There's no real loss. If you're sitting 19th right now, 20th, Jeffrey's like Brandon Wright, Jeffrey Stewart, and Steven Rogers, I think, are in one of the toughest spots to be in, because you're on the outside looking in, but you got to think about tomorrow. So do you withdraw that time in hopes that you're basically staying the same? The track could be a lot quicker tomorrow. We saw that last year. So it's just kind of one of those, it's just a wild time as Dave Bodio is out on the track for his first qualifying lap. And I believe we've got a interview coming.
Right after this. Because Keith Jeffrey is currently amongst those trying to help Bodio make it top 18 after his bad luck earlier. 46.5 starts off the time lap section. He did have a 46.4 in the warm-up, the second quickest out of any time in the session. So Bodio, he's looking to have a rodeo to the top of the board.
Ooh, that was quality.
I like that.
That was good. I'm a fan. That was bravo, sir. That was very good.
My heart loves that.
That was very, very good. Bodio was fast last year. Fast again this year. Hopefully that internet holds up, and that car looks a lot more happy. That thing looks very, very free through the corners, which is exactly what you need with this car getting so much grip and so planted. 46.5, great lap.
Right now, he's on track for top 3. He's on track to beat Keith Jeffrey on the board. If he can keep this up, the problem is the car is bobbling like crazy now.
Yeah, this is, he's going to really have to buckle down and keep this thing straight and smooth over these next few laps, because that thing is definitely ragged edge. Qualifying trim, trying to make that as much speed as possible. But a 193.3, 193.162, the two qualifying speeds. So yeah, he's trying to bump his teammate off the front row. So
flag, Justin Terry, take the track, white flag.
It's an error 5. This time, check that as 6. 46.631.
193.004. Putting him at a 193.167 average, which is going to put him not on the front row, but in front of Brian Blackford in 4th, if he can hang on to it. So Dave Bodio really giving it all he's got here on this last lap.
And Dave Bodio makes sure he's in the show. Right now, he is in track for a potential top 5 run. All depends, though, on this time of the 4th time around. Another good 4th lap for Bodio now on the Jim Beaver Esports cars in general. This time at the stripe, 199 in terms of speed, of 46.6. Now, in terms of how it cycles about, where will that put him? 193, 1124456. That is good enough for 5th on the board, right behind Brian Blackford, right in front of his teammate, O'Danick.
Bravo to Dave Bodio. Way to make up for misfortune early on, as the next car out onto the racetrack.
It's the first time for Justin Carey.
Yeah, Justin Carey is an interesting character. He is actually the spotter for a couple IndyCar wins this year, working for Pato. I know he used to work for Pato Award, spotting for them, and along with a few other sprint car races and things like that. He is actually qualified into the Fake 500 twice and is still considered a rookie, as he has not made his initial start into the field, because he basically, there was one day that he couldn't run the race and somebody offered him a boatload of money to run the next one. 47.197 on his warm-up lap, not going to be good enough to get himself into the field. So we're going to have to see how he progresses through the next few laps.
Here's on the paint scheme inspiration, though, because it looks like it's based off of car. It has Jorgensen all throughout it and Mr. Marty on it. Baden, the early historian, what do you feel this is based on?
Jorgensen Eagle.
Oh, that's the best point.
I don't believe that's the 75 car, though.
I can't remember. I can't remember what year that Jorgensen Eagle was. I want to say that was like maybe 76.
See, later would make sense for the car. Zane might have an idea, but he's kind of busy.
An error 46.7, by the way. 46.730 in terms of the first time count, I should rather say, in this mark. In the chute, May, Wright, Landis, Peterson, Mann. Several more have now just withdrawn their times the past few moments as well. Aaron Brooks, as expected, tops gold, on with Andrew Winings. Big clip of the grass for Carey that time. Holding station at 188 through the corner this time, Justin Carey. Now looking for the second time up on the board. That will be another 7. Despite the clip of the grass, he gained a thousandth of a second. Problem is, as we've seen, thousandths of a second. Big difference today. Right now, he is not on track for the top 18. Garrett Mashburn is currently the first one out. Dylan Alt is on the bubble of the top 18 throughout this run right now. I have a feeling Baden's trying to research which car it is.
Yes.
That's exactly what Baden's doing, because he's flabbergasted at the fact that there's Indy 500 knowledge that he does not currently know.
Coming across this time, another 7 meanwhile. And they've all stayed within the same ballpark of 2/100ths of a second for Justin Carey. This is now the final attempt for him now to try and see what he can do in terms of this run. Right now, in terms of if he continues this current rate and pace, he would be around the 20th position, around Brandon Wright, Jeffrey Stewart, along with Steven Rogers. Jackson Steele has just withdrawn his time as well. So a flurry of drivers are going to be lining up and having a wrestling match at the exit of the pit lane now coming up in the next little bit, all while Carey completes his run.
Yeah, checkered flag for Carey. Not going to put him into the top 18, 192.536 miles an hour. That's going to put him in the 23rd spot. Not enough to lock him in, but enough to where it's pretty solid, where he should feel pretty okay. But I wouldn't be shocked if we see another qualifying attempt out of him. Is Kyle May in the May roofing car. The SAR comes out onto the racetrack. He was one that went out way, way early and then had to think about what he had done. Got into the fence and really, really wrecked his laps. So he's going to do his best to see if he can put this thing into the show once and for all for Kyle May, who's trying to make his first ever big loose going through 3, but trying to make his first ever start in the Wicked Brands Fake 500 presented by Wheeler Motorsports Consulting.
Kyle May.
Green flag.
We'll take the green flag this time. The warm-up lap, way of 46.8. And for May, remember, having to have a lot of improvement here to move up from 31st position, because that average lap time around the 8th is only good enough for 30th.
Yeah, and when you're in Kyle's position like that, there's really not a lot that you can do. There's really not a ton that you can do as far as you just have to go. If you're sitting down in 31st, there's no reason not to withdraw your time, because you're definitely going to get bumped tomorrow. So you might as well go out. You've got 3 attempts on the day as he gets loose off of 4, so that thing is starting to get pretty sporty. As we're coming up, we've got an hour and a half left in qualifying. There's a lot of guys, I think, that are maybe not going to get a chance to go back out and qualify. So it's going to come down to the wire to see who's going to be able to, because like right now, if Kyle goes out and really, runs this lap and he doesn't, he's already gone. He's already bumped out of the field. So he's now no longer in the field as it sits. But if he can't improve on his time at all, he might not get another chance today.
Especially since you started that sentence, Justin Carey already withdrew his first attempt that he completed 2 minutes ago. Shea Powell's withdrawn. Wade Fields has withdrawn his time. Weininger has just withdrawn his time. Bryce Miller has withdrawn for the second time, despite not taking the first time off the withdrawn quite yet, so he is double withdrawing. So in other words, everyone's trying to rush on in still. May, that time a 9. It's even worse than the first run at this rate.
Oh boy, 46.917, 191.828 miles an hour. Yeah, this is going to actually move him down the field comparatively to where he was. But like we said, really not losing anything because of the fact that he's going to have that extra. Oh boy, Kyle's very, very loose off the corner. Not going to be what he needs at all. White flag 46.908. So still goes a little bit quicker. It's almost like that car wants to go faster. It's just not doing exactly what he needs to be comfortable. 191.865 miles per hour last lap for Kyle May.
Again, in the chute, Wright, Landis, Peterson, Mann, and am I reading that right? That can't be right. Would Carpenter pull his pole time? That doesn't make sense. We'll double check on that as May comes across the stripe. 46.8. And to confirm, 191.9. Yes, that actually drops him to 32nd. Zane, I want to bring you in quickly here. Is that right on who is after man in the chute?
Yes.
You're kidding me.
Remember, they can waive off their attempt, and they don't lose their previous attempt as long as they don't leave pit road.
The pole sitter. That's an interesting decision, as now on the track goes right. He was 20th prior to this mark, Billy. I'm curious on your thoughts on that, because that is an interesting call.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we'll see him out on track. I think that's more of a block. We saw last year where guys were putting in withdrawals to kind of not necessarily block up the order, but be there just in case. So, we'll see this a lot tomorrow. Like, I'm actually kind of shocked that we haven't seen Eric Smith, Wade Fields, Dylan Alt withdrawing their times. Or at least declaring that they would withdraw their times. That's the biggest thing to keep. But as long as you don't cross the threshold or get in the car, you're fine. So I think it's more of just a block thing, because I do believe that there was some talks that Seth the Merchant really wanted to get the pole. So when you do that, you kind of also have to go back and forth with them. So it makes good sense to me, but if nobody beats him, he's definitely not coming out. You're not going to throw away a pole time to potentially go slower and get off the pole.
Then Brandon Wright is on the racetrack for reference. The first time lap was a 46.5. And remember, his teammates is in 4th. That's how quick this car is for Brandon Wright. If he can find the spot, racetrack. Second time around for Brandon Wright is in the 46.6s. Currently his average, like a decent track right now, 193.1 is the average on track, which would put him top 5 compared to what he did before. Track temperature for reference, 102 degrees Fahrenheit currently.
And this is, normally we would see this as kind of the lull of what we would see normally in these, but it seems like the hotter the track, the faster these guys go. So this is, it's all new territory. It's a whole chess match, just like we've always had, just a little bit different board. But white flag coming out for Brandon Wright as I find him on the scoring sheet. He is definitely improving on his time, 193.072 miles an hour. That's going to be enough to bump him into the field if he can keep up this pace and actually put him in pretty solid shape.
Would put him around that top 5, top 10 range that is in that comfortable window with how we've seen the times fare out in terms of the pace. Put him inside the contenders conversation, potentially even for this year's running of the Wicked Brands Fake 500. Bit of a slide this time, but rear tires. Well, Brandon Wright and his time coming to play, coming to the checkered flag. The average currently is in the 193 flats, which is inside the top 10. Can he move it up or stick it around? He actually goes quicker the 4th time, but that is still good enough regardless for inside the top 8. Brandon Wright more comfortable this time.
Okay, back on the paint scheme for Justin Carey. I did some digging, and the thing I kept finding was a Formula 5000 car.
Interesting. I like that.
It was a Formula 5000?
Yeah, it was kind of like, just a lot like F1 cars, but they'd run big honking American V8s in them. It was awesome. I keep seeing that scheme on that because like most of the Indy cars have the red and yellow on the nose as well. But this Formula 5000 scheme that I kept running into looked a lot like Carey's.
By the way, it's Landis now on the racetrack. Throws up the relevancy. Green flag is out. This time, Landis is 33rd currently on the board. And here's an interesting call. Beer Line from 14th has just withdrawn, declared.
Yeah, so that's one of those, I think, that you block it. That's one of those where you look at the time of what's left. We're coming up on an hour and 20 minutes left in qualifying. You're sitting 14th. You're right on that cusp of getting in. So withdrawing is the smart way to go. That way you're set up for later on in the afternoon when and Landis loose off the corner on his warm-up time. 46.776. Not gonna be, it's better than what he could be, but that's not going to be enough to lock him into the show. And oh boy, big lift. He's in a lot of trouble. Landis trying not to have to come back on bump day, but it's looking like he might have to. Yeah, this is going to be very wild last hour and 20 minutes. Guys are getting fired up. There's going to be a lot of pushing and shoving to try to get through the qualifying line, and absolutely love it.
Ryan Hergon is currently attempting to withdraw, declare. We'll keep an eye on that one, by the way, as the time now comes across. Another 46.8 for Landis. This looks very rough for Landis at this point. The way it's coming together. It's still enough to improve the time on the bright side, Billy, but the problem is this would only gain him 4 or 5 spots and give him some cushion to the Patriot 100 line.
Yeah, and especially with going into tomorrow, we don't really know what the weather is going to be like. We could see a lot higher temperatures tomorrow. Wind direction change to where, the bumping process might be pretty tame. White flag. Or we could see something where the track is just lightning quick. Before this race, the track record holder was actually credited as starting 19th, Rick Music. He held the track record and started 19th. So the fastest car is not always going to start up front here in Indianapolis. So with the way that the lock-in cars and Corey Carpenter is...
For some reason, his chat is not visible to everyone. I can chat. I have a screenshot of it if there's any protest.
Corey Carpenter back into the sim. So Corey Carpenter is pretty much just waiting to see if he's going to get bumped off the coming up on 1 hour and 15 minutes left in qualifying. Tyson Landis finishing up his run.
Checker flag.
7. 92.3 the average, but it only gets him up to 29. So a bit of breathing room for the Patriot 100 line, but the next driver on the racetrack is going to open eyes to see, will this change the pole time? CP, remember, backed off the gas, thinking he was already done his run on track for the pole at the time. Christian Peterson is now on the track in the 29 and preparing for the green this time by. Can he make up for that mental mistake and get himself up to the front? Remember, Seth DeMerchant is in second, a part of his alliance. Michael Cozy Jr. is currently in 12th position as well from that grouping.
I think this, if Christian Peterson, who was on a pole speed run earlier, if Christian Peterson does not set this into the top 18 for some miracle reason, Baden, I think I can speak for everybody that we've got a Jiggers Royce award.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Or we could also give it to Zane.
Yeah.
You good?
Fair.
I mean,
fair.
The
fair.
people that hand out the award for that gave it to themselves one year because they lost the trophy.
Yeah.
So it would work.
Hey, it's possible. 46.961 on his warm-up lap as he's coming around for lap number 1. Will we see a 4? Will we see a 5? That's going to be the question for Christian Peterson. 46.574.
It took a little patience on the first lap, clips the rumble strips a touch bit this time on the second lap. CP, though, keeping up the pace up to 187 for the corner exit this time. In the chute after this run is Mann, looking to bounce back after a crash. 2 crashes, in fact, during his run earlier. Carpenter currently is there. See if he does follow through based on this time. Kane, Throwbridge, Grease. Peterson looking for a good time, currently in the 193 2-mile-per-hour average mark. He lost time, 46.6 this time. He is not on the track quite yet for the pole. If anything, it's on track for the highest mark of a top 6. Where can he find the speed bits now is the big question over the next few moments.
Yeah, he's going to have to really dig and find something here. He's still locking himself or getting himself into the field right now. So definitely nothing to be upset about, but I don't think it's the run that he was wanting to get. I really think that he thought he had pole speed, which I think, truthfully, he probably does if track conditions were right.
Oh boy, Corey Carpenter has just confirmed he will take the withdraw declare.
Yeah, so he is he's playing a little bit on the defense. I think he's trying to get ahead of the curve here and see what happens, but we shall see what happens. 46.623. 46.623 for his third lap.
See where this comes out now for CP coming up. And for the time average to come on in from the third time around, this will end up between the rumble lead coming up. For only the 193 ones, here's the checkered flag. The 99 at the stripe once again, just past 200. Right past it, Dylan Alt has just attempted to withdraw and declare as well. But it's a 193.0 for Seth DeMerchant in the end. For that time, that still puts him top 10 in a comfortable spot.
Yeah, I think if you're sitting top 10 now with about an hour left in qualifying, you should feel pretty safe for the most part. Corey Carpenter is actually rolling. I don't...
From the pole.
From the pole.
That may get adjusted potentially because Dane will have to explain this one in a few moments.
Yeah, I believe there's a bigger line here than what we're seeing. There might be a little bit of confusion.
Corey, you are not in the chute. I can't delete your name because it'll mess up with the timing scoring right now. So I'll just put you on the track. So you're not in the chute.
Yeah. So as of right now, the in the chute, Jacob Mann is on track. Yeah, Scott King will be next. Trowbridge after him. Peyton Grease, Clint Stone, Hank Silver.
Your statement, Zane? Perfect statement. Jacob Mann continues to try and pump up his time from the spins, or at least put in a time. His warm-up lap was the 48-second bracket. Remember, this car was the near identical definition to Evil. This will complete the first lap. Did Mann find a lot of speed? No. How about a 47.890, second slowest qualifying time? He's missed the bottom, and it's getting worse.
Yeah, Jacob's going to have to dig deep overnight and definitely go and potentially steal some speed bits from some teams to try to figure out how to get that 19 car into the show. Just not on pace right now to make it happen. But we have seen in Fake 500 history before that weirder things have happened. Bump day magic is a real thing. So Jacob Mann going out and going to complete and get a run on the board for the day. 47.917. That will put him, that's a 187.824 miles an hour average. But yeah, Jacob's dad is was one of my heroes growing up. He drove for my dad, won a couple of sprints on dirt titles. Like I said earlier, Hoosier Tire test pilot. Got a few kids that are racing now. Jacob runs the virtual stuff. The other kids are running some real stuff. Big racing family. Do a lot with restoring old cars and old sprint cars. So huge racing family. Good to see Jacob making an attempt at least here.
White flag. King, go ahead and roll. White flag.
White flag is out. Jacob Mann, 47.854. Going the right direction, just not enough.
On the bright side, he's made it much further than the first run.
Yeah,
so
and
at the very least, this gets him at least a time for to compare.
Yeah, that's an absolute. It's kind of a confidence booster if you go out and you struggle. Oh boy. Okay, so there was a guy. Okay, Steve.
I'm trying to confirm this.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody offered him $50 to go out and rerun. So Corey Carpenter wants some cash. Some extra cash, should say. As Jacob Mann runs a 47.854, that's going to be 187.964 miles an hour. As our next qualifier out on track, Scott King. I think, honestly, this to me was the man of the hour, or the man of the day. So see what Scott King can do here to try to get this thing into the pole or into the field, as he is currently in the 25th position, or was in the 25th position.
I'm going to be honest. I did not, in all the things that could happen today, I did not expect DB Cooper to be going by the name Steve, throwing around money for guys to abandon a pole speed. All right.
Actually, you know what? Okay, Steve is probably Seth DeMerchant.
That could be, but it's a lot more fun if we think it's DB Cooper.
Seth DeMerchant out here. Seth DeMerchant out here throwing shade over at Corey Carpenter. No, we're just playing. We can't confirm that, but
I have just confirmed who it is. Yes, I think it's credible. It's Steve Sheehan. Yes, the former Coke driver.
I like
Steve
it.
Sheehan has basically said, you know what, Corey? How about you try to do a double?
This
and Corey Carpenter's responded saying, I hate Steve.
Oh, I love it. I love it. We love the wild stuff that's coming out. Scott King taking his first lap. 46.737, on par with his previous lap time. Before he ran a 46.788 on his second lap, so we'll see if he can improve. And again, even if you're not in a position to lock yourself into the top 18, moving yourself up the board in the back half of the field for tomorrow makes a very big difference. That's just one more guy that you have to, sit on the bubble spot. And again, we've seen guys. Kevin Click comes to mind. Sat on the bubble, about getting bumped out of the field most of the day, and makes it into the field. And actually got bumped from the field, made it in as an alternate by running well in the Patriot 100, and wins the first ever fake 500. So 46.815. So going the opposite direction for Scott King, unfortunately. This is not what he wanted to do, and this might tumble him down the field. But this is the gamble that you take, and that's why this is one of the most fun races, I think, on the sim for the year.
This has been a crazy second and third running for some of these drivers now already.
White flag.
We're approaching 1 hour to go. White flag is out for Scott King. His run, remember, was 25th before this attempt. Right now, his average would cost him so many positions, he would fall to 31st. Unless he picks it up.
In the grand scheme of things, it's really not that big of a change. You're still not locked into the show, but sitting there in 25th compared to 31st makes tomorrow a lot easier.
See where King fares out. We're around 14 to 16 drivers expected at this point who can get through, depending on how things fare out. So, in other words, the line's going to have a wrestling match now to sign for the paper forms. Scott King, a 7 this time, does pick up the tempo. However, that's not enough. In fact, that only gets him to 30th position. He lost 5 positions from that run.
That's welcome to Indy, baby. That is Indy. I'm just looking at times. Timothy Trowbridge out on the track now. I'm looking at times, and I'm looking at the open qualifying tracker.
Yeah, I think this is going to be.
I think realistically, we're looking. If we're looking at the tracker, I think realistically we're looking, Aiden Bierlein, Ryan Hergott, Daryl Weininger, Wade Fields. Those guys are going to be the ones that are really trying to. They're going to be the last qualifiers. If you're Peyton Grease, Clint Stone, Hank Silver, Aaron Rouse, Thomas Gould, you're going to get another shot at this. If you're sitting down there past Weininger, Bierlein, or Hergott, you might not get a chance to go out and requalify. But you still have to declare, because there is a couple of these guys that are in the top 18. Aiden Bierlein, for example. Aiden Bierlein is currently sitting from my sheet, currently sitting in 15th. If you're not bumped from the field and and there's only 5 minutes left, there's no way you pull your time. So that's going to open up another slot. So the mind games are starting to happen. That's the beauty of it, is we're coming up on an hour left in qualifying. So happy hour is about ready to kick off here very soon.
Remember this, by the way, it's worth mentioning. The entire low-line ESC contingency just about has withdrawn and declared all their times too. Alt, Brotherton, Smith, Mashburn have all elected to withdraw declare. Brotherton 17th, Alt is 20th, Smith is 19th, Mashburn is 21st. They want to gain some more track position and make sure they're all top 20. It looks like, or top 18, I should say. Currently, Wade Fields is the bubble. Stonebridge currently makes its way quickly down the racetrack with 46.7 to start off the time section.
Can I get some clarification on how this works? Or can he just pull to the left and skip all of us?
By the way, the wrestling match we're talking about is already getting back underway because several drivers are currently contesting where they will be able to park. So in our words, fireworks are going on. Not the good kind yet.
I'm aware. I wanted clarification whether or not it's by that or by us getting in line.
It's by your withdrawal declare that you put in chat. White flag, white flag. Based on the chat you put in and the qualifying tracker.
Yeah, so basically what happens is there's a spreadsheet. When you put your name in that hat, when you do that withdraw and declare, that is your entry to put yourself back into the line to go out and qualify.
First come, first serve in the chat. However, I see it appear in the chat. I put in the qualifying tracker. That's the order that we go off of. That tracker's on the spreadsheet.
So here's the current tracking positions for those in reference. You mentioned the tracker. Stonebridge currently completed his run. Then it's Grease, Stone, Silver, Roofs, Gold, Winings, Steel, Price Miller, Carey, Howell, Fields, Weininger, Beerline, Burgott, Carpenter, Alt, Brotherton, Smith, Mashburn. So upwards of 28 cars may take second attempts here. Stonebridge has just taken the checkered flag on his respective run. Meanwhile, on racetrack word, does that put him 31st? Whoa.
Yeah, not what you're wanting. But again, you've got to use those attempts. You get 3 per day. They don't do you any good sitting in your pocket. They don't do you any good sitting in your pocket. So you might as well use them. If you're on the outside looking in, you have absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain. Especially with only an hour left exactly as the clock rolls to 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. It's been a heck of a day. Scott King asks, can you explain what the guys should do if they were just on the outside? Justin, I love the answer. Panic. This is one of them things to where after this qualifying session is over and the gun strikes at 7, you're going to have the opportunity to decide if you're going to withdraw your time and enter in the pool or if you're going to wait till open qualifying tomorrow. So it's going to be a pretty magical piece coming up here to the end, and especially if we can get down to Carpenter. Carpenter, if that's the case, he might be the last car to go out, and he would be pulling his time to try to go out-qualify himself and put himself back on the pole.
That's naturally how this works. He'd be the last one to go. That's traditionally what happens. The craziest thing happens right at the end.
Well, to find out if the craziness continues on here for Peyton Grease, who is currently 28. That time by, he put up 46.747, which is slower than the first lap of Scott King.
Yeah, so is the track slowing down? Is that the key? Have we hit the magical number? Track temp is 101 degrees. Wind still out of the northeast, 4 to 5 miles an hour.
1 hour. 5 p.m. time.
It is, you just heard confirmation there. Gun goes off in 1 hour. So this is going to be again, you're not going to, there's guys in the chute right now that are begging and pleading for guys to not go out and take their qualifying attempt.
Peyton Grease, 46.8 last time. He and Scott King are in a dead heat almost when it comes to that.
Yeah, they're extremely close.
Yep.
Yeah, 747, 737 compared to an 808 to an 815. So yeah, they're lockstep. Peyton's going to probably, if he keeps on this run, lock in about the same spot that he's been in that 27 to 30 range. But bump day magic tomorrow will be exciting because there's a lot of fast cars still stuck in there.
Dobridge and Landis have now rejoined the queue for the qualifying session. May not get the chance, though, at the current rate. These drivers are putting in times. Remember, it took a significant amount of time to reach 40 plus. We're now at a grand total of what would be 47 total who have turned laps around the circuit throughout the session. Gray's a little bit loose this time coming off the corner. Aiden back up now after this checkered flag. It was 28 before this respective run. Where will the average now lie? Even worse, how about a 31st? Make it 32nd for your troubles, Peyton.
Oh, boy. Yeah, so Peyton tumbles down the field.
Yeah, 31st, rather.
Yeah,
it's 30, a number.
Yeah, 31st, 192.278 miles per hour. As Clint Stone actually out on track. I believe this is his first attempt.
Yes, it is.
On the day. So Clint Stone, normally pretty fast here. So we're going to see good looking car for him this year. That gray and silver and yellow really stands out. As he goes out for his first qualifying attempt of the day, and this is going to be his only attempt for the day. There's not going to be a way that he's going to get back in line. 47.033 for his warm-up lap as he takes the green. Boy, he's going to have a lot of work to do in a short amount of time to do it.
And remember the contingency from last run of this event. There were plenty of drivers from Sofa King Fast Sim Sport. Break that down slowly, you understand what the reasoning for the name is, as described. Clint Stone is basically the only representation for that team this season, surprisingly.
Yeah, there was, we haven't really talked about it a lot. We did make some schedule changes this year to basically to try something new. We did, we added a few guys from that change, but we also lost some, unfortunately. Billy Bowerman, fan favorite, Billy Brickley, a couple other guys, Tyler Kendall, weren't just with their work schedules, weren't able to make the race, unfortunately. So, stay tuned for next time of what's going to happen. We may revert back. It's hard to say, but Clint Stone and that Sofa King Fast Sim Sport team was, as the name says, last year and the year before. So we definitely miss them. Wish they were here with us, but the show must go on. And Clint Stone getting ready to complete his second lap. First lap was pretty good, 46.751, 192.509. That actually would not be enough, though, to get him into the top 18. Second lap, 46.777, 192.402 miles per hour. That will put him right around 25th to 27th, depending on how it works out. So not terrible for your first attempt of the day, but he'll definitely have to come back to bump day tomorrow to get a little more hop in his giddy up.
Decent enough potentially do potential stuff. We'll see. I started somewhere and then got lost somewhere.
You got somewhere lost in all your potential.
This time by, it's an 8. That's not the good thing for this run so far, because that last bit of time puts him a bit towards the danger zone with some of the drivers inside the top 30.
But boy, oh boy. And Corey Carpenter disconnects from the server.
I wonder if he realized, I might not be able to get on the track, so I'm just going to pretend to say I didn't back out. I'm going to keep my $50 and hope Steve doesn't notice.
That would be nice. That'd be a good way to do it.
Steve will now notice in about 5 seconds. He says he'll be back, though.
Checkered flag.
Clint Stone, checkered flag. We'll see if that ends up coming to fruition or not. 46-7 close off his respective run. So Clint Stone, top 28. That run, Weidinger is now in the panic button situation as a result of that one. Peyton Grease quickly responds. Robert declare himself. Steven Rogers has also joined the queue. They're towards the very, very deep end of that. On the racetrack, meanwhile, it is time for Hank Silver time, as he tries to bounce back after what was not the best of qualifying runs for the 85 machine. And am I looking right? But did he have a paint job change in the span of a couple hours?
You know, did he?
He had the matte black paint scheme. Did he really find a sponsor in 2 hours?
If anybody could do it, it is Hank Silver. He probably just stood outside and screamed, "Hi-ho, Silver," and here we are.
I wish that worked for everything.
That wouldn't it though? That would just that would be absolutely epic. But Hank has got a lot of work to do here. 47.4. I know he had a little bit of a bobble on his outlap, but he's got a lot of work to do in order to improve on the field, as he was currently 33rd now after withdrawing, sitting on the outside looking in.
Coming to start your second lap.
He's now starting second lap.
I thought that was my warm-up, one before that.
Oh, this is not good. If he did...
Disregard my retardation.
What is going on here? Silver, I think, might have thought that was a different lap total.
And where the confusion is coming in is if you are on pit road behind the yard of bricks, when you roll out, that is counting as a lap. So your out lap, so that's where the confusion is when you're looking at your lap counter in the car. That's why it's important to listen to Zane and know when those are out, or counting yourself, not looking at that lap counter.
I wanted to say, out of like the 3 runnings we've done this, we've qualified probably 300 people. I've only messed up once.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that it happens, but again, like we said earlier, error does happen. 46.707 for Hank, which actually this is a little bit of an improvement. Not going to get him into the top. Not going to get him into. And Ryan Broderick actually making his attempt, because Ryan Broderick, I don't believe, has made an attempt yet today. So his is actually a declaration of making a qualifying attempt in the open session.
We'll see when it comes to Hank Silver, meanwhile, if the logo's at horsepower. Sometimes broadcast company logos at horsepower, apparently. That has been somewhat proven, depending on if you choose the right one. 192.6 is currently the average. When it comes to that speed, though, oh boy. He might be 19th. He needs to find half a tenth of a mile per hour.
Yeah, he is very, very close to bumping himself into the field. If he can kill this lap, if he can absolutely crush it, he can put himself and bump himself into the field, taking Wade Fields out of the locked-in field. Even if he doesn't, though, if he can continue this run on the pace that he's going now, this is going to move him up the board a bunch for tomorrow. So either way, good run to Hi-Ho Hank Silver. 46.772, 192.595. Not enough to get him into the locked-in field, but that will put him 22nd overall as Aaron Rouse takes the track.
And this is going to be the interesting one, because he's on the Facebook comment side of the broadcast today here on Elbows Up TV for today's action of Apex Autosport Pole Day, presented by Real Motorsport Consulting. Mentioned he got some advice on where he was lacking speed-wise, specifically Keith Jeffrey. And we know how quick those cars are tonight. That may help Aaron here.
This is going to be... I just wonder, though, if the track's going to be warm enough for him, because as we start getting later in the day, track is now under 100 degrees. It's about the same time as Aaron went out. He might have found something here, though, to pick up some speed. I know it's going to be tough, though, but I would love to see Aaron is, you got to be impartial, but Aaron is kind of my feel-good story. I really hope that he makes it into the show this year. Third time's the charm to try to get himself in a pretty decent warm-up lap. So if he can improve on that a little bit, he's going to be in pretty good shape.
As it says on that rear wing, perseverance is life.
Absolutely.
He's keeping up that perseverance when it comes to this event, to say the very least. But we'll see where this time goes to start. Remember, he is 40th currently on the board for this run. Only a 46.8, though, to start. Not the greatest starts. Anyone who has started off in that range is outside the top 33.
Yeah, anybody that started out there has only gotten worse, not better. Hopefully he can pick up the pace here a little bit. But again, you're on the outside looking in. So there's no reason why you shouldn't go out and take your attempts. And then automatically you're going to be put into the bump line or into the line tomorrow by the qualifying draw. So use this as a test session to kind of mentally figure out what you've got to do in order to make the car go faster in certain conditions. 46.803, so 1/1000th slower, 192.295 miles per hour. Not going to be enough to get him in the show, but this does look like it's going to be a little bit of an improvement over what he was before.
I mean, on the positive side, he might be joining the conversation for the Patriot 100 pole.
Yeah, I mean, that's realistically, if he can keep this up, and if he can pick up a little bit of time or stay in that low 8 range, he's at least going to bump himself into 33rd on the board, which, again, kind of gives you you kind of almost are forced to withdraw tomorrow, or fourth tomorrow.
Another 8.
8.13, so he's on pace to actually beat Peyton Grease right now the last 2 laps, but that first one of Peyton's a 74. That's going to be the tough hill to climb. 192.283 is currently his average speed. So this is going to be you got to be 192.7 to get locked in into the top 18. But these guys are just trying to fight for their life to try to get up as far as they can in the board. To make their lives a little bit easier tomorrow. Sometimes it actually works out to where it makes you more stressful.
Checker flag now waving on the racetrack. It's crossing the racetrack now. Another 8. Is that enough to move him inside the top 33? No. He's 34th. No. Now it's being checked again. Triple check shows he is short by a couple 1/1000ths of a mile per hour, if that.
Unbelievable. So Aaron's got a pretty good hot rod though for tomorrow. He's just gonna have to work on that thing just a little bit more. Hopefully get himself get him into the show. And again, like you said, as of right now, you're pole sitter for your Patriot 100, but I know that's not where he wants to be.
Thomas Gould, meanwhile, is back on the racetrack from 36th overall on the board. Now, keep in mind, after this point, when it comes to the chute, is Winings, Steele, Price Miller, Carey, Powell, Fields, Weininger, Beerline, Ergot, and then it's the battle of will Steve Sheehan have to give away $50 because Carpenter is after that. In our news, Brendan Eiler thinks apparently Baden Stewart can set the pole time for the broadcast booth.
I'm going to start your second.
Do what?
The chute's there just so we have parts at the end, so I'm not waiting.
Brendan Eiler thinks you'll set the pole time.
I'm glad he has that much faith in me.
Have you driven? Okay.
I have not, no. No, Justin, I have not. But Braden has a lot of faith in me, and I really appreciate it.
If Braden had the faith Braden has a lot of faith in everyone else, and if Braden had the faith of himself, he'd be leading World of Outlaw Pro Series points right now.
If you take that R out of his name, he'd be faster, too.
Well, this is true.
Got him.
Badens are faster than Bradens.
Yep.
But Thomas Gould getting ready here to finish his first lap, 46.709, which actually is a pretty good improvement here. He was currently in the 36th spot. Now...
Jackson Steele has just had a technical issue. He is among the drivers close in the chute, so everyone else may have a chance to bump up. So now this could get interesting. If he doesn't get in from that tech issue in the next 5 minutes, when it comes to Thomas, he continues to rush on forward on his third lap now. 46.7s rather. Quicker than the drivers around him. In fact, he's picked up a decent amount of time. That would put him inside top 25. In other news, drivers are now proposing having fistfights for qualifying instead. It's to that point.
Kind of cool.
White flag. Aren't you having fun?
I think we'd be having more fun if we took that advice and just let everybody duke it out, Royal Rumble style.
I mean, the driver who proposed that is dropping down the board quickly, Jeffrey Stewart. He's now down to 23rd.
Well, Jeff proposes that because he knows he can take most of these people in a fist fight.
That's exactly why. I think Jeff's probably pole sitter if that's the case.
He'll resort to dirty if he has to.
Apparently, it's less stressful for him to fight people. I guess.
Jeff is a large man.
Checkered flag. Thomas Gould coming across the stripe. Where will his time fare out? Will this get him from 36th up the board? Looking like it may. Larry cracked the throttle in preparation now. And there's the time now coming through a 192.6. That gets him nearly to the top 20.
Yeah, so that's a heck of a job for him because, again, you know, just because you have the option to declare to withdraw your time, again, just to reiterate, if you're 19th through 33rd, you have the option tonight after this session to withdraw your time. You have to get that input, and then the draw will happen. Once that draw happens, the draw order is set for tomorrow. So everybody 34th on back is going to automatically be put in that draw. If you're 19th through 33rd, you have the choice of doing that. So if, let's say, you are a Jeffrey Stewart, the fistfight man, and Hank, Thomas Gould, Garrett, Dylan, and Eric all withdraw their times, Jeffrey Stewart now becomes the 19th qualifier. And then he has to wait until he is bumped from the field or withdraws his time later. So it sounds more complicated than it actually is. It's actually, but this is the truest thing to old school Indy that we possibly have on the iRacing.com service. So Parker is out and ready to go. Hopefully he can find a little bit more speed, as he was 38th overall last time, as he takes the green flag for his attempt. Oh boy.
Where did he find that? Remember, he had a massively skewed car for his run before. If he fixed the skew and made it a logical Lotus 79, this may be a decent time that Parker Price Miller just may have found.
That's one of the fastest outlaps we've seen in a while, actually. 46.5. If he can back that up with sixes, he's going to be in very nice shape.
See where this time mark goes now. First time coming up now. 46 flat on the 6 mark. If he can keep up that consistent pace, that puts him in the show. That puts him top 18 if he can keep this up.
Yeah, as long as he keeps this thing rolling, he's going to be in very nice shape. We're talking potentially a top 10 run. Not pole speed, but this could definitely be a top 10 run for Parker Price Miller. So, I know he was pretty jacked up about this race, which a guy that's won World of Outlaw races before and drove for some of the best car owners in the world in sprint cars to look at a sim race and take it pretty serious. That's pretty wild.
Justin Carey, Shea Paulo, Wade Fields, Daryl Weininger, and Aiden Berline in the next 5 cars.
See, and this is important. You just heard a name there come through race control as Parker Price Miller goes 46.651. You heard a very important name there, Wade Fields. So if Parker Price Miller, he put himself in line, ready to go. So Wade Fields can potentially bump his way back in. Parker's sitting, if he can keep this up and stay in the low 6s, it's going to be very, very close for him to get in. But if he gets in with this little of time left, coming up on 35 minutes left, I bet he's going to jump up and down for some joy here pretty soon.
White flag, white flag.
White flag on his run this time by Parker Price Miller. Keeps it up with another 7 now, a 46.710. He is currently on track for the 11th position. Remember, this is a guy you mentioned with a lot of real-world experience. He's only ran official races 4 times with this account. 4. He got it.
He legitimately got this to go run the World of Outlaw Invitational Series that they were doing during COVID. And, but this is the sort of stuff that real-world drivers, talking to like Justin Grant and those guys, they want to do this sort of stuff, something different than they do normally. And for a guy like Parker, you know, this is a pretty cool deal.
I just want to say Wade Field jumped out of line.
Wade Fields has just waved off. Time coming on through for Parker Price Miller.
46.697.
It's good enough for 14th position. Wade Fields has been knocked down to the top 18, and it looks like Fields may have just decided to wait for the bump day now.
What a drive for Parker Price Miller to put that thing into the show provisionally. And now Liam Brotherton on the bubble. So bubble time getting a little bit faster, 192.866 miles per hour.
Right behind him in the chute, Powell, Weininger, Bierlein, Ergot, Carpenter. Carey now coming up for the green flag this time. Can Justin Carey find a lot speed-wise? His first run was not pretty. His first run, keep in mind, got him only, he's now 27. Coming to the green. Warm-up was a 48.2, so he kept it a little bit calmer through the gears, it seemed, Billy.
Yeah, that's definitely did. That's one that they're probably, if there's a protest like we saw earlier with Berthet, which we've not seen right back, that they're going to have to take a peek at that, which I don't think there's going to be any issues there. But Justin Carey, smart guy, is going to go out and try to do his best to get put into the field. Like we said, currently 27th on the board, coming around for the green flag.
Shea Paulo, Aiden Berline coming for your second lap.
So 46.561 for Justin Carey for his first lap. Super, super quick for Justin Carey.
Yeah, that's real good.
Are we gonna see some? Are we gonna see some shades of this as we did last year? Brian Blackford, my setup is for sale for $50. But yeah, this Justin Carey on a heck of a lap, 46.561 provisionally. 46.675 trying to get his way into the fake 500 field, locked into the fake 500 field. But Justin Carey finishing up or getting on the backstretch for lap number 3. Oh boy, We've only got 30 minutes left in Apex Autosport Pole Day. So a big thanks to, again, to everybody at the production staff over at Speed Force Studios that have... This overlay is absolutely awesome for what we've been able to do, what they've been able to do, I should say. White flag coming out for Justin Carey as Shea Paulo is going to take the racetrack, 46,675. This is going to be enough to put him inside of the top 10. Very consistent.
I don't know why, but it tickles me to death when I see laps that consistent. Last time I was ever that consistent in a race car, I ran 3:20.18 at Salem. 3 in a row. And coming off of 2 on the 4th lap, the motor blew up.
They always run their best right before they blow up.
You can only run 3 laps that good before something happens.
Well, checkered flag for Justin Carey, and his final lap is 46,682, and that is definitely going to be enough to put him inside of the top 18. 192.933, or is it? Yes, that will move him up into the 10th position. Shea Paulo now up on the racetrack. Elbows up SimSport driver out of Hanford, California, in the old Tide Ride inspired car. If you've seen him out on the Pro Series.
Professional iRacer, professional daddy.
Absolutely. Professional Fortnite player, professional Call of Duty player. He's just a master of everything.
Yeah.
Absolutely master of everything. But Shea Paulo coming to the green flag here. Oh boy.
Ooh.
Outlap. Very sporty for Mr. Paulo.
Yes, indeed. Shea Paulo picking up a little bit of pace. And the deals and the negotiations are getting interesting. It's worth noting that when it comes to Twitch, Brian Blackford has essentially said, my setup is for sale for $50. I won't charge you unless you make the top 18. In other words, someone from the bump day may take that offer.
He likes to make things interesting, don't he?
Yes.
It's his favorite part of this.
Will someone in the line actually take it up? Because that's a full caliber speed car. That's a good point.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a... Is Aaron Rouse, is Mr. Blackford serious? He is serious as a heart attack, man.
Go for
it. Absolutely. Absolutely. So Shea Paulo on track 46,596 for his first lap. This is well inside of the top 18 if he can continue this run throughout the field. Coming to finish his second lap.
Indeed.
46,615. That's another heck of a lap. 193.071 miles per hour. Average speed 193.110.
Keep in mind, Aiden Beerline, who is still 17th, has a decent shot of holding on to that top 18, depending on how things fare out here. The trouble spot's going to be, depending on how the track fares out, will he be able to keep it inside the top 18 if he does take the time? We'll see.
Well, and that's the crazy thing. If Aiden's sitting on that bubble with only a few minutes left, what do you do?
94 degrees Fahrenheit currently is the track temperature, for reference sake, currently. Right now, when it comes to the average time for Shea Powell, it's a 193 flat.
Oh boy.
193.078 average. Right now, he is looking outside of row number 2.
Wow. See what he's got down here on the north end of the racetrack. This is intense.
So Shea Paulo doing what he can to put himself into the record books of making his first Wicked Brands Fake 500 as the checkered flag falls for his qualifying attempt. 46.624, 193.033 for a 193.066. That puts him in the inside of row number 3 in 7th position, moving Aiden Beerline to the bubble.
And now the next driver on track is already rolling. It's Weininger, who needs to pick up a lot of time. He's got the 34th best time overall in the session. When it comes to him in general, he's 37th on average time currently. Running 195 down the middle of the backstretch. In the chute, Beerline, Hergott, Carpenter, Alt. It's looking okay to start when it comes to this run up through this part of the lap so far. This is the warm-up right now for Weininger.
Green flag.
But are we seeing a swing? Are we seeing an absolute swing here of, do you need those extremely cool temperatures and extremely hot? In the middle isn't what's good. So this is going to be 27 minutes left in qualifying. We got time for 4, maybe 5 more qualifiers if my math is correct. And again, Wade Fields was in line to go out and qualify with Drew. He is now sitting 21st overall.
By the way, for those who are listening in from the paddock, Blackbird's offer is only available for the next 27 minutes. You better hurry, because it might change tomorrow, he said. He's now saying he's doing that because his roommate offered him $50. Where's everyone getting $50 from?
I can't believe people are getting paid for this.
$50 in this economy, so $20 of last year. It's okay.
That is factual. Is Weininger 46.781. Last lap.
Eric J. Smith is trying to offer his firstborn child now. $50. They are in the same Discord last I checked, by the way. So, you can offer that in person. Weininger a 46.8 that time by the stripe.
$192.260, not going to be enough to get him locked in, but that will bump him into. Actually, no, that will not. The back half of the field, the 18 through 33rd, is just so tight that 192.26 is not going to be enough to get him in so far. Ooh, big loose. He had that's what they call a moment.
White flag. Aiden Beerline, head out. Aiden Beerline, head out. White flag.
Pronunciation's Beerline, by the way. As he gets ready to be out of the chute this time. Weininger, another 8. A little bit slower throughout the run this time throughout the corner.
So Beerline actually rolls out onto the racing surface. He was locked in as the 18th qualifier. He no longer is in the field, and Gary Corley is now in the field. So, little bit of drama, but Aiden Beerline thinks that he can improve on his time to put himself farther and then move Mason Hannigan to the bubble.
The drama continues from what was a very routine first part to what has turned into iRacing the soap opera. Electric Boogaloo.
And that's why we love this. That is absolutely 100% why we love this, because Aiden Beerline has to do nothing more than go out and run faster than he did before And if he can run faster than he did before, he's cemented his way. He's trying to be aggressive and not back himself into the fake 500. He wants to set himself prominently inside of the top 18.
So underway now is that run for Beerline, and this could be an important one for him. If he's slower, that could bump Corley back in the show. If he's quicker, he puts Mason Hennigan on the bubble. No pressure for either side. As now, we'll see if Beerline's able to pick up the tempo. Only a 7 on the warm-up lap. Noting that Corey Carpenter, who is quickly approaching in the chute, says he's not calling a shot, but he thinks the track's extremely fast right now. Technically, that is calling your shot, but still, that is a gamble. Where if it doesn't work out, you better not be Steve in the afternoon, this evening.
Yeah, this is 20 minutes left or 22 minutes left.
Yes.
So, this is looking at the line right now. If I'm sitting 16th, 17th, 18th, I'm pretty nervous. But I think if you're, obviously if you're 13th through 15th, you're in pretty good shape.
46.6, that time by the stripe for Beerline to start. He picked up the tempo off the warm-up lap. Track is getting a little bit colder a little bit now. Instant time is quickly approaching 5 p.m. for referencing right now at this point. Jay Powell says, Daddy's home. Somebody's pumped up.
Hey, Shea Paolo put himself into the fake 500. Congratulations, my friend. Aiden Beerline, though, 672 on that first lap. That is going to keep him right where he's at. 739 going the wrong way. So Aiden Beerline might have... I felt like he made the right decision of moving himself in the line, but at the same time, it's a huge risk. Because if nobody goes faster, Gary Conley... If nobody can go faster in the next 20 minutes, Gary Conley's in the show. So it's this is just a wild set of circumstances here.
But you have to remember, Brotherton's behind him, Hills is behind him, Smith's behind him. Island, white flag now on the racetrack. Beerline, another 7. This would drop him at this rate to 24th.
Oh my. He definitely has the speed to get himself into the field tomorrow on bump day. But again, I have to applaud. We talked about it last year. Justin Carey pulled out to try to run for the pole. Tyson Landis did it. This is the same thing that Tyson Landis did last year, and put himself in kind of a little bit rougher situation. But the stones that you got to have in order to be able to make that call of withdrawing your time and sitting on that as the checkered flag falls for Aiden Beerline. 46.748 goes a little bit slower. 192.595. Yes, that moves him down to 26th overall. So he goes from the 18th bubble spot down to 26th, and Gary Corley now sits on the bubble with Ryan Hergott making his first attempt on the day, and the car that won this race in 1990.
Yes.
I remember when this certain brand sponsored what was essentially the Triple Crown. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, they were part of it during then, and oh boy, Ryan, big moment there coming to the green. Ari Leyendyke made this car famous by, well, let's just say crashing Little Al going into turn 3.
By the way, this is a driver represented. Regards to this respective grouping for Ryan, by Wheeler Motorsports Consulting as well. The warm-up was a 47.2. This is now the time that counts to try and get himself on the board. He's the 49th total driver to set a time. Under 20 minutes now left to go on the clock before the final gun.
So Ryan making his attempt. 46.794. Not a bad first lap, especially for your first laps today. So he's going to be looking at it tomorrow, qualifying definitely. But this is going to give him a good foundation to get going for tomorrow. Hopefully find a little bit more speed. But Ryan Hergott owns Roofco over in Indianapolis, Roofco Indy. One of the fastest growing roofing companies over there. So Ryan's a busy man when it comes to his iRace, or when it comes to his real life. And iRacing is the way that he gets to relax. But the stress from this deal is...
Correct. At 7 p.m. Eastern time or 5 p.m. in the sim. It'll be 5 p.m. in the sim, but it'll correlate. The gun will go off, there'll be no more laps.
So 46.862, not what Ryan Hergott was needing there. He's gonna have to pick up the pace quite a bit in order to make it happen. Yeah, just getting clarification as Mashburn was asking.
When that happens, if they've taken the green flag, they'll finish their run. If they have not taken the green flag, they're going to be canceled.
I mean, the reason you have to do that and ask the question, though, is, remember, he is basically coordinating essentially the effort for Alt, Brotherton, Smith, and himself here to try and get themselves all top 18. Hergott is currently struggling a bit on this run, coming to the white flag. For reference, he has been falling around a lot this run. It's another 8, this time by at the stripe. Down a little bit slower and slower each lap now for the number 9 car.
Still 0.157 miles an hour. So I mean, he's not completely out, but it's
if that car leaves pit road, their time's erased. So if they don't take the green flag, they're basically stuck in the time. It's a risk that they got to take.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. You have to take the green flag before the gun goes off. Not on track, the green has to be taken. So you take the gamble if you think you can get around there in that time frame, and again it goes off of the gun. Hergott comes to the checkered flag, 46.858, very consistent run, 192.135 miles an hour. That will put him right around the 36th position.
Okay,
is Corey Carpenter.
Can't believe it.
Money is money.
I guess.
Corey Carpenter throwing the pole away potentially, as he no longer. And now here's the fun part: Liam Brotherton is locked into the fake 500 field. So this is. I never would have thought that this was a thing. Ever would have thought this was a thing. But Corey Carpenter is going to give it everything that he can in order to make this work.
Steve Sheehan, I hope you got your money's worth. A decent warm-up lap of 46.5. Will this work out? Will the $50 given from Steve Sheehan lead to another pole time? Or will Corey Carpenter pay the price in starting position and give it to Merchant instead? That time a little bit slower on the exit, but he has some good speed compared to earlier in turns 1 and 2. 199. That time to the corner. Carpenter holds on to 191, coming into the short chute in 3 and 4. Time now be so critical when it comes to Carpenter. This time by Corey Carpenter, first time lap coming up to the board. 46.475. Oh my goodness.
That is looking at the sheet, that's the fastest lap anybody's posted. That is the 1 lap track record right there, as far as I can tell. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. This is you're sitting on the pole and you decide that you're going out, Oh, boy. That's incredible. He thought it had speed in it. And he was correct. That thing just looks absolutely stable.
200 at the stripe. Another 4.
Wow.
Oh, my. Oh, Corey Carpenter on the ragged edge right now. Average speed 193.659 miles an hour. He didn't want the pole. He wanted to obliterate the field.
No, he wanted $50.
Well, fair. That's fair. But what a run for Corey Carpenter.
At this point, Boyd Hogan's probably watching this and saying, that's the smartest decision you've ever made with this team.
That's exactly it. That is exactly it.
White flag, Dylan Hall.
White flag is out. Corey Carpenter goes to the 5s this time, but he is still on track for obliterating his own pole mark. He's up by 0.3 miles per hour.
Yeah, and he's still faster on his slowest lap so far. He is still 100th faster than Seth DeMerchant on his fastest lap. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. This might be one of the more historic runs, so to speak, that I think I've probably ever seen when we look back at the history of the qualifying attempts in this race.
One of the more bold ones, I can tell you that much.
Trigger flag.
From a $50 bet to try it again from the pole, Corey Carpenter puts up a near identical time to smash his own record.
Hat shake to Corey Carpenter on that one. Absolutely hat shake. That is hands down the most impressive thing I think I've ever seen in Fake 500 history. Said it, believed it, backed it up.
He called his own shot, and he better get off the track. Dylan Holt's trying to pick up draft off Corey Carpenter here. Can he do that?
Yeah, they're not going to like that. Depending on how far back that it is. I mean, I can't fault Dylan for trying, but that I don't think they're going to like.
He was so far back, he didn't get one.
Okay. Yeah,
There's
because the first year we did this, we figured out where you were starting to pick up a draft at, and been doing this long enough and looking at him that he knows. But 46.717 for his warm-up lap. If he can stay on that pace, it's not going to be that big of an improvement, but it might be a little bit of improvement to get him closer to that
First lap. This is your first lap.
18th spot.
Keep in mind, if all those low-line and ESC cars can find some pace here, that puts Michael Cozy Jr. out of the bubbles. Cozy Jr.'s 15th right now. And that's if all of them can get a time in.
Yeah, we're sitting at 650. So Zane's going to give the countdown here in about 10 minutes of where we're at, and letting these guys know that you've only got this much time. And again, reminder, the green has to be taken in order for the laps to count. So if you are on track at 6:59 and you don't cross the line to take the green, which means you're going to need to be on the racetrack by, Zane, tell me if I'm wrong, 6:58?
I mean, you could go 50 seconds for your warm-up lap and probably a minute 5 for the out lap, so 58, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to be on the racetrack by that. I think we've got time this qualifier and maybe one more, and then the third one is going to be very, very close. Very, very close. If
I was on that team, I would be telling everyone right now, as soon as board of directors tells you to take the track, to go.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
By the way, Dylan Alt is in the 6s for both his first laps. 46.611 the first time lap, 46.656 the second time lap. Alt, again, is in 22nd position, entering this respective run. Right now, the tracker would put him in the show. Third time around, decent speed coming out of turn 4 this time for Dylan Alt.
White flag, next car.
Taking the white flag this time. Each driver in the chute is coming on up, and Liam Brotherton, another 6. He might do this. He might knock Corley back out of the show.
Yeah, Corley's the one that's really had a had a very, very busy day and hasn't had to do anything in order to do it. Been out of the field, been back into the field, now looking like he might be on the outside looking in once again. But Mason Hannigan not in the server. Parker Price Miller, he's already used up his second attempt, or he used his second attempt, which there's not enough, definitely not enough time to get into the third one. So these last few cars, really this next one is going to be the major one. Dylan Alt coming to take the checkered flag.
Can he close it out? An R6, all 4 times in the 6s. 192.936 is the average time or so. Once everything calculates on through, yes, indeed, a flyer for Dylan Alt. Will move him up into the show. Top 11. Gary Corley is out. Next driver on track, Liam Brotherton. And he is currently the 20th place car. They're currently telling Alt to get off the racetrack. That nearly was even closer than the last time.
Yeah, and just trying to get as much of an advantage as they can, but good thing Zane's on top of it, basically letting everybody know what you're not allowed to do. Not allowed to catch a draft, to stay away from the guys. So green flag out, 47.264. So maybe a little bit of tire management there, letting the car grip up a little bit before you put the hammer down.
Take a bit of Coke strategy to it. We'll see if the Coca-Cola strategy works in a Lotus, though. Down the back straightaway, picking up a solid amount of chunk of speed. 199 is the furthest Liam Brotherton gets. And is currently still facing the grandstands down the front straightaway for reference. More than 190 miles per hour, barely blipping to 188 this time coming out of turn 4. Brotherton's first time around. Needs to be around the 46.6s to be around the range of the others in that range. 46.5 to start. He's off to a good start for this qualified run. He might have a chance to also jump in the show. Brotherton doing nearly the identical line this time, coming down the back stretch. Mason Hannigan, again, is the car in the bubble. Lock-in speed this season, 3 miles an hour plus quicker with the changes to the Lotus 79 for those just tuning in for the Wicked Brands Fake 500 Apex Autosport Pole Day presented by Wheeler Motorsports Consulting. Brotherton puts up a 46.666. Keep up the tempo here.
And that is going to be enough to get him into the show if he can do it. But this is going to be very close as if the next guy is going to be out on the racetrack. That's going to be the that's going to be the tough part, is do you go rolling out knowing that you might not make it to the green flag?
See what the third time lines up now for the Club Jerky Machine. It's our esports, the official banner this driver runs underneath. Another 46.6 this time. He keeps up that tracking for a 193 flat, which will put him top 11. And here's the problem now. Eric J. Smith is getting ready to come onto the racetrack now. Garrett Mashburn. I don't know if Mashburn's going to have enough time at this point.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain that this is going to be the final, that the next car out, Smith, is going to be the final qualifier.
Coming out of the final corner, Brotherton with a good solid exit again. This to make sure he gets the top 18 this time around. Brotherton, a 46.6. And once again, it's a 192.995. That puts him inside the top 11. As that leaves Eric J. Smith on the track, Mashburn will not have enough time unless Eric J. Smith somehow magically puts a 1 second lap in.
And Parker Price Miller ran a hero lap to now sitting 18th and on the bubble. Mason Hannigan officially bumped out of the locked-in spots for the fake 500. Eric Smith now trying to put himself in, as it looks to be, unless there's a spin or a crash, it looks to be like he will be the final qualifier.
Green flag taken from Eric J. Smith. His warm-up was a 46.4, so he's on it. Same tempo as Corey Carpenter. This time coming off the corner, Eric J. Smith with a 188 on the exit this time. Currently, he's amongst those scored in 22nd, entering this lap total. And this speed is very close to what we just seen from Carpenter already. First lap coming across. It's only a 46.5 though.
Yeah, not enough to put him on the pole, but this could be enough if he keeps this speed. If he can stay all 4 laps in the 5s, that would put him middle of the front row. So, I mean, as your final qualifier, this is the drama you want. Do you want to... This is it. This is the last qualifier that we're going to get.
Garrett Mashburn will not be able to hit the racetrack with the final gun sounding off in just a couple minutes. Eric Smith, though, wanting to make sure he's in the show. Second time around. Last time was a 46.5. In the 193 mile per hour range the second time, now quickly charting on in. That time in the 6s, an hour 193-ish or so.
That first lap might be his savior if he keeps falling off about this same amount. It's going to be close whether or not he bumps Parker Price Miller from the field. There's.
I do understand that the reason he has to run is because you made him make a third lap because you said like 500 at the third lap.
And frustrations from some of the drivers right now.
Correct.
But Eric J. Smith is trying to still
And
finish
because
this
he had to
time.
make a second attempt, that's pushed us back, and now he's not going to.
Another 6.
White flag next car.
2 straight 6s. Still with the 193 mile per hour average. This would put him also inside the top 11.
If you can take the green.
It looks like Mashburn will not come across the stripe to be able to try and attempt it. So Eric J. Smith close out the qualifying day. Right here. This to knock Parker Price Miller out of the top 18 spots. A very solid corner exit. Where will Eric Smith qualify? Another 6. 46.698 this time. 192.960.
There's only 30 seconds on
That's
the
good
clock.
enough for 11th spot. And that should just about do it with under 30 seconds on the clock. That just about does the session here. Although, it's going to be interesting in terms of how the second day of qualifying now turns out after a crazy, crazy night for drivers with second attempts here. To the point where you had the pole sitter set the time twice.
Yeah, this is definitely.
Qualifications are closed.
Yeah, gun is officially off. Qualifying is completed. Apex Autosport pole day. Preliminarily, until everything is completely sorted out, Corey Carpenter, pole sitter for the 3rd annual Wicked Brands Fake 500, presented by Wheeler Motorsports Consulting. What a day! What an absolute day!
So let's reset on how this now turns out for the top 18, because Corey Carpenter has mentioned the pole sitter. It is a new track record as well. 193.537.0181 miles per hour, with Seth Merchant, Keith Jeffrey second and third. Brian Blackford, last year's pole sitter, starts fourth. Dave Bodio and Odanik rounding up the top six. Shea Powell, Christian Peterson, Brandon Wright, 7th through 9th. Henry Bennett qualified in 10th. Liam Brotherton, 11th, with Eric Smith, Dylan Alt, and Justin Carey inside the top 14. Jeremy Wangle, didn't talk too much about him today, finishing 15th in this session. Thomas Brandon, 16th. Adam Blocker, 17th. And Michael Cozy Jr. got lucky. He finishes 18th. So he will not have to rely on a bump day miracle or two. Parker Price Miller, though, will have to try and battle in that bump day, depending on how things fare out. Mason Hannigan, Gary Corley, 20 and 21st. Wade Fields finished 22nd in the session, followed by Garrett Mashburn. Thomas Gold, along with Hank Silver, Aiden Bierlein, Jeffrey Stewart, along with Stephen Rogers. Braden McMahon, 29th. Jackson Steele, 30th. Clint Stone, Scott Kane, Tyson Landis round out the top 33. And then it gets interesting for those looking to make it to from the Patriot 100 grid to the Fake 500 grid. Timothy Toadbridge is the first driver currently out, the Wicked Brands Fake 500. Peyton Greaves, Aaron Roofs, along with Ryan Hergon, Weininger, May Wines, Menzies, Chatelaine, Zaccardo, Ramos, Erdman, Miller, Mann, Gibbo, along with Berthay, will all have to try and battle their way in on bump day. A crazy day, a crazy amount of intense qualifying action, and some insanity when it came to the pole sitter for this one. First, your final thoughts on how this came out, Baden, especially what the differences in setups, the differences in performances, but in the end, some of the risks some of the drivers took.
Yeah, I guess, with this update, there's been some things that we've noticed here as far as what's fast and what's not. It's been a little bit surprising with the track conditions and weather altogether, but, there were some gambles. There were some real gambles. I'm pretty sure that pole run and then the second pole run was probably the riskiest thing we've seen so far since we started this deal. Insane. Absolutely insane, but that's what this deal is all about, and that's what makes it fun. That was super duper awesome.
What about you for Billy?
That the run at the end was completely crazy. I did not expect to see somebody to reset the pole speed to even go faster to break his own track record. I got a feel for Parker Price Miller, who did every single thing right today that he could do to try to put himself back in, and just missed out literally by 2 or 3 minutes. That's what makes part of this great. I know there's going to be a lot of talks and about qualifying, and I see the Twitch chat is going a little getting a little chippy with each other, and it is what it is. Zane owned up to it. It happens. It's part of it. It's happened to me in a real car before. And it's happened to me in a real car on dirt before, to where I had to go out at the end of the line. And if you know anything about dirt racing, tracks don't get faster, they get slower. It's unfortunate. It's tough, but part of it. Still got all day tomorrow to make sure that you're locked into the field, and looking forward to a great race, couple races next weekend. This is probably the most competitive field we've ever had. As far as times go, everybody is so close, absolutely close. I mean, you're looking at Parker Price Miller at 192.8 in 19th, down to 192.3 in 33rd. So completely stacked field. Expecting a great race. Qualifying tomorrow, bump day, is going to be just as dramatic as today. So looking forward to it.
And I'm getting word that Corey Carpenter may want the opportunity to speak with us, in fact, in just the next couple moments or so.
Would love to.
Because that is the most wild day of action when it comes to that part I think we've seen in a while. As Corey Carpenter crickets his way into the broadcast booth. His image is a cricket on Discord for reference. He now joins us the broadcast booth. Corey, do you have a copy?
I got you guys.
First things first, you set the pole time and the track record not once, but twice. How?
Well, I got to thank Blackford for giving me the initial set that we worked on to gain speed, and we just kept finding speed over and over and over again. And the first run I went out, the track was really, really hot. I think it was hotter than it had been the whole session so far, but somehow the car came through and still set it on pole barely. I know Seth had a really good piece under him. And then the second run, just the track was really, really fast. So the car I just took what the car had and went even faster with it. So it was really just don't choke, basically.
So talk us through the decision making when it came to the $50 offer from Steve Sheehan. How did that come about?
Steve was talking. Because Steve and Blackford were talking to me at the same time. And Steve said, "Hey, if you withdraw your time, I'll give you $50. And I was like, "Are you serious?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Okay, I'll do it." But I really wanted to make sure that everyone got an attempt to run a second. I didn't want to screw somebody over. So I waited until enough people I felt like withdrew their time and declared for a second attempt to give them a chance, and then I went, because I'm not going to turn down $50. I think that'd be really stupid to do so. I had confidence in my set and myself to go on the pole again, so it's basically a free $50 in my opinion.
So in other words, he has committed that, just to confirm.
He paid me before I even did the run.
Okay, so you are covered on that. So that's
Correct.
going to be interesting how things play out in turn for the race. Speaking of which, your confidence level for the race itself.
I think it's going to be fun. We did a little race practice earlier, and there's a lot of draft. There's a little less dirty air than I think there was the last 2 years that y'all did this. So it's going to be chaos. It's going to be like Daytona at Indianapolis. So we're going to have a lot of fun, put on a show, probably crash a couple cars, and hopefully it all works out.
Indeed, we'll have to see how things play out when it comes to that qualifying, or rather when it comes to that race now, when it comes to the Wicked Brands Fake 500 for you. Anyone you'd like to give a shout out to or thank, as you did mention you've been working with Brian Blackford from the slip angle when it comes to this, for this event.
Yeah, I represent Legacy Esports and Reaper Speed Labs whenever I race, but none of my teammates signed up for this, so I decided to work with Blackford and Brandon Wright. So us three are basically pseudo teammates for this race, and we've all put in our fair share of effort into the set, and I think it showed. So yeah, thank them for sure. Thank you guys for putting this on. I haven't raced the last two events, but I have watched them, and it seems like a lot of fun. So whenever Blackford said, "Hey, you should sign up," I definitely did as soon as I could. So this is an awesome event, and I'm just glad to be here.
Congratulations on the pole time, and just out of curiosity, did you tell Boyd yet that you did accept that?
I haven't talked to Boyd yet, no, but I'm sure I'll give him a shout and let him know what happened.
I'm pretty sure he's going to say it's the smartest deal you've made with the team yet. Congratulations either way.
Thank you.
Corey Carpenter, your pole sitter. After what was an intense day of action, my goodness is all you can really say. One other team wants to have some discussions. Jim Beaver Esports was one of the storylines. Keith Jeffrey representing that team, and Keith Jeffrey immediately running away from the booth and running away from the microphone. So with that, quick final thoughts, Peyton. You gave your opinion on this, but now it's going to be the matter of the bump day tomorrow.
Tomorrow it's as intense as it gets. Everybody's looking for that opportune run. Big gamble. It's craziness all around. Tomorrow is the day of guys wishing they had Xanax and all sorts of other stuff just to keep from shaking. Tomorrow is the most intense bit of this, and if it's anything like today, there's not much I can say. Truth be told, there's not much to say here. This deal speaks for itself.
On that note, we'd like to thank you for tuning in for tonight's action for the Wicked Brands Fake 500 Apex Autosport Pull Day presented by We Were Motorsports Consulting. Congratulations once again to Corey Carpenter, your pole sitter for the third running of the Wicked Brands Fake 500. Remember, tomorrow it's Bump Day action. Be sure to tune in on Elbows Up TV, whether on Twitch, Facebook, or YouTube, to keep up and see which drivers can make sure they are in the 33-car field for the third running of this event. With that, it's time to say goodbye. For our producer tonight in Chris Owens, for Race Control in Zane Scott, for Bait and Store, for Billy Rowley, I'm Justin Prince saying so long, enjoy the rest of your evening. Once again, congratulations to Corey Carpenter, your pole sitter, for this year's Wicked Brands Fake 500.
These grounds are hallowed, forged by history and tradition, a century in the making. Its pavement the path to glory, its walls the punisher of miscalculation, its faces forever recognizable, characters of courage, and its stories unforgettable.
Danny Sullivan gets him! Danny Sullivan gets him down! No, he's swirling! No, he's spinning! Danny Sullivan spins! Can he make a move at the finish? He's making a move! No! No! No!
Taken. Who's gonna win it?
The checkered flag is out. Goodyear makes a move. Little Al wins fight.
You just don't know what Indy means.
This December, those hallowed grounds go virtual, pieced together by millions of pixels that capture every corner, every seat, and every crack along its surface. True to her real-life counterpart in every sense, the cars, perfectly drawn to scale, their sounds immaculate. Drivers from across the globe come together in competition and in friendship for one goal, one dream, to win and become part of history, to write their own chapter, to see through that they shall never be forgotten, to ensure their story is unforgettable.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
The alignment looks good and the green flag is out. They're off. The fake 500 is on.
But look at Kevin
Come
Click on the
Kevin
outside.
Click.
Wow.
Kevin Click out on bump day, makes it in as an alternate, and now he is leading the fake 500.
Click tries to squeeze, contact. Checker flag waits over the stand. At the stripe, another close finish, and this time it's sent to Merchant.
Checkered flag is out. Brian Blackford puts it on the pole. Oh no!
Crash in turn one.
He got off of 4 extremely good. What? He out of fuel!
It's elegant. It's erratic. The one who can dance gently amongst the chaos and master their craft shall etch their name in eternity and shall never be forgotten.